ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Victorian health authorities have taken further measures to stop people coming into the state from New South Wales. Yvette Gray reports.
Victoria has recorded 12 new locally acquired cases. The health department says 10 people were in quarantine during their infectious period, and all cases are linked to current outbreaks. There are now 169 active cases in Victoria. It comes after the Chief Health Officer declared all of New South Wales an extreme risk zone. It means anyone entering Victoria from New South Wales without an exemption or valid permit will be put on a return flight or placed into 14 days mandatory quarantine. Yesterday, Premier Daniel Andrews called for a ring of steel to be put around Sydney to stop the spread of the virus and protect other states. The New South Wales Health Minister Brad Hazzard has pleaded for more Pfizer vaccines, with a record 163 new locally acquired coronavirus cases in that state. Sunuta Kozaki reports.
Mr Hazzard says the cases are continuing to rise, especially with families getting together in West and South West Sydney. Dr Jeremy McAnulty from New South Wales Health says there have been some super spreader events.
There was an event in Pendle Hill. There seemed to be 18 cases associated with a family gathering.
Following National Cabinet rejecting New South Wales calls for more Pfizer vaccines, Mr Hazzard says Australia is a Commonwealth that's always helped in bushfires and other emergencies.
It disturbs me that it would appear that all we've ever done to work together has just seemingly been cast aside.
37 people are currently in intensive care, with nearly 94,000 tests done in the latest reporting period.
The Prime Minister says it's common sense that restrictions will eventually be eased further on those vaccinated against COVID-19 than those who choose not to be. The Doherty Institute is currently working on modelling on what sort of vaccine thresholds the country has to meet before restrictions can be eased more broadly. National Cabinet has agreed to a 4-phase process before restrictions return to pre-pandemic levels. Scott Morrison says when the country moves to the second phase with vaccines widely available, restrictions will likely ease further for the vaccinated.
If you're vaccinated, you present a lower health risk to the rest of the population, and so restrictions should reasonably and only fairly reflect that where people have chosen to make themselves less of a public health risk, then the restrictions should fairly reflect the choices that Australians make.
The Republican Governor of Alabama is pleading with people in her state to get vaccinated as COVID-19 surges among those choosing not to get a shot. Vaccination rates across the US have slowed right down, leaving states like Alabama with an immunisation rate of just 35%. Governor Kay Ivey says vaccines are the best weapon the country has to fight COVID-19.
The new cases in COVID are because of unvaccinated folks. Almost 100% of the new hospitalizations are with unvaccinated folks. And the deaths are certainly occurring with unvaccinated folks.
Victorians are being warned to brace for damaging winds this afternoon as the state shivers through a cold snap this weekend. A severe weather warning has been issued for much of the state, with storms, hail and even snow flurries likely in low-lying areas. The Weather Bureau's Michael Efron says strengthening northwesterly winds are sweeping across the state and in some areas reaching 90 kilometres per hour.
Particularly across elevated areas that will extend to eastern parts throughout the afternoon, and there is a risk that could impact much of northwestern Victoria as well as the Melbourne area during the afternoon and early evening.
To sport, and there have been some late withdrawals for the Olympic men's cycling road race, which starts shortly. Jack Snape reports.
German cyclist Simon Geschke will not race today after testing positive for COVID-19. He was staying at a hotel with 12 German officials and riders who have all returned negative results. His roommate, Emmanuel Buchmann, is undergoing a further PCR test before being allowed to race. Australia's Rowan Dennis has also withdrawn to focus on the individual men's time trial next week. Australia's team for the hilly 234-kilometre course is Richie Port, Lucas Hamilton and Jack Bowbridge.
To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds across the state and strong to gale wind warnings for most Victorian coastal waters, including the bays. For the state, showers throughout, most frequent over the southwest and the ranges, tending to rain about the northeast ranges. Isolated gusty thunderstorms and small hail extending from the west. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, showers with gusty winds and possible small hail. The chance of a thunderstorm this evening and afternoon. We're heading for a top today of 13 degrees. Tomorrow a shower or two, 13. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Good afternoon. You're listening to ABC Radio Melbourne and Victoria. It is 12:05. Before we head to your regular programming, we're going to play you the latest COVID-19 update for Victoria. That press conference with Health Minister Martin Foley is currently underway, but we're going to bring it to you from the beginning in just a moment. If you'd like to listen to Grandstand's football coverage, you can head to the ABC Sport channel and the Listen app. But in the meantime, this is Minister for Health Martin Foley, who was speaking just a few moments ago.
I've been joined by the Chief Health Officer, and I've also been joined by Naomi Bromley, who is a Senior Health Department official in charge of the vaccination program. So there have been 12 locally acquired cases from yesterday that the department released in this morning's numbers, and they're all locally acquired with 0 cases through hotel quarantine. That brings us to 159 cases over the 12-day period of this outbreak to date, all Delta and all linked to the New South Wales incursion. We have 10 cases in hospital, 3 in ICU with 1 on ventilation, and I'm sure we all send our best wishes to those people and their families and carers and supporters, and thank our hard-working hospital frontline workers for the care they provide. There were 19,281 vaccination doses administered through our state-run clinics yesterday, and that was accompanied by some 39,846 COVID tests that were also done yesterday. Overall, we're pleased to see an encouraging trend down in case numbers, and certainly not an increase. Not a huge trend down, but in terms of the direction and particularly the issues that the Chief Health Officer will go into, a reassuring trend towards the cases overwhelmingly being in quarantine and being in home isolation for the entirety of their infectious period. The number of people moving about in the community when infectious, as I say, is trending down, which is a good thing. That's a critical part of stopping the virus spreading in our community, and when attended to, the wider restrictions that are in place gives our public health team the confidence that they can look to. Too early to call yet as to what might be the position come Tuesday night. As I indicated, 10 of the 12 community cases were in isolation during their entire infectious period. The 2 cases who were out in the community were only active in the community for less than a day, with only a small number of retail sites variously in Camberwell, Hawthorn and Newport being listed as a result. And I want to thank those people for, as soon as they were advised of their primary close contact and their positive status, isolating straight away. These are the encouraging, positive parts of where we're at, but we know that this virus is still active in our community. We still know that there are chains of transmission in our community. Yes, they're all linked, that's positive, but they're still there, and that's a risk. Of today's 12 new community cases, 5 cases are linked to the Amy Park outbreak. 1 is a social contact of a previously identified case that attended the game, and 4 household contacts of a previously announced case. So that's 5. A further 3 are linked to Miss Frankie's in Cremone. 1 is a patron who visited the venue on July 15th, and 2 are household contacts of a staff member. That's 8. There's a further 2 linked to the Burnley apartment complex, where a positive case who was there but had moved into hotel quarantine some time ago. We've seen 2 fellow residents who live on the same floor as that person who had previously been announced turn positive as a result of their most recent tests. So that brings us to 10. One is linked to Bacchus Marsh Grammar, a student. That's 11. And one is a household contact related to one of the generations attached to the Young and Jackson's case. So that brings us to the total of 12. Today we also have some now 22,718 primary close contacts associated with these 159 cases, and now we have passed more than 400 exposure sites. So just pause on that. 22,718 Victorians are doing the hard yards on behalf of us all to make sure that we isolate these chains of transmission as quickly as we possibly can. And can I thank all of those people? It's an extraordinary number. It's the highest number that we've had during the course of the pandemic. And those people, the support that communities bringing them, that health services are bringing them, that families and others are bringing them is critical. And I want to thank every single Victorian, both those 22,700 and others who are part of the frame of making sure we get those people through their isolation period, because that is just so important. More than 20,000 Victorians isolating in the home is not easy, and of those, 2,500 are from the NCG alone, and they are now hitting their day 14 test mark. We have cleared almost 2,000 of the personal close contacts from the outbreak so far, and we will see around another 4,000 day 13 tests over the course of this weekend, with a further 8,000 due in the coming week. So that's an extraordinary number of people who will start to be cleared through this process. And I want to thank the huge cooperation that they've lent, but equally just ask them for just one big last effort in getting us through those 14 days. If you are a primary close contact of a person with COVID-19, or you're at a Tier 1 exposure site, in order to end your isolation at the end of your day 14 of isolation, you need to get a day 13 test, and for that to be negative. At some time before your day 13 test, you will receive a message reminding you of that day 13 test requirement. You should and you must get that test. If you don't get tested on day 13, you must in fact stay in isolation for a further 14 days to bring your total to 28 days, or until you get that negative test. So please, if you're in that category, stay alert to the phone calls and engagement that you will get from local public health units and the Department of Health. Please also do not take public transport or a taxi or an Uber for that day 13 test. If you test negative, you will be contacted on day 14 by phone for a short public health assessment just to clear you. This is a straightforward process and is the last step for you as a primary close contact, and that will then formally end your isolation as of 11:59 p.m. that night that you are cleared. We need your help. We need the help of thousands of people over the coming days to make that process a success. So we ask everyone to cooperate with the frontline workers who will be working hard to get you tested, to get you at a testing site and through what will be a pretty big mass operation, and to get that through as smoothly and quickly as we possibly can. Thousands of calls are being made every day to those primary close contacts as to how to make this process happen seamlessly. Those calls are there to help you, and they're there also to help all Victorians get through what will be a major logistical exercise. These calls come through as private numbers on your mobile, so please make sure you keep your phone handy and make sure that you take that private number call as you hit your day 13 and day 14 tests and clearance. And that last call is the one that gives you and us the confidence that you are free of COVID, that your family, your friends and your community will welcome you back for the hard work that you've done on getting us all through this arrangement. So make your plan, get your test, and thank you very much, those thousands and thousands of people for doing the hard yards in keeping us all safe. I might ask the Chief Health Officer for a more detailed update, and then Naomi will take us through some of the latest arrangements on vaccinations, and then I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Minister, and good morning. As the Minister said, we've got still more than 20,000 Victorians isolating at home. That's a big sacrifice, but it is a necessary one. With this Delta variant, we are seeing multiple cases in residential settings, of course, including apartment complexes. And just yesterday, our continued investigations of positive cases and their movements turned our focus to an apartment complex in Docklands. There are teams on site now who are deep cleaning common areas and will be testing people throughout the day, today and tomorrow. Residents have all been advised that due to a case of COVID-19 in the La Crosse building at 673 La Trobe Street, Docklands, that they're required to isolate immediately until further notice. Residents will be contacted throughout the day to give them a time to attend a pop-up testing clinic being set up to perform testing for the residents of the building. And after testing, residents must continue to self-quarantine until further advice is issued. It's never easy receiving that news, to know that you are potentially exposed, to know that you need to quarantine until we make further assessments and get results back. We do understand that that'll be particularly challenging, but as it is the case for 20,000 plus Victorians, that is a sacrifice that we're so grateful for to keep all of us safe. Those testing results that come through today and tomorrow will give us the information we need to be able to make an assessment of that location and exactly what the response needs to be in coming days. We're not taking any chances with community transmission of this Delta variant that's come from New South Wales, and that's why we've changed the Victorian travel permit system to account for the greater risks posed by COVID outside of Victoria. The Victorian travel permit system now designate areas across Australia and New Zealand as green, orange, red or extreme risk zones based on public health risk. I declared New South Wales in total as an extreme risk zone from 9 p.m. last night. It's backdated 14 days from 9th of July. Victorian residents returning from a red zone who've been in an extreme risk zone in the last 14 days can only enter Victoria with an exemption, exception or another valid permit, such as a specified worker permit. Those red zone permits for ACT, Norfolk Island and South Australia will function as they have previously, so with a right of return of Victorian residents to come to Victoria. But people with a red zone permit must return straight home or to wherever your accommodation is in Victoria and self-quarantine for 14 days from the day you enter. You need to have a test within 72 hours and again on day 13 of your home quarantine and then to complete that full 14 days. We're on high alert interstate but also here in Victoria. In addition, our wastewater testing's operating across the state with a particular focus in the border communities. And overnight we have had a strong new detection in the Glenroy area from samples taken on the 21st and 22nd of July. The suburbs within the detection area include Glenroy, Hadfield, Oak Park and Pascoe Vale. We know some red zone permit holders have returned to these suburbs and the virus may have returned to with them. So we're asking everyone that they all need to keep getting tested right across Victoria. But if you're symptomatic and in those particular postcodes, we absolutely encourage you to get tested. Our testing numbers are strong, but we do need to keep it up. I'll finish there and hand over to Ms Bromley for the vaccination update.
I forgot to mention that Brett has to leave at 12:30 for
Thanks very much, Brett. We hit a great milestone in Victoria yesterday with 3 million doses being delivered right here. Half of those have been delivered in our state clinics and half have been delivered by our fantastic primary care providers. In our state system, we've delivered 1 million first doses and about 500,000 second doses. And I'd like to thank all of the healthcare providers who have made that possible. There's been a lot of discussion about the vaccine supply here in Victoria and all across Australia, but there are appointments available across the system here in Victoria. Every week, more appointments are being made available in the state clinics, and there are many appointments available for AstraZeneca, and more primary care providers are starting to use Pfizer now and over the coming weeks. We've seen Victorians come out in really big numbers. We know that there are many Victorians who are keen to get vaccinated and who haven't yet or haven't actually had the opportunity yet. I really encourage and urge all the people who are eligible to be vaccinated to plan in advance, look out for those appointments and try and get it done now or as soon as possible. Every additional dose in a Victorian arm helps keep us all safe. In the coming weeks and months, you'll see more pop-up clinics in Victoria, in church halls, town halls and community centres. Some of these sites will be targeting people who are experiencing homelessness or other forms of disadvantage. We really want everyone in Victoria to have the opportunity to get vaccinated no matter what their circumstances are. It's very pleasing to announce that we now have 50 open access clinics or vaccination centres operating across the state, and they're located in our CBD, in our suburbs and all across regional Victoria.
And that is where we'll leave that recorded press conference there. If you'd like to continue watching, it is still going live on the ABC Melbourne Facebook page, though it is admittedly a little bit in front of what we were just playing there. We will take you back to regular programming, but just to reiterate, Victoria has recorded 12 new local COVID-19 cases overnight. All of those are linked to the current outbreak. Of those 12, 10 were in quarantine throughout their entire infectious period, and more than 39,800 tests were conducted yesterday. We now head back to your regular programming.
The brand of football that we want to play, and we said it at the start of the year that we're going to go into this year with a squad mentality, and no doubt that this year we've had to embrace that, and we've had a lot of injuries this year, and especially in that sort of high forward role, which is where we really generate that speed into our game. So throughout the year we've tried to play our brand of football, and as I said, we've had that squad mentality of the next man in, and if we can play to a system and you just play your role in the team, then that's going to go a long way for us to win in the game.
Our Victorian listeners have just joined us on the lead. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas, and we're chatting to Carl Amon from Port Adelaide following their 28-point win last night. Rama.
So, Carl, you're sitting 2 games inside the 4 at the moment. Brisbane, obviously, a game to play, so that might be 1 game. But we sit here, and last night we think to ourselves, well, yeah, you should beat Collingwood. You should be able to beat them comfortably. But those teams above, you just can't get over the line yet. Now, what is it? Like we're trying to put our finger on it. Is it execution at the end of the game? Is it subtle tweaks in positional, the way players are playing? Has that been spoken about? Because we're right at the point at the end of the year now. We're 4 rounds remaining. You guys, I imagine, think you're a very good chance. But what is that? Just that one little area that you have to get right to beat those better teams?
Yeah, I've certainly been spoken about, and I think for us, facing those top 4 teams, it's just about playing consistent 4 quarters. You go back and you look at the Geelong game and the Melbourne game. At 3/4 time, I think it was a kick in it in both games, and they were just able to run away in that last quarter. So, the quality of the competition these days is so high, and you've got to play 4 quarters to win a footy game. So, I think for us, it's just about growing as a group, and as I said, playing 4 quarters, because that's the way you're going to win big games. And coming up into September, you've got to play good football all the time to beat these quality oppositions.
Carl, just to change tack for 2 seconds, if you don't mind, do you think Michael Voss would make a excellent senior coach. Should he be selected by Collingwood, do you think, in your opinion?
Yeah, for sure. I think I think Bossie's been at our club for nearly 5 years, I think, or around that mark, and the work that he's done with our footy club has been outstanding. And no doubt, I obviously can't speak for him, but it would be great. If he got another opportunity, and the way he's able to communicate and build relationships with players and coaches is outstanding. And I couldn't recommend him enough.
And Carl, finally, as we let you go, what sort of setup have they put you in Melbourne for? And are you looking forward to what might be an extended trip? What are the essential items you need to try and make this less painful than it possibly could be?
So we're up in a hotel in Richmond, so all the boys are here. So, we love getting away, and, we obviously do interstate trips, every second week, if, back in normal football, I guess. But, we love getting away and spending some time, whether it be PlayStation or whatever it may be, card games. So, we're just going to embrace the challenge as it is, and hopefully we start playing some, some more good football, and hopefully the season's a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah, the boys with their gaming with the PlayStation. Carl, congratulations on the win last night, and good luck next week.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Carl Lamont from the Port Adelaide Football Club joining us on the lead following their 28-point win over Collingwood last night. So, as you touched on so beautifully, Rammer, the challenge is around the top four sides. Do they have a weapon that they can utilise? I suppose last night we got a little look at it. Dixon with 4 goals, Marshall with 3, Laddams with 2.
That's not going to work.
Georgiades didn't fire. He did a week or so ago against Collingwood.
We spoke to Ken on the lead last week, and we asked him that very question. It was more, he answered that question more around, well, that's just what we've got. We've got injuries. But I don't think having 4 of those guys playing forward,
it's too big.
Yeah, it's too big.
It's too big, which just to flip sides for a second, made the choice of Mason Cox an interesting one for Collingwood as the sub, because the flexibility of when it was Pendlebury off, Cox on, it meant they were too big. You had Darcy Cameron, Brodie Grundy, Mason Cox, obviously Roughhead there. It just was big. And Port Adelaide, I agree. It's too big to work perfectly, but that'll adjust as those Robbie Grays and Fantasias and that come back into the team.
So Port Adelaide's run home, 4 games. GWS, Adelaide, Carlton, Western Bulldogs. They're a chance to finish top 2.
They win 3 of those, don't they?
I think they win 3 of them. And then the Bulldogs game, that's a tiebreaker almost. Yep.
I think the Bulldogs game was meant to take place in Adelaide as well. So all of a sudden the fixturing becomes interesting depending on what borders take place as to if you're playing home games at Docklands. It's not quite the same advantage. Ken Hinkley obviously spoke to the media post-match, making sure that the occasion didn't get the best of the Port Adelaide players.
We're really pleased with the win. We're really pleased with the result. It's been a bit go on this week for us as a footy club and everyone in the competition, but we've had some bits this week, distractions that have caused us some not perfect preparation. And Trav's game is an absolute great milestone, and it's more than pleased that we're able to put that all together in this week and make sure that he came off a winner on his 300th game, which was an outstanding result for him as a player, but for us as a team equally as important for us for where we sit this year. I think we got probably over-aggressive at times. I think we were in a position where at one stage it felt like the game was going to get, going to be a really, really strong performance on the scoreboard for us, and I think we got, at times we got a little bit ahead of where the game probably should have stayed, and that was, keep the contest going and keep hunting the ball together and not get too far ahead of it. And to Collingwood's credit, around centre bounce and particularly around stoppage, both teams scored pretty freely from stoppage, which is not the ideal thing for us, and I'm sure it wasn't for them as well, but at the end of the day we managed to win the game convincingly by the end. Yeah, I think it's really important that you have multiple options, and I know we go to Charlie a lot when it becomes a contest, but it's nice to have the other players out there, and tonight I think we had Laddams and Marshall managed to hit the scoreboard themselves. Charlie hit the scoreboard. Mitch didn't have the night that he would like from a scoreboard point of view, but that's what happens. You take your turn, and if you've got multiple options, it's really hard for the oppo to defend, and I think that's going to be a key part of our team going forward, and not just for this year but for future years as well. So I think it's exciting for us. We've still got to make it work collectively more consistently. Yeah, I think it's critical for us. I think whatever we've done tonight and whatever those 3 have done tonight, they'll all do more between now and the end of the season, and that's exciting for us. But we knew that game time was going to be important, and then we've put them in now, and it just happened to work that we put them in on the same night. Connor hasn't had as many problems as the other two, but the other two boys have had really big challenges this year, and that again is going to create some opportunity for us to improve. We have Orazio, Fantasia, and we have Robbie Gray to come back in the next 2 weeks, so that will also create more pressure for a performance, good for our team and good for our balance.
So we'll get to see the full Port Adelaide side when those two, Gray and Fantasia, come back in, but wedged in amongst their loss to Melbourne by 31 points. They've had good wins against Hawthorn in Sean Burgoyne's 400th game, a gutsy win against St Kilda, and then they were able to ride it out against Collingwood. So they're showing good determination, grit. Whether they've got the class to match it come finals time, I guess we'll discover that.
That's the big question mark, yep. And that's still, I don't have total trust in that yet, but that comes when they can knock off the really, really good teams. Interested, Carl Amon said how the boys are going to spend a bit of their time, Remo, just PlayStation playing cards. What was the choice of card game at the Bombers back in your day?
Blood and Guts.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yeah, I got fleeced early in the career by a couple of the older boys.
Who got you?
Barry Young got me. Yeah. So,
they invite the young boys around for a game of cards and bang.
Well, it was only once. So once I understood the game a lot better, and then it's fair to say I took a bit of Youngie's money back. So I was quite happy after that.
And what about for the Geelong boys, Lingy?
We went through a huge phase. It was when Rounders came out as a movie and all the World Series of Poker. It was Texas Hold'em. I didn't get involved too much, but I know a few of my teammates, like Steve Johnson, became poker.
Very competitive.
Poker, yeah.
He just names names.
Yeah. I like it. The Collingwood side of things, the caretaker coach Robert Harvey was positive, as you'd imagine, post-game. 9 debutants, and you can see some of the young talent starting to emerge.
It was a bit to like. I thought outside the second quarter we were really competitive. There was some really good moments I thought we had, and then obviously the second quarter we were disappointed with how easily they moved the ball through us. But I thought outside of that they showed a lot of fight. I thought they were well led by the older guys that were out there, so that was positive. And I just thought there was a bit to like with outside that second quarter where we were outclassed in that second quarter. We adjusted a few things at half time, and I thought that was better. And we look better in outside of that. Oh, look, it doesn't help obviously with when you've got a young group in to lose your captain. But I thought we adjusted okay, and I thought on the run we were able to cover him in the midfield. It was just you can't cover that leadership and. With the young team in, that's the killer. But in the end, I thought as I said, we fought on really well, and I just thought to get through the loss of that, and players would have seen that on the bench to fight on regardless was a really good effort. Well, in the end, we were a really young team tonight, and we didn't have a lot in reserve in regards to experienced players. I thought the real clear positive out of the night was that how our front seven worked together. I thought we were able to execute really well inside 50, and I thought they worked as a group really well. I know Mason could have done more and it was quieter, but in the end, I thought we were really positive in how we entered the ball inside 50, which has been an area we want to improve on. So in the end, through where we were at, I just thought that was the best call, and that's the way we went.
Robert Harvey following Collingwood's 28-point loss to Port Adelaide last night. So Ramo and Lingy, when the sub had to be activated in the first quarter, I'm not sure Robert Harvey would have envisaged it would have been someone like Scott Pendlebury. When you have a midfielder replacing for a 200-centimetre super sub, the thought might have crossed his mind, this wasn't what I was expecting. Do you think it backfired on them?
It did, yeah. It takes the gloss off what was a really competitive night and a lot of the positives around the young kids. Credit to Rob Harvey, he's playing the young guys. He could think, I might just stack in a few experienced guys and pinch 1 or 2 more wins and make myself look better. But he's doing the right thing by the Collingwood Footy Club, getting games into these younger players. It was just a bizarre selection call because of the lack of flexibility it allowed. You can't control who comes on. It's not like the old sub with the green vest where you can pick and go, okay, Darcy Cameron's going to come off halfway through the third quarter and we're going to get Cox on as a like for like and it's going to have a fresh impact, blah, blah, blah. you've got no control who gets injured or concussed. So there's no flexibility. I also thought it put Mason Cox in a really tough position. Straight away the focus is on him, the fact most people thought it was a poor call, selection-wise, and then everybody's eyes are on him thinking, well, now he needs to go out and dominate to justify why he was the sub, and he was never going to do that. So that was just one, I think that was just a mistake, a really bad selection call that I don't think it cost them the game. They weren't probably quite good enough to beat Port Adelaide or anything like that, but it was just a strange one that as soon as Pendlebury went off early, it just shone a massive spotlight on that call, and it was the wrong call.
I think that sub that's a running, versatile player.
Yeah,
that's
got to be.
I think
almost a hybrid player.
Yeah,
play
anywhere
on the ground.
Anywhere on the ground. So, but in saying that, Collingwood do have injuries as well, so they're running out of players. The interesting part last night for the Pies. Yep, we spoke about it earlier, Lee, that a number of their younger players impressed again, but only 39 inside 50s. Just. I love the enthusiasm of playing on, but playing on directly.
Yeah, yep. Well, the first quarter they did play on directly. They sliced through the middle at times, and it was good. And there were patches.
Because Elliott was scoring. Mycheck, obviously, you said could have kicked 4 or 5 quite comfortably. So keep putting the pressure. Keep putting Port Adelaide's defenders under pressure. 39 inside 50s doesn't do that.
And Taylor Adams, brilliant in the first half. Clearly affected in the second half. I think Scotty Pendlebury, we spoke to after the game, said he got a poke in the eye, but he also suffers from migraines. He didn't look well on the bench. Timmy Hodges was saying that he was struggling on the bench. So Taylor Adams just had no impact in the second half. Pendlebury's off. So really their engine room was just lacking their very best players.
Taylor Adams with 21 disposals in the first half, but just 3 after that. And for Collingwood, all the speculation around the board and what's going on off-field, I think the club's doing reasonably well under Robert Harvey to show a direction in which they're trying to head for the next phase. Alicia Muelling joins us for all the latest footy news. A lot of it centres around Scott Pendlebury, who joined us on ABC Sport after the game last night. Here he was chatting about his injury.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what it is. I've broken my leg before, and it was a little bit similar to the pain I experienced with that, except for the last time I went back on and tried to play through it and then ended up breaking it. So, it's really sore around sort of the bone in the middle of my leg, and the muscle around that as well is really tight. So I tried to run a few times or kick, and it just didn't sort of feel right. So, I thought I'd be a bit wiser than what I was 10 years ago last time when I went back out and then ended up breaking it. So hopefully it's not broken, but we'll get a scan tomorrow and see.
So when you first felt the injury and then you came off the ground and we saw you doing I think you actually went back on and then ultimately were subbed out of the game at quarter time. What are the conversations you're having in those moments?
Yeah, so I come off straight away. Initially just thought it was a bit of a corky in sort of the front of my shin, and then I come off because it's my turn anyway to get a rotation, come off, and then just said to the doc, can we go downstairs, have a look at it? We had a quick, we got the sort of machine that can scan it down there, and it all looks pretty clear, but then functionally I just couldn't put enough pressure on to change direction comfortably. It felt like I sort of had to hop to do that. Then I tried to have a kick, and I couldn't put even the weight of the ball through when I wanted to kick. So we just made the call then to pull the pin and get Coxie out there, and we'll assess tomorrow with a scan.
Scott Pendlebury chatting on ABC Sport last night. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Romanascus. Alicia Muelling joins us as she does every Saturday. Alicia, welcome.
Hello, guys. Great to be here.
Nice to see you back from Queensland. In terms of Collingwood, they would have had the scan this morning with Scott. Any update?
Yeah, they did. So Pendle's had a second scan this morning, as he mentioned last night. He was in a moon boot as he limped into Olympic Park. He has been cleared of a bad break, Clinchy, but there are some reports this morning that there is a small fracture to his fibula. So, a tiny crack perhaps there. So, Pendle's, the remainder of his season, obviously now in some significant doubt.
And Rama and Lee were chatting about Taylor Adams. Didn't really have too much of a part in that final term. What was the diagnosis with him?
Yeah, as you say, guys, it was a migraine. Taylor Adams does suffer from migraines from time to time, so he was really limited in that second half. Robert Harvey said that he thought he might have copped a knock to his troublesome knee, but it did seem to be that migraine problem.
And in terms of the AFL fixturing, I mean, so many borders closed at the moment, South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales. It's starting to become harder and harder to just running the competition on a weekly basis. Carl Lamont told us Port Adelaide are expecting to spend a significant amount of time in Melbourne. The Sydney teams made their way up to Queensland. So how do we keep the show rolling on?
Well, I guess it's play on at all costs, isn't it? So there's probably in round 20, there's still about 5 games that are up in the air, and the AFL's main focus over the next few days is going to be creating that sterile travel corridor between states. So we know that, for example, North and Geelong are playing in Hobart on Saturday. North obviously desperate to fulfil their contractual arrangements with the Tasmanian government. There would be a crowd, so that sterile corridor between Victoria and Tasmania, and then also with Melbourne and Queensland. The Suns and Melbourne are due to play at the Gabba. And as you mentioned, Carl Lamont said Port Adelaide is certainly thinking that they will play the Giants in Queensland next week. But, like we saw last week, I think the AFL will probably announce it at the, the last second.
How would you go on Rammer and Lingy if you're all of a sudden heading to Adelaide Airport, then you're told to turn around, the game's going to be played in Adelaide? Actually, no, you're going back to Melbourne, the game is going ahead. There would have been a few players who wouldn't have taken that news or the uncertainty around it all that well.
No, some wouldn't have coped. Others would have been fine with it and quite excited. My issue would have been the fact that I couldn't have got out in the water and surf for 2 or 3 hours, because if I'd missed those phone calls, I might have missed the bus and missed the flight. Once I got out of the footy club, I used to disappear. I always had this mindset of, when I'm at the footy club, just totally on in everything, in meetings, in conversations, in training, in prep, recovery, whatever it is. And then when I get out, switch off, and love to surf and all of that. I would have hated having to sit by my phone just waiting for, by the way, we need you at Avalon Airport now. No, we don't. Go back home. All that sort of thing. That would have done my head in a little bit.
Look, I think the guys are used to it now. No, in the past, there would have been guys that were just completely blown up and told particular staff members where to go. There's no doubt about that. Call me when you know what's going on. Otherwise, don't bother. So, look, I would have been fine personally. It's just, you do what you're told in a lot of these situations, and you're relying on your senior staff at the football club. So, but it's a great test. It's a great test. A young kid coming in to his first couple of years of football, he'll never forget this. But he should be able now to adjust to any situation, that player.
You feel for all the team managers who will be like parents, such and such is not answering their phone or not responding. Hopefully they just show up to the airport. I mean, it's hard to speculate at this stage, given we have so much of a challenge going week to week, but everyone has an eye forward to the grand final, and comments were made by Gil McLaughlin that it'll be at the MCG until it's not, all allowing a decent crowd in attendance. So it does beg the question as to what would be a decent crowd, especially Perth showed a display of what Dreamtime in Perth could be. If you could have a crowd in Perth and that hosts sort of 40 to 50,000, maybe a little bit more, you'd think in Victoria it's a short runway to try and get a crowd above that.
You get that 50% mark at the MCG. Yeah, I think that would be probably where you'd want it to be. And that's a tough ask from where we are right now, especially what we're seeing happening in New South Wales. Just a question for Alicia. How are the Sydney Swans with all of this? Because they're now facing the very real prospect as numbers continue to climb in New South Wales, and they're playing such good footy and a really exciting team that they could be going very, very deep into September and maybe even that grand final day. They're facing an extremely long period on the road. Any talk from them? They're completely comfortable with what they're facing?
I think so. I mean, I actually had a chat to Isaac Heaney last week on the Gold Coast. Admittedly, he'd just come out of the water and he was feeling very happy because it was 22 degrees and sunny, but he was, he was really positive, and I guess you saw the emotion from John Longmire last week, just how much each win now is going to mean for them, and I guess having their families now up here, that is going to give them a significant boost. But I mean, should they push into September, each win for them is just going to be such a monumental victory in itself.
Because that was the challenge last year, wasn't it? When teams were told 30 days on the road, and then those who made the grand final, like a Geelong and a Richmond, end up, I think, 110 days on the road. That uncertainty is what would grind away, potentially, at the players and the coaches and the staff. So that's what the Swans are facing. But as you said, Alicia, if that means getting through to the grand final, they probably put up with all that, and they're very happy.
Yeah, some of the families and partners trying to obviously get up to see their dads who are still playing. This is The Lead on ABC Sport. Thanks, Alicia. Coming up next, we'll get a chance to head inside the North Melbourne camp, and Luke McDonald will join us.
Year 5, everyone else did their talk, and then I got up with my picture and I said, this is my auntie Juanita. She was murdered by the King's Cross Underground. And then I sat down.
It was 46 years ago.
Sydney journalist Juanita Nielsen disappeared.
Now Kieran McGee has started looking for answers.
There were killers, there were corrupt police, and there were people who wanted Juanita out of the way.
Hear Unravel True Crime Juanita on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Well, North Melbourne have won 2 of their last 4 matches. Great to get the insights from the players before the game takes place. And Luke McDonald, the North Melbourne vice-captain, can join us on ABC Sport. Luke, paint the picture for us. How does it feel coming into this afternoon's clash?
Oh, yeah, obviously we're really excited to be back in Melbourne. It'd be nice to be playing in front of a crowd, but good to be back at our home deck at Marvel. And I suppose since the bye, we've been building a pretty strong brand of footy. Exciting to get Jed Anderson and Benny Cunnington back today as well, just to sort of complement all the young fellas that have been improving this year. So, yeah, we're really excited to go up against the Blues today.
So you get 2 inside midfield bulls to come back into the lineup. David Noble spoke during the week saying he can see the improvement. Can you feel it as players on a week-to-week basis?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I missed the first half of the year with injury, so I was doing a lot of just watching, and I wasn't a great watcher, but I suppose just being out there, a lot of the young guys have really, really improved so much. They've embraced their roles, and to be honest, throughout the whole entire year, Nobes has created an environment within the club that win, lose or draw, when you come to the club, it's really, really consistent. So, it's been a really good feeling around the club, and now that we're actually playing much better footy since the bye, it's certainly improved that. And a lot of the younger guys are really stepping up. And, I could name names, but, there's a handful of guys that have really, really improved.
So, Luke, take us through last week. Obviously, you get the call from the football club to pack your bags. You're going up north, and then you're back home on Sunday, pretty much after, or Monday, pretty much after the game. How was that in terms of what you were thinking of how long you're possibly staying up to really coming straight back to Melbourne and now playing in front of no fans again?
Yeah, it was a bit of a chaotic week because we played Monday night in Perth and we had a really, really good win, one of the best I've played in outside of finals, to be honest, against the Eagles. Then we flew home Tuesday arvo. Wednesday's our fixed day off, so we have that off every week, and came into the club Thursday just thinking that we'd be doing our reviews, and we heard a few rumours that there was going to be that we might be moving somewhere, and sure enough, we were in at the club about 10, and Nobes was like, we've got us all in, and said, look, we've got a flight to Queensland at 2 o'clock. No pressure, because we thought we were going to be away for 3 weeks, so gave everyone the option whether they, if it was good with their family and all that to come. And it was good. Most of the boys came, and I suppose we just prepared that night actually, because we hadn't done any training since the game on Monday. We trained in Brizzy at about 8 o'clock and had main skills the next day, and played against Essendon Sunday. And the morning of the game on Sunday, we found out we were going to be flying back to Melbourne straight after the game. So it was a crazy couple. It was a crazy week, but I was really proud of how the boys performed and how everyone sort of just took it in the stride. I think the whole AFL industry has just gotten really good at just going with the flow, because you never know what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, we just want to play footy and put a product out there for everyone at home.
So now, at 26 years old, Luke, you're one of the elder statesmen, funnily enough, now of North Melbourne, with all these younger guys coming through. The first half of the season, I think we'd all admit, wasn't where it needed to be. Was that simply understanding what David Noble wanted from you, or was that simply on the players that you just weren't executing what he wanted?
Oh, we certainly weren't executing our roles. I think this year, on the back of last year, we came back in January, so that Nobes took over in January really this year, so we probably didn't have the length of pre-season to really nail our roles and become really clear on what those roles were. So throughout the year, we were still training how we wanted to play earlier in the year. So, some of our games, the effort itself wasn't good enough early in the year, especially against games like the Bulldogs. But, I suppose since I suppose, the bye, really. We've really, really clarified our roles. Nobes has been really, really clear as what he wants to us as players. The assistant coaches have been awesome, and I suppose it's been good as well to get guys like Trent Dumont and Robbie Tarrant, Jed Anderson back today. Just to have a few more experienced players around the group. So, you're not asking the younger players to do any more than their role. You always expect older players to do their role and a little bit more, but with the younger players, you just want them to do their little bit. But we're probably asking too much of them this year, and the last few weeks, I reckon those guys have really stepped up. They're playing their role, and they're adding some extra stuff. So, it's just a really, really exciting time to be around.
And Luke, with that excitement and the quality that you've shown, especially as you mentioned 2 weeks ago, that terrific win against the West Coast Eagles, do you set yourself a little mini goal as a team for the remainder of the season of what you can win and which games you can lock away, or is it still more just we need to try and just bed down a way of playing and results? I know every week you want to win and the fans want you to win, but kind of just parking results for a little bit. What do you do as a group for the rest of the season?
Oh, well, all year Nobes has gone on about the process, and we're all on board the process. But to be honest, we want to win every single game, and as early as this week, Nobes has said that we want to win every game we play. And to be honest, with the improvement we showed this year, we feel like we can win every game. We don't go into games anymore, with any doubts. We know that our brand stacks up when everyone plays their role. No matter who we play, we're really, really competitive. I reckon you've seen that over the last 6 weeks, even against sides like the Bulldogs and Brizzy. How much we've improved from the first time we played them through to the second. So, we want to win every single game, and everyone's role was really, really clear, and we're just encouraging all our young fellas to just keep taking the game on. You've just seen so much improvement from guys like LDU, Taron Thomas, Nick Larkey, Zerha, being the leaders up forward, and they're only 23. So, and also a guy like Jai Simpkin who's only 23 as well. I think some people sort of forget our young years. So, as I said, I sound like a broken record, but I'm just really, really excited. You never want to be at the bottom of the ladder, but I can see that light at the end of the tunnel, and just really happy with the improvement we've shown this year.
Luke McDonald's with us on ABC Sport, North Melbourne Vice-Captain. You touched on that injury, the pec injury you had in the tackle against Adelaide in round 4. You missed a fair chunk of footy, but you're able to come up with some initiative thinking in order to try and get back on the park quicker than expected.
Yeah, it was a really, really bizarre injury when it first happened. I just sort of felt like my pec sort of exploded, and I ended up staying out in the ground because you know what it's like as a player. You always think that it's not as bad as it was. I thought it was just a stinger, and someone handballed me the ball, and I physically couldn't handball the ball off. My arm was just dead. But I sort of realised early on in my recovery that I could still run if I taped my pec down, so like it didn't bounce at all, and I just taped my arm as in a bit of a sling. So I was able to sort of get through like 10-kilometre sessions and do a lot of running and fitness, and so that when I was able to get back into contact, I didn't have to miss much. So I was back in 9 weeks, and I was really proud as to how quickly I got back, and I feel like I slotted in all right, and I had a lot of obviously help from the physios, and reached out to a guy, Mitch Pearce from the NRL, who'd done his pec the week earlier to me, and sort of learned a few things about how he'd recovered from his pec, because he'd done one a couple of years earlier as well. So I sort of just tried to get as many resources as I could, and I'm happy that I'm back playing because it was as I said earlier, I'm not a very good watcher.
That's impressive though.
Yeah,
that sort of attitude
very impressive.
towards it.
Now, Luke, we're an hour or so away from the game. You're vice-captain of the football club. So is your focus now on your own preparation, or are you getting around to a few of these younger players and just telling them what's required? So how do you go about your own preparation?
Oh, yeah, well, it sounds funny, but I'm not a very stringent person in terms of my preparation. I genuinely feel like I could roll into a game 30 minutes before the game and go out and play. So I sort of, I enjoy just getting around all the younger boys, and I suppose, just getting around them, sort of easing their nerves, because a lot of the guys still get really nervous before the game. But I think the biggest thing as a leader, you've got to know your role. You can't be a leader if you're not performing your role. You can't look at the guys next to you and demand things if you're not doing it yourself. So, I've just got to make sure that I know my role, and I'm always there as support for all the younger guys. But as I said, they're just all improving so much, and it's just a really, really exciting time to be around North Melbourne Footy Club.
Luke, I was having a look on the North Melbourne website, impressed by your one-on-one interviewing with Nick Larkey, a crib-style setup, going to players' houses. It'd be hard with Lingy and Rammer as to which house we'd go to if we were to do the interview, but who's impressed you the most when you've done these little video chats?
A couple of houses. So I've done Curtis Taylor, I've done Steve-O and Larks, and they're all very different individuals, but Larks he's just so talented as an individual. Like he's probably the best painter I've ever seen, which he can sing, he can play about 6 different instruments, and he goes all right at footy as well, and also he's a good Trinity grammar boy, so that always gives him good props. But they're all different individuals, but they've all got awesome stories, and I've thoroughly enjoyed doing that with Mazda. I've just given, I suppose, the fans an insight into the people, but most of the time I try to talk about footy, but the last couple, I feel like people are more interested as what boys do off the field, and that's why with Larks I didn't want to ask anything about footy. I was pretty amazed at his artwork and how sort of talented he was. So I'm really, really enjoying it, and I think we've got one more to go. So I've had a few people message me as to who it's going to be, but we'll wait and see.
I'm looking forward to seeing Cam Zerha, and we're all disappointed that Ben Mackay is not taking on Harry. Can you give our listeners a bit of an insight as to what an interesting individual Ben Mackay is?
Yeah, well, there's been a few jokes going around that there's actually only one Mackay brother, because I think Harry's the last 2 times we've played him, he's pulled out. Ben's just, to be honest, Ben's just an ultimate competitor. He's like, you don't see too many guys work as hard as him at their craft. He's always watching vision. He just wants to keep improving, and it's funny to think he's only played 30-odd games, so he's improved so much over the last year. I think last year he played about 8 games and came top 10 at BNF, so I love playing with Benny, and I know he's going to be a staple of our backline for a long period of time, but he's been really lucky over the years to learn from guys like Scotty Thompson and Robbie Tarrant and Josh Walker, so I'm really excited as to see what Benny can do at North for, as I said, decade to come.
Luke, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for your insights and good luck this afternoon.
No worries. Really appreciate having me, boys.
Luke McDonald joining us from North Melbourne ahead of the Roos, taking on the Blues. That's our first match for coverage on ABC Sport this afternoon. It's also the first official day of the Tokyo Olympics. Ned Hall's going to provide updates across the weekend on ABC Sport. Ned, what do we need to know?
Clinchy, it's been a very busy and a good day on the water so far for Australia in the rowing. They've won every heat they've taken part in, which means that the women's pairs who were first on the water, fastest through to their semi-final, the men's pairs fastest to their semi-final. The women's fours, who also featured Morrison and McIntyre, the pairs, they backed up and raced in the fours as well. They won their heat comfortably to go straight through to the final, and the men's fours, very impressively as well, have just won their heat and moved directly through to the final. We're about to see as well on the water the men's and women's eights, which have been brought forward from Monday when some severe weather is due to hit the water courses as well, which does mean that Simon Keenan, who is one of the 8, also happens to be the son of Peter Craggus Keenan as well. He will be part of that 8, and they'll be on the water in the next half hour or so. Elsewhere, earlier on today as well, a good win for another big medal prospect. The Kookaburras took on Japan. They won 5-3, didn't have it all their own way. They were leading 2-1, then conceded 3 goals in 5 minutes, but battled back to take out a 5-3 victory there. Not such good news from the softball, where Australia's women currently taking on Canada, and Canada 7-1 up at the moment and heading for a victory there. Earlier on today, though, there was success in the table tennis with a 4-love victory for Australia's Jianfeng Lei against the Cuban player Daniela Fonseca. Currently also in action at the moment is John Millman in the tennis. He's taking on the Italian Lorenzo Musetti, and he's taken out the first set. Won that one 6-3, so a good start from John Millman. More tennis action to come later on today. Sam Stosur is in singles action there. And also, Clinchy, I know you'll have an eye on this as well, but the men's road race is underway. Luke Durbridge, Lucas Hamilton and Richie Port flying the flag for Australia there. A fair way to go yet. Still over 200 kilometres until they reach the finish line in searingly hot conditions, and the pack is all still together at the moment. But plenty more to come throughout the course of the afternoon, but a great start so far for Australia, particularly on the water in the rowing and also in the hockey, Clinchy.
Beautifully done, Ned. Ned Hall, thank you very much for that. Adam Romanascus has taken the remote. He's going to be in charge of that for the rest of the afternoon. The ABC made the decision not to buy the radio broadcast rights for the Tokyo Olympics. Therefore, we'll not be providing live commentary, but we will give you regular updates. And, of course, abc.net.au/sport online to keep you up to date with all the latest Olympics news. The team sheets have been lobbed. There's no late changes for North Melbourne and Carlton. Mark Murphy's the sub, though, for the Blues. And Jared Polat for North Melbourne. Coming up after the next edition of ABC News, Tracy and Pete Mackay are going to join us. The battle of the brothers, the battle of the twins that didn't eventuate. More to come on ABC Sport.
ABC News with Tim Shepherd. New South Wales has recorded 163 new locally acquired cases of COVID in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. At least 45 of them have been infectious in the community, and a further 26 were in isolation for only part of their infectious period. 93,000 people were tested in the latest reporting period. The Health Minister, Brad Hazzard, says the transmission is mainly in Sydney's west and southwest.
Transmission particularly as a result of family members getting together when they just should not be getting together. We also are seeing transmission in shops and in other workplaces.
Meanwhile, thousands have gathered in Sydney's Victoria Park to protest against the current COVID lockdown. The rally goes against health orders banning public gatherings, and there have already been several arrests. Victoria has made it even harder for anyone in New South Wales to enter the state, as it records 12 new cases of the virus today, all linked to the current outbreak. Yvette Gray has more.
Overnight, Victoria's Chief Health Officer declared all of New South Wales an extreme risk zone, which is a new classification added to the state's travel permit system, which came into effect at midnight. It means anyone entering Victoria from New South Wales without an exemption will be put on a return flight or placed into 14 days mandatory quarantine. Victorians returning from a red zone who've been in an extreme risk zone in the past 14 days can only enter Victoria with an exemption or another valid permit. The move comes after Premier Daniel Andrews called for a ring of steel to be placed around Sydney due to their high number of COVID cases.
South Australia has recorded one new local COVID-19 case today linked to the Tenerife Creek winery and in-hotel quarantine. That means just over the half of the state's 16 cases during the latest lockdown have now been linked to the winery. The Premier, Stephen Marshall, says more than 23,000 people turned out for testing yesterday.
So a massive, massive thank you. I've got to say, I feel very proud to be a South Australian at the moment, a state that is taking this extraordinarily seriously and a state that is now on track to come out of lockdown on Tuesday next week and have our students back at school on Wednesday next week.
And in Queensland, no new local cases have been reported overnight. Residents in Gladstone, Hervey Bay and Longreach remain on alert after a Brisbane flight attendant tested positive to the Delta strain on Thursday. State Government Minister Megan Scanlon says contact tracing is continuing.
Obviously, any case is concerning and we need to act quickly, and that's what those individuals will be doing. So ask everyone to remain vigilant, keep checking on those updated locations and make sure you're wearing your mask where possible.
To other news now, and Prime Minister Scott Morrison has stressed the importance of the Liberal Party in Tasmania holding on to its federal seats at the next federal election. Appearing virtually at the party's annual State Council, Mr Morrison has praised long-serving Senator Eric Abetz, who was recently chosen to take the risky third spot on the Senate ticket. Mr Morrison says it's crucial for the party that Senator Abetz is returned to the Senate.
It is so important not just to take that seat at Lyons with Susie Bauer for the return of our government, but for that government to continue to be a successful government. We need to win those 3 seats in the Senate there in Tasmania. And no one is more deserving of that term than Senator Eric Abetz.
Overseas, and a new study of 2 million people in the UK suggests high levels of a certain type of cholesterol in middle age are linked to an increasing risk of developing dementia. Here's the BBC's Dominic Hughes.
The research team found a link between raised levels of a type of cholesterol called LDL, low-density lipoprotein, and the development of disease. While it's described as a modest association, it is at least a risk factor that can be acted on through diet or medication, and that's important when it comes to dementia and Alzheimer's. The authors acknowledge that much more research is needed, but given the biggest risks for developing dementia, age and genes are impossible to modify, LDL cholesterol levels could be one of the few factors we have the ability to influence.
A baby killer whale separated from its pod 2 weeks ago near New Zealand has died despite efforts to save it. Conservationists built a makeshift pen for the whale and conducted extensive air and sea searches to find his family. He was named Toa after the Maori word for warrior and was buried with traditional Maori honours. And briefly in sport, China has won the first gold medal of the Tokyo Olympics in the women's 10-metre air rifle. Yang Chen narrowly beat Russian markswoman Anastasia Galashina in the final. ABC News.
Professor Alan Cheng has just finished up a year-long stint as Victorian's Deputy Chief Health Officer. What was your hardest moment, Professor Cheng?
The easiest part was actually that move to stage 4.
Virginia Trioli.
The hardest thing was actually working out the bit after that. There was this very fine balance between opening up too early and not wanting to prolong the lockdown any more than we had to, and we were really conscious we only really had one shot at reopening.
Virginia Trioli. Weekday mornings from 8:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is The Lead.
Round 19 of the AFL continues today from Docklands. It's North Melbourne taking on Carlton under the roof. The team sheets have lobbed, and Mark Murphy and Jared Polek are the medical subs for their respective sides. There's no shortage of action this afternoon. The 21st Q clash between the Brisbane Lions and the Gold Coast Suns. The West Coast Eagles and the Saints in the twilight from Perth. And then looking forward to 1 versus 2, Melbourne versus the West End Bulldogs. And then the final match tonight from Docklands as well, Adelaide taking on Hawthorn. So no shortage of footy action amongst your Olympic coverage. Welcome back to The Lead. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Great to hear some of your thoughts as well. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. Steve from Hobart is a Roo supporter, loving hearing the positivity from Luke McDonald. And Andy Roo from Rock Vegas. Love Luke McDonald, number 11. He's completely turned his AFL career around. And aren't we loving what he's doing with the Roos? A true shin boner. Thanks, Andy, for your thoughts. Got a little insight from Rama and Lingy as to what their card games of choice were in the preparation for their matches. Of course, a lot of the country in lockdown, so I'm sure card games all of a sudden are coming back out of the foe. So let us know if you had a favourite that you lent on. I'm sure we might all be going back into the cupboard to find the cards.
It's funny you talk about that, Lynchy, because this morning as, waiting to come in here, the old Yahtzee game, the little computer game, I taught my eldest son how to play that, so now we've got a little competition going.
I've been teaching my kids 500 card game. That's a challenge.
Counting.
That's their math. Homeschooling.
We're on to phase 10 in our household. Just Liza and I, and the loser had to do all the dishes and the cleaning up. So had a nice little run there of about 5 or 6 games in a row where nothing had changed in the house. Obviously, the news around Hawthorn during the week, it's been interesting, it's been memorising, and it's been confusing in various parts. Sam Mitchell went on radio to clear some of the confusion. At times it felt like it was the Hawthorn Football Club against Footy Classified and various versions of events. Alistair Clarkson fronted the media on Friday and quite emotionally made play as to where his position stood once and for all.
Once I was no longer going to be the coach of the Hawthorn Football Club at the end of next year, the sceptics were saying, "Oh, well, he'll move straight away." No, that's the in sickness or in health for me. That's I'm going to continue on and do this role until the end of next year. And my relationship with Sam has been ongoing for, it has been 17 years. It's going to go into an 18th year. Now, we understood, of course, that there was going to be speculation. Will Clarkson move? What does it mean? I laugh at it in one way because if they're saying that, they don't really know me well, and that's what I'm trying to portray today. I'll see through my commitment. I've always been that way. Whether it was with a marriage or whether it's in business or your work, once you make a commitment to someone, then you follow it through to the end. And my commitment to Sam Mitchell is through to the end of next year. That commitment is to Sam, it's a commitment to Lyndall, his wife, and to his 3 children in Smith, Scarlett and Emerson. And that commitment was made 17 years ago when I walked into the doors of the Hawthorn Footy Club, and Sam has paid me back in spades. And if it's my turn now to try to help him be a senior coach there'll be a bit of tension along the way, but we're gonna do it together. I don't know any I don't know any marriage. I don't know any business partnership or anything along the way where there isn't healthy tension in terms of having discussions about the path forward and the way that you should do things. And I welcome that. We've never been backward in speaking our mind at our footy club within the walls of the club, knowing that there's trust and respect that whatever we say, we align on eventually and get ourselves moving and bring others along the way with us.
So Alistair Clarkson, who decided yesterday at the start of his media press conference that he wanted to address the topic, spoke about it for about 11 or 12 minutes, said that he wouldn't be taking really any questions afterwards. If the media had questions to rock up post-game on the weekend or potentially next week would be more fitting, but went to great lengths to talk about the emotional connection he's had, firstly to his wife following the passing of his brother, and then the connection he feels to the Hawthorn Football Club. And he really wedded himself to Sam Mitchell. So, Ramon Lee, from your perspective, does that finally close the door?
Yes, it does, but I felt the door was pretty closed anyway. I mean, the decision had been made, and Alistair Clarkson, I was surprised the decision was made. I don't mind admitting that, because I just thought we know he's a great coach. Sam Mitchell might be a great coach. But once the decision was made, Clarkson and Mitchell were going to work together on making sure it works. They're that type of people. They don't want to fail at anything. So him talking like that absolutely closed it. Sam Mitchell talking on radio, absolutely. It feels like some of the commentary around it has been a little bit of, I heard somebody said this, and I think there was this meeting, and it was blown up into much more than clearly what it was. These conversations happen all the time in footy clubs. Sam Mitchell and Alistair Clarkson would have had 1,000 difficult conversations over their entire journey together. As captain and coach initially, as player and coach, as assistant coach and coach, and now with the succession plan in place, they'll have 100 more really difficult conversations. Doesn't mean it's fighting, doesn't mean it's someone trying to push the other one out the door. It means they're trying to end up at a place that's the best thing for their footy club.
Do you think if Hawthorn wanted Alistair Clarkson out, rather than doing a succession plan, they just would have said, you know what, you're done, and then they would have paid him out? They're a wealthy football club, so they can afford that payout. So I don't think anybody's considered that yet. They're just gone, Alistair Clarkson will walk away. Alistair Clarkson's a man of integrity. You listen to how he talks. He's talking about Sam Mitchell's wife, his kids. He knows the names. Like there's a genuine relationship there between those two men. They're both fiery customers. And there's you played on Sam Mitchell so many times. Yeah. How many times did he whack you?
Plenty.
Alistair Clarkson, the way he played, the way he coached, it's combative. That's a given. It's going to happen.
But among that competitiveness, there's no way that Sam Mitchell would have said, "Oh, well, okay, now it's happening. I want Alistair Clarkson out next year."
Why in the early stages of your coaching career would you want the very best coach out the door?
Exactly.
You've got this man who has got this much experience and premiership experience to guide you and teach you over the next 18 months, however long it is. Still, if that's me, I'm in Alistair Clarkson's back pocket trying to learn, because I want to make sure then, Sam Mitchell's not even 40 yet. I reckon he's coming up 40 in the next year or two. Yep. So he's potentially got a long coaching career there. Why not get the best apprenticeship possible?
And if you want to really just look at the cold hard facts and be really ruthless on the whole thing, is Hawthorn are not going to be that good a team next year yet. Their build is for a few years beyond that, as those younger players get games, they hit the draft a little bit more. So from Sam Mitchell's perspective, why not have Clarkson as the head coach while they're not that good for one more year, and then he takes over when all these younger players are a further 12 months advanced? It's just better for him regardless, even if you don't think about the relationship between the two guys. He'd rather be taking over in 2023 than 2022.
And they clearly had a plan or a structure. You take care of the now and I'll look to the future with Sam Mitchell. And then because they're both strong characters, when they were pressed a bit further on that, there was confusion, and sounds like that was getting through the playing group. But to listen to Alistair Clarkson speak on Friday, the common ground is their love of Hawthorn and the way in which he spoke. So you get the allure of a coach like Clarkson for so long has been speculated, well, if he's available, but so far he's always kept to his word.
He has. And the other part too, he still has an obligation to a few players. Jager O'Meara, Chad Wingard, Tom Mitchell, guys that Alistair Clarkson went after. So if he walks away now, has he failed those guys in a way? Like he made them come to the Hawthorn Football Club. So if Alistair Clarkson will be going, well, I want to leave this place in really good shape for those guys, give them a chance to compete late in their career.
And knowing Clarkson, he'll want to be leaving as that trajectory is going upwards. Yeah. And he steps out under the plan that they've put in place, and everybody says, look what he's done to hand over to Sam Mitchell. He wants it to work for his own personal drive, for his football club that he loves, and for somebody that, as Rama said, he's had a relationship with now for
17 years.
Yeah, 17, 20 years. He'll do everything he can. He's still at the top of his game too.
And that'll be the question, won't it? It'll be, yes, righto, it seems like it's going to see its course, so he'll be at Hawthorn till the end of 2022, but then will he want to still coach?
Well, that is where it's in Alistair Clarkson's favour. There will be truckloads of cash backed up for him at the end of 2022. Clubs going after him, left, right and centre, and he can say, no, I want to have 12 months off, I want to go overseas on a study tour or do anything like that, and then I'm going to jump in, and the truckloads of cash will still be there. Or he may just want to roll straight into a club right at the right time and think, yeah, I can turn that team into something special and I can win my 5th and 6th premierships. And then he goes down in, he's already a great coach, he goes down in the absolute pantheon of the greatest.
He's only 53 years old, Alistair Clarkson. So if he wants to coach after next year, moving forward, I agree with Lingy. There will be clubs queuing up for his services. There's no doubt about that.
I'm sure if it's not coaching, if it's involved in another administrative side of things, some clubs will be falling over themselves to try and get him inside the door. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas with you on the lead. Was there ever a phase after you retired where you thought, geez, I miss it? I wonder if I could go back?
I miss it in September. I wish I could come back in September. When I wake up in the morning, Clinchy, I know that that is long, long past. Even a couple of years after I'd finished, when I wake up in the morning, I realised I made the right decision. But you never stop missing it in the big games, the big crowd, the big moments. That's always there.
Look, ultimately, that's what you play football for. For those big moments, you train all your life. You do so much training to be an AFL footballer, and you get to play one game a weekend. Like, you got 2.5 hours of competing on a weekend, and you prepare. So those big games, September, it's just the best. It is. It separates, the men from the boys, really, in that time. Who can handle the cauldron of pressure to those that don't.
So Alex Rance retired early off the back of injury. Played a game for Seymour. All of a sudden this weekend he's back playing in the VFL. Be at a connection with the Bombers through Ben Rutten. He happens to be in Queensland. Even Damien Hardwick was a little bit surprised when he found out that his former champion was lining up for the opposition.
Wrong smash, Alex. What's he doing? He's one of the more athletically gifted players I've ever seen play the game. So if there's ever a person that's going to come back after a 3-year layoff, it might be Alex. I'm not too sure. Look, if he came back to the game, it'd be a good thing. The game would be better for it, I think. So hopefully it goes okay. It's just, I just prefer it was in our colours, not so much Essendon's.
He'd be pretty handy in Richmond's 22 at the moment, Lingy. If you were to think of a side who would benefit the most if they could lure Alex Rance to join the club in the off-season, who would it be?
Oh, that is an outstanding question, Clinchy. And Dim is right on one thing. He is a freak athlete, Alex Rance. He's the type of body and person and athlete that possibly could do it. If he's got the drive to do it. Who needs a key defence? I mean, Collingwood, watching them last night, Darcy Moore and him in the same backline would be pretty unbelievable to watch.
Western Bulldogs will be pretty keen, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes, good call, very much so. Giants replaced Bill Davis.
Lockie Keith's gone down. Jack Buckley's gone down. They need players.
We're having a bit of fun, but 3 years is a long time to be out of the system, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is. A couple of weeks ago, there, Ramo posed a question about the Bombers. What do they need? A key defender.
Yeah.
It is hit the VFL. Yeah. Do you think there's somebody just in his ear saying, "Can you do this?" Michael Hurley's body might not quite hold up, young back line. Could we get 12 months out of you?
Yeah, look, no doubt. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to have Alex Rance sitting on your list there and being available to play. But I think this has to do, is it Ben Clifford, who is he's got something to do with Essendon's VFL team, but he's also runs Alex Rance's schools that he's at the moment, the academy. So I think that's how I believe how the connection has, obviously Blake Carousella connection, Ben Rutten connection there, but I think it's more, I think his name's Ben Clifford. That's where it was just an opportunity to play. So no doubt Essendon would be sitting there thinking, what if? But he has to go back through a draft.
You just take the other players aside before the game and say, if Alex runs past, give it to him. Just get him a few touches. Maybe if you can find him a goal, drifting down from the back line, just get it to him and get around him if he kicks one. Make sure he really enjoys the game.
Yeah, make sure it's a memorable and an enjoyable experience that may want him to come back again. We're going to get a chance to chat to Tracy and Pete Mackay. We're not seeing the battle of the twins this afternoon with Ben and Harry. Harry is laid out with a toe injury, so we've gone straight to the source, to Mum and Dad, who are going to join us for hospital hand passes to give us a bit of an insight into their upbringing and how they've found their way to the top of the competition. Tracy and Pete, welcome to ABC Sport.
Hi guys, thanks for having us.
Great to have you as a part of the show. Tell us a bit about Harry, and when you found out he was out of this contest, you weren't able to come to the ground, so I guess that took a bit of the fun away from it, but it was going to be a pretty interesting afternoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was going to be nerve-wracking and exciting, probably in equal measures, but we found out Friday afternoon, I think it was, Pete.
I slept a bit easier last night, guys, knowing that I wasn't conflicted today as I may have been had Harry not had that toe injury, but he kicked an opposition player's shin last week, and the toe's swollen up a bit. Both boys have got humongous feet with a humongous toe. They're actually a size 15 on one side and a size 14 on the other, and being mirror image twins, Harry's right foot is a size 15 and Ben's left foot is a size 15, so early on, one would go out and buy a pair of size 15 boots, the other would buy a pair of size 14s, and they'd swap the...
Well, Tracy, can you just clear one little thing up for us? We spoke to Luke McDonald, Ben's teammate, a little earlier. There is two of them, isn't there? The North Melbourne boys are starting to believe there's only one of them.
I'm starting to believe there's a Barry now too. But no, there is two. There's definitely two. I can attest to that. There is.
I paid the food bill, Linky, for 18 years, and I can...
Absolutely. But we love the theory anyway.
Now, if they would have lined up on each other today, tell us about the backyard, because did they just punch the living suitcases out of each other in the backyard? Or was there one that was just somehow stronger than the other?
Always tears whenever they came back in after their session out in the paddock. There was always someone in tears. But yeah, I don't know, they were always that.
They weren't as bad, Lingy, when it was just themselves. There was kind of the unwritten law that if you got the backhander, you wore it and moved on. But if I was at one end kicking to both of them, then their competitive juices seem to ignite a little bit, and that's when they become a little bit more intense.
Did I read during the last couple of days, was it Harry who said would have sewn up the Coleman if he did play on Ben, or was that one of his teammates who was misquoting him?
I don't know, but it's all in jest, I'm sure. They do have a healthy competitive nature, of course, but they do respect each other a little bit, I think.
May come back to haunt him, that throwaway line.
Yeah.
But you must be extremely proud of both boys, particularly, I think, the way they carry themselves as people. They don't obviously take themselves too seriously. They have a bit of fun with each other on Twitter and the like, but the way they've both developed their games, one as a key forward, one as a key defender, you must be extremely proud.
We really are proud of them, and I think a lot of credit goes to each of their clubs. And like you were speaking to Lukey McDonald earlier, he's an amazing young man, and the teams are really, both teams have got really key people playing with them, and I think the club really helps promote that. And a product of their parents, but also the club environment and how they put the energy and effort into developing men as well as players. I think that credit all round.
The club profiles tend to suit their personalities in that Harry's a bit of a flash forward and the Carlton Silver Spoon suits his style, and Ben's a lot blue collar, shin bone, and just get the job done, and that's the way he prefers to go.
Yeah, they got drafted to the right club for their personalities, for sure.
So what about for you both following? I mean, Tracy and Peter, if you're watching today and both were playing, would you have the Jeff Kennett-style jacket with one club on each side, or would you divide the loyalty with one parent going for one child, the other for the other?
No. Both Keith Smith and I've got a scarf of each on, and we obviously would have hoped both boys played well, which is hard when their job is to keep each other to not much. But
I wasn't unhappy that we wouldn't be able to attend due to COVID. Tracy would have liked to have been there, but I know I'm just kicking my conflicted interest, kicking the can down the road for another year, but I can't get my head around having to barrack for two blokes and two teams. So
at the same time.
The needles moved slightly to North Melbourne and backing Ben today, but by the same token,
nice to see Carlton get the win, keep their finals
for them, and Ed Curno's 200th game, so you build relationships with both clubs and families, and we're die-hard supporters now. It's hard to think, given we grew up as Bomber supporters. And
remember seeing you run around, Adam, as well.
well, look, the Bombers are happy to have both the boys if you like.
There you go.
They did have two
Tracy and Pete Mackay. There you go. Firing one back, I don't mind it. So we've had the nice questions. Rammer and Ling like to fire some of the tougher questions, so we've built you up nicer to that. Coming up, here's hospital hand passes.
Okay.
It's a hand pass away to Gorn, and then a heavy bump. Sydney Stack bouncing straight off Viney. Rager has been completely flattened. That is the definition of a hospital hand pass.
All right, Tracy, I'm going to start with you out of the two boys. Who got up to the most trouble? Who was always in trouble at school, the most mischievous out of the two boys?
Probably have to say Harry out of King. Just.
It's always the forwards, Remy. Yeah, well, Pete, I'm interested if you did have to put your dollar on one of the two boys in the backyard in a little scuffle. Who have you got that dollar on?
It would depend on the day of the week, Thingy. I've been fortunate enough to have a front row seat of one-on-one marking contests for many a year, and it would ebb and flow just based on confidence. 1 month, Harry would mark everything coming his way while Ben was trying to belt him, and all of a sudden it would just turn through confidence, and Ben he'd be the one marking everything, and Harry'd be spitting the dummy. So it really would depend on the day of the week. But I know Ben's a lot more keener than Harry, perhaps, to play on him. So whether that's to prove something, I don't know.
Now, Tracy, clearly Harry's straight kicking comes from you, but do the snapshots from 10 metres out directly in front, do they come from Pete?
They must. Yeah, nothing straightforward with Pete. I reckon Harry's got around the corner from him for sure.
They both kicked straight when they left home, so I'm not sure this must be something Carlton.
Well, Tracy and Pete, just with this segment, I often ask Ramo questions, and he usually sits on the fence and struggles to answer those questions. No sitting on the fence from you two here. It's Grand Final Day 2022. Ooh. Carlton are playing North Melbourne. Who wins? Who are you barracking for?
Well, firstly, I would absolutely love for each club to be in that position next year. Who are we barracking for?
I would hope that David Noble took the opportunity to maybe experiment with Ben playing forward that day, Lingy, and then it went
They both did bad. No, not as well, yeah, maybe.
Good answer.
Fantastic.
Well played.
Taking the Rammer approach.
Well, you've handled that well.
I know, that is definitely the Liggy approach sitting on the fence.
Tracy and Pete, thanks so much for your time. A big day for the Warragul community, no doubt. Unfortunately, we're not seeing them playing on each other, but thanks for having a bit of fun with us this afternoon.
Let's hope third time's a charm next year.
Thanks for your interest, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Tracy and Pete Mackay joining us on ABC Sport. Some of your better questions there, I thought. Didn't ask them if they were wearing matching clothes. News coming through that Scott Pendlebury will miss the rest of the season. Collingwood on their social media confirming a fracture in his lower leg. So no good news for the Magpies there. Coming up next on ABC Sport, it's Carlton and North Melbourne as round 19 of the AFL continues.
What do you think makes someone an Australian of the Year?
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect.
On your community and who you admire.
Now's the time to respect.
By nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate.
Their stories, their contribution and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate your inspirational Australian by the 31st of July at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff. This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all. And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
A new day beginning.
Breaks the pace, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slot it through for the finish? Yes, he can. Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed the incredible goal. Tries to bend off, got him, takes him to ground. Backs it out to his second zone argue. Go to your best players, go to your match winners. Plays on, mowed down from behind, holding the ball. Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver. Ricochets to Martin, you know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
On the foot, kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time. Oh, a great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back. Straightens up towards the goal and brings it back superbly. He is that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and bends the through.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport features Carlton and North Melbourne. The Blues trying to continue to build their momentum, having won 3 of their last 5 matches since the bye, while mathematically there's still a chance to feature finals. If they're to win every game from here onwards, they'll have to do so this afternoon without the leading Coleman medalist, Harry Mackay, who leads all comers in season 2021. While for North Melbourne, they've won 2 of their last 4 matches, including wins against the Gold Coast Suns in Hobart and the West Coast Eagles in Perth. They'll be bolstered by the return of Ben Cunnington and Jed Anderson, while the Blues also welcome back in co-captain Patrick Cripps. No late changes for this afternoon's side, so the medical subs for both sides. Mark Murphy will play game 297 as the sub, and Jared Polak back in North Melbourne colours this afternoon. So under the roof of Docklands this afternoon as round 19 of the AFL continues on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch to call the action alongside Corbin Middlemass. Welcome, Corby.
Thanks, Clinchy. The next best thing to winning a premiership is just featuring.
in grand final week, everything that goes along with it, and the build-up as a footy fan to be able to support your team in the last game of the year. And these two teams have had the longest wait out of any two clubs in the competition. So neither North Melbourne or Carlton have played in a grand final now since 1999. Clubs that have played in grand finals since, of course, St Kilda in 09 and twice in 2010. Melbourne were there in 2000, Essendon in 01, Brisbane in 04, even Fremantle in 2013, GWS in 2019. So all these other teams have played in grand finals since. They're two bottom 10 teams this afternoon, but maybe we're just seeing a couple of guys that might be sitting in the back of the parade in years to come, whether it's Sam Walsh or Jacob Wiedering or Will Phillips. Some green shoots perhaps for these two teams today.
Sam Walsh will be featuring in that even if his team's not there, because he'll have a Brownlow around his neck. He's astonishing.
Cameron Ling, welcome. It's a milestone round with David Mundy and Sean Higgins, Ed Curnow. And for a player like Ed Curnow to reach the 200-game milestone, he spoke fittingly during the week about how his goal was to play one AFL game. After being drafted to the Adelaide Crows and then delisted, he went back to Box Hill, suffered a knee injury and then came back as a tagger. So to reach the 200-game milestone, no doubt holds real significance for him.
Yeah, credit to him for getting the absolute most out of himself. He works extremely hard, so fit. His whole family are really good athletes, really good runners. He was prepared to take on that role, Quincy, as you said, and tag and do all the team things. When Brendan Bolton took over and the younger brigade came along and they really went to the draft, he embraced time in different roles and still tagging at times, but then being asked to play outside the centre square. And credit to him. You've got to do a lot of things right to get to 200 games of AFL footy, so congratulations to him.
So the milestone following on Travis Boak from last night. Adam Ramanauskas, the Roos have been showing some progression in the last few weeks. So without Harry Mackay, it feels like all of a sudden this could be a bit of a danger game for the Blues if North can get back on top in the middle of the ground.
Oh, well, particularly with Ben Cunnington and Jed Anderson coming into the team. Cunnington's been sensational all year. Obviously, Anderson hasn't been around a lot due to injury, so that adds hardness to the midfield and more depth to that midfield. But again, with North Melbourne, you're continually looking at their young players and what they're doing. Stevenson, still a young player. He's up to, what's he up to now? 68 games, but still very young in his career only. Bailey Scott, Davies Uniacke, Simpkin. Who else we got there? Larkey as a key forward, trying to hold up that forward line. Ben Mackay, who looks like every bit he's going to be the key defender for a very long time at the football club. Will Phillips, their young draft pick. Terrence, so that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, am I seeing improvement from those players on a weekly basis? Am I seeing those players be put into roles where they're going to be exposed to the pressure of the game? Not just sitting on a wing or a half-forward flank or the like and doing it pretty comfortably, or half-back flank and not having to man up. Putting them in significant roles where they're in significant moments within games.
That's the key, isn't it? Because you can get games into players, and at times you've got to balance it with just get them a run and get them a feel for it. But then at some stage you've got to expose them to what life at the very top level is really like. You've got to be able to beat your man in a one-on-one duel. You've got to be able to win the ball around the ground at ground level. You've got to make really smart decisions, offensively and defensively. All those things. Otherwise, if you've got a bit of talent, maybe you can scratch out 30 or 40 games, but you're not going to be a genuine contributor towards the next premiership for one of these teams. And you're right, that's happening at North. You can see those little signs, because early on in the year, it looked, they're going to lose every game.
That's what it looked like. It looked worrying. It looked worrying. Since the bye that they have, they've definitely changed their game. They know now how to defend, I think, which was really important. They'll get sliced through, not just through the middle of the ground, through any part of the ground, whether it was out wide through the middle or on the other side of the ground. It was very easy to play against North Melbourne. I always feel a great sign for a young team is, one, are they really difficult to play against? But two, are they in the game late? And that's something I really look at closely. Are they still in the game late on? Because that's where these players get their best development, when they're under the heat of, okay, every touch I get now, there's a win or loss factor to it.
As much as North Melbourne's improved, and everything you are saying is spot on, Rama, if you're Carlton, in this game today, with mathematically your finals chances still just there, maybe you can grab them. You lose your star forward, you still go out and win today's game.
Yeah.
North Melbourne is still 3-4 years behind Carlton as far as development goes. If they're serious about maybe playing finals this year, but being a team next year that really starts rising up the ladder, you've still got to go and knock off a team like North Melbourne today.
A mature team does that.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're saying Carlton are a mature team yet.
No.
So it took all of Harry Mackay's last four last quarter goals last week to drag them over the line in the end. So today they're out. So does that put now a lot more pressure on Jack Silvani? Does that put a lot more pressure on Eddie Betts? They're not playing with a second ruckman necessarily. So Tom DeConning won't be down. He'll play in the ruck. Do they take a risk and put Liam Jones forward? He started his career at the Bulldogs as a forward.
Jacob Wiedering, maybe?
I don't think Wiedering. I think Wiedering they'll keep, but Jones might be the one that they swing forward just to try it. Matt Owens has been he's been a surprise packet, but they're smalls. We're talking about they don't.
Yeah.
I don't know who they're going to kick to today. That's the part when I look at Carlton's team. I got no idea who they're kicking the ball to today when they're going forward.
So they played 4 games last year without Harry Mackay. They won 2, lost 2. In those matches, you go back to round 1 against the Tigers. Jack Martin kicked 4 goals. Round 4 against the Bombers, Levi Casbolt kicked 3. Round 8 against North Melbourne, it was the sum of many. Nunes, Betts, Cunningham kicked 2 each, and then Zach Fisher in round 11 against the West Coast Eagles kicked 4. So they're going to have to try and create something. The other part I'm interested in from a Carlton point of view is they had 3 players last week who had over 20 disposals. Sam Walsh had 39 and a goal. So Kane Turner last week did the job on Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody. Would he have the kind of tank to play alongside of Walsh? To North put all their time and energy into someone like Sam Walsh and go, if you're going to have to beat us, you're going to beat us without your best player.
I think that's worth doing. Yes, Cunnington and Anderson are great ins, and Simpkin as well. They can crash and they can really match it in the contested area. But Sam Walsh is just a freak. Like, he's so strong in the contest, and it's incredible for the amount of football that he has played. But then he's so damaging on the outside. His running ability combined with extreme smarts. I mean, this is a guy who's only playing in his 57th game.
Yeah.
He's got every element of the midfield craft and the midfield game and the midfield weapons that you want of a player who's played 150 games. So, yeah, try and shut him down and at least say, OK, Paddy Cripps, you know, you might be able to beat us because you're an outstanding player as well, but it's over to you. OK, Paddy Dow, you know, you've shown some promise over the last 5 or 6 weeks and some improvement. Let's see if you've got the game, because you know what, today you're not going to have Sam Walsh. And lock Walsh down to 16, 18 possessions. Good luck trying to do it, by the way, Clinchy, because he's got every element of the game.
Who can run with him?
Yeah, he's hard to stop.
Kane Turner's played as a small defender all year, so I see him going to Eddie Betts.
Yeah.
I look at last week, North Melbourne. Did they go to Merritt or Parrish? They didn't really. They more went a head-to-head style of game through their midfield.
But Merritt and Parrish are contested ball machines as well, and they can get it on the outside. They can hurt you. That's what they've added to their game. Cunnington, Simpkin, and Jed Anderson probably feel like they go. And I know 2 of those weren't playing last week. Who's going to go with Walsh on the outside? Because Walsh does it all.
The 2 tags he's had this year, Matt DeBoer kept him to 20, best tagger in the game, still had 20. And Caleb Sarong, who's really highly rated youngster, Walsh had 25 and kicked a goal. So we're talking about, is 20-25 better than 39 in a game-breaking performance like he had last week? But if you haven't got someone that's a specialist wing, as you'd know at that position, it's not an easy job to pick up when you're trying to stop someone like him.
No, and so going back to my days of doing it, if you had someone who was only contested ball, only inside, you could be confident, you could be all over him, and then he wasn't going to hurt you on the outside, so your positioning, you could be comfortable. If someone was only going to get it on the outside, you knew where to position yourself, you knew to stay goal side, he wasn't a threat on the inside. The most difficult players, the very, very best midfielders, of which Sam Walsh is one, is he can do it everywhere. You take position on him to cover the outside ball, he'll go and win it in the contest, feed it to an opposition player, and away they go. You take position on him on the inside, he will destroy you on the outside. So it's not just having someone who might be able to do the role. No one's impossible to stop. I've always believed that. But the elements to his game make him as close to, because he's got the endurance, because he's got the smarts and the skill and the damaging outside game combined with a brilliant inside game. I'm not sure who it is. I wouldn't be confident of whoever it is.
You might need a little bit of kryptonite just to sprinkle on him, and maybe that'll do the trick.
Maybe Luke McDonald?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly. So the players are starting to head out in position. The fine member of our team is Alicia Muling, sitting in the front row of the grandstand today. Alicia, welcome again.
Hello guys, great to be here. I mean, after spending a week on the Gold Coast, Rama, I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled that the roof is closed. But I guess, guys, like you speculate, it could be a danger game for the Blues. Carlton hasn't beaten North Melbourne in Victoria since 2014, way back when our own Mick Malthouse was coached.
Very nice stat there, Alicia. Beautiful work.
Patrick Cripps to full forward. Yep. So we're wondering who the target was going to be. Ben Mackay's picked him up. He's starting in the goal square.
So round 19 of the AFL.
You know, just to finish on Sam Walsh, they should put Will Phillips on Sam Walsh.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. A little lesson for him.
Absolutely.
This is how hard you have to work. So Carlton and North Melbourne on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass to get us underway.
So many interesting matchups. Simpkin stands next to Walsh, and the young ruckman De Koning wins the first hit out opposed to Goldstein. Cunnington first touch for North. Hand pass to Simpkin. An early win there as he kicks out to half forward. Taran Thomas, wrong foot start, wins the footy. Hand pass to Zerha, hits up Stevenson. And North a clean break out the middle. Carlton haven't seen it, and Stevenson's having a set shot from 50 out.
First of all, start in the middle with the two inside balls, Cunnington and Simpkin going to work. And then the spread was good from North. Really got across to the next contest. And Jaden Stevenson, I'm with you, Ramo. Just still so young and early on in his career, continuing to build his game.
Stevenson has a footy in the set shot. Simpkin still standing next to Walsh as Stevenson's set shot sails goal, but it won't have the trip. They compete on the line. Thomas tries to soccer it through. He misses. Out to the left, to behind. Off the ground, so North with the first score. 54 seconds in, they've got it behind. No late change.
Zach Williams brings Carlton back into play, straight down the middle to Wiedering. He takes the mark, still inside the defensive 50. Looks out to the city wing, where he spots Williamson all on his own. The hand pass to Plowman didn't quite come off, but he's got enough time to regather. The kick is just wide of a reaching Silvani. He can't take the mark. Goldstein on for North Melbourne. Got the hand pass to DeMont and now to Zeeble. He kicks through traffic and into the middle of the ground. And Simpkin takes the mark. Kicks to Addison and hang in the air a little bit too long, and Jones takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. He has it just defensive side of the two centre circles.
It is Simpkin. You're right. Corbs early on is going to Sam Walsh.
Jones pinpoints his drop punt to Dow, who marks right on the logo members wing, not 15 short to Kennedy, who was so good last week. Gives it back to Dow, kicks to centre half forward. Fisher up to meet it, look away, hand pass wanted, Betts. Turn of the job on him, keeps him off it, and Davies Uniacke collects, overcooks the kick to Goldstein. De Koning takes the intercept mark for Carlton, puts it into the pocket, wanted Martin, got there on the half volley. Ugly start for the Blues, hand pass to Silvani, soccers to his own advantage just inside the boundary line. Martin keeps it alive, swings a hand pass back to the hot spot. The strong body of Cunnington there for North, hands it to Simpkin on half back.
He tried to spot Thomas, the kick just over his head though, and Plowman takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. Centre wing on the city side, veers out to the right, rush kick inside 50, nowhere near Kennedy, the intended target, and Cunnington takes the intercepting mark for North. Kicks to Larky at centre half back. He kicks towards Anderson and missed him completely, so plenty of turnovers. Wiedering takes the intercepting mark. Hand pass to Soccer for Carlton, long towards Cripps. It's over his head, racing back. Ben Mackay lays the tackle as Cripps gathered, trying to link up with Betts, and it rolls out over the boundary line up against the right behind post. North Melbourne are behind, Carlton yet to score. The Blues deep in attack through 3 minutes.
Do we like Cripps at full forward?
Yeah, try it.
95, his key position height.
Trust the other mids.
North by point, the only score through the first couple of minutes. Goldstein down to Kennedy, tackled heavily, got a hand pass out to Martin, shoots goalward through traffic, right to the behind line and floats through. Aaron Hall trying to claim a mark right on the behind line. We're going to have a look up in the arc to see whether this is a behind or not for Carlton.
Looked to the naked eye like it was. We're going to review. Yeah, I don't mind Paddy Cripps at full forward. You've got Kennedy, you've got Dow, Sam Walsh through the middle of the ground. Just trust those that they're going to go to work and get the job done, get enough supply down there. And you know you can always change it. 5-10 minutes into the game and just throw him there for little 5-minute bursts. They're going to have to find different little looks to kick a winning score today, the Blues.
She said, Lingy, it certainly looked from the naked eye and from the replay that we're seeing. Through for a behind. The mark. Yeah, they're going to pay the mark, as you heard from the man up at the arc. So mark was controlled before crossing the line. So Aaron Hall's going to get this last line. Carlton, the home team this afternoon, so they're in the navy blue with the white monogram, and of course North Melbourne predominantly in white with the blue stripes and the white shorts.
Hall looks to bring the Roos back into play, drives a long kick towards Goldstein and De Koning at the back. A hold, and it's going to go, it is North Melbourne's way, and Goldstein will take it. So that'll be one of the interesting battles this afternoon. Can Todd Goldstein exploit the ruck dominance against Tom De Koning? Comes into the middle of the ground with a kick, and Simpkin takes the mark. Tries to thread the needle with a kick towards Stevenson, and Sard slips in and takes the mark for Carlton. Players pushing back inside the attacking 50. Kennedy the deepest to that. Fires a kick to him, and a beautiful pass as Kennedy was able to hold his ground and mark pretty much directly in front, 30 metres out.
That's two really ordinary kicks by Simpkin going back in the corridor, and that happens. He kicks a lot on his back foot, Simpkin. He takes a mark, and then he just kicks it on the back foot. I don't understand why he does that, because he's such a beautiful kick usually, but needs momentum going through the kick.
Kicked a big goal last week against the Magpies. Matthew Kennedy comes in, leans back on it, but puts it through. And the Blues have the opening goal of the match through 5 minutes at Docklands. Carlton won straight 6 to North Melbourne, one behind. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Adam Romanowski.
So just watching that really closely too, with Simpkin, he's playing the role on Sam Walsh, and it is a real run-with role, but he's finding the footy, so he's found the 4 or 5 touches early on, but he's turned over a couple, and as soon as he's turned it over, as you do, your mind goes straight to, I've got to find Walsh, which actually then hurts the rest of the structure. So Kennedy got in behind there after the turnover because Simpkin's eyes were purely for, where's Walsh? I've just stuffed up with a turnover. Kennedy snuck in behind, and the North Melbourne defenders were almost hung out to dry a little bit because of the turnover, but also because of the next mistake, which was the decision-making one to not cover Kennedy, try and find Walsh.
Walsh without a possession so far, 4 for Simpkin, back in the middle after Carlton kicking the first goal of the game, and now Cripps on the ball. De Koning palms it down his throat, he hands it to Walsh, his first touch, kicks wide to Curnow, and game 200 in the bright blue boots, comes out to half forward, wanted Martin, and whacked away from him by Atley. Out of play, a throw in 60 out from Carlton's goal. Ed Curnow, the numbers on him, so 620th player in the game's history to reach the 200 milestone, and the 38th to do so, all in a Carlton jumper, so the 38th man to play 200 games for the Navy Blues.
One of 4 siblings, and Carlton fans would love to see Charlie back before the season's out. Petrescu-Seaton crumbs it for Carlton. Hand pass to Cripps and back to Petrescu-Seaton at half forward. Just a short shoot kick that worked to Jack Martin, who takes the mark 55 metres out from goal. He tries to go short. It's over the head of Cottrell. A chance for Walsh. Got the hand pass away as he was tackled. Boston Valagi tries to get a hand pass out for North. Taylor lost it. Petrescu-Seaton can't clear the congestion. Turner for North. Can't find a way through. Boston Valagi has another go. Eddie Betts lays the tackle. Hand pass to Taylor. He's brought to turf. And the umpire waving play on for the moment, even though the footy isn't coming clear. McDonald on top of the pack. I think Ed Curnow, not surprisingly, on the very bottom, and eventually they do ball it up in the right forward pocket for Carlton. They lead by 5 points.
De Koning leaps up high. Goldstein, though, hooks it down behind for North to Cunnington's advantage. Kicks into open space on the wing. Jed Anderson first came back, tracking it for North. Turned inside out. Jones clever, paddles it to Newman. Carlton back in possession. Down to half forward. Walsh at the drop takes the mark. And Sam Walsh, possession 3. Carlton's boom superstar, the 21-year-old, just kicks off the step. A high ball to the hot spot. They come from all directions, and Ben Mackay, up strong, takes the intercept mark. It looks as if Matthew Kennedy just swapping with Patrick Cripps to play keep post at full forward.
Yeah, it is, Cobbs.
Yeah, when Cripps goes in the midfield.
Gives the hand pass to Turner, who cleverly kicked off the outside of the boot and found Cunnington. Back in the North Melbourne lineup, of course, stayed in Melbourne to be with his wife when the team headed north. Hand pass to Taylor, who awkwardly got a hand pass forward and around. Martin now north, a bit more room. Phillips kicks inside the 50. They've got loose players. Scott takes the mark. He can advance it in the pocket, and Larkey, just a metre or so on Zach Williams, takes the mark in the right forward pocket for North.
See, it's just that little kick. Cunnington comes on at the inside. Taylor plays on blindly. But what it does is every Carlton defender's then out of position. So the handball was really just to nobody. It allowed Phillips to run onto it. But what it was just a little bit of chaos. And that just threw Carlton off.
27 goals, 10 so far this season. Larkey comes in. It's a good kick off the boot as he asserts himself as North Melbourne's main man this afternoon. Boots their opener. Cuts it, gives North the lead by a point. 1-1-7 to the Blues, 1 straight 6. We played 9 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
And on your point, Rama, the kick inside from Cunnington, and then I know Curtis Taylor did get himself into a spot of bother and it was a blind handball, but he was also prepared to handball forward onto Phil, because once he got himself into that awkward position, he could have just retreated and gone backwards to a safe little backwards handball or a wide nothing kick that just stops the play. Instead, he was still prepared to take it on. He took it on in a wild way, but things open up and decisions can be made in a little bit of chaos, which is what North have got to do to test that Carlton defence out.
Cameron Ling alongside Adam Ramanauskas. A goal each to start, a couple of early lead changes. North by a point after 10 minutes. Mark Murphy and Jared Pollock, the 2 subs, no late change. As DeConing in the middle, first hands on the footy, but down to Simpkin, hands it to Phillips, sells the dummy, runs through the middle, kicks to centre half forward. Anderson competes, no mark. Spills down to Atley, his hand pass picked off. Petrevski sleeping across half back for the Blues. Gives it to Jones, kicks to the wing. Martin looks for contact, and then he's just tackled to ground by Turner. Martin earns the free. Curnow takes the advantage down to half forward, and always marks 60 out for the Blues.
Looks into the pocket, Cripps one-on-one, goes towards him and Ben Mackay. Mackay spills it down, bets against the boundary. Impossible angle, it's across the face. And true for a minor score. You say impossible, but Eddie's proved you wrong on a few occasions every time you say that. Scores a locked level at 1-1-7 apiece through 11 minutes.
So Aaron Hall plays on from the kick out and then sends a hand pass away to Atley, runs up to the back flank, short kick to Thomas. And Darren Thomas, lad from Tasmania, marks at half back for North. We're still looking for their first win in Victoria this year, by the way. They've had 2 in Tassie down in Hobart. Oh, 1 in Hobart, 1 in Launceston against the Hawks, and the other over in Perth just a couple of weeks ago. Long kick down the line to Cunnington. Hand pass in the end of Phillips is taken over, Turner in fact, taken over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw in City wing. Neutral ball right on halfway, 11 minutes into the game here. 1-1-7 each of 2.
Toss back into play. Goldstein sets himself in front against DeConing. DeConing wins down the tap though. Darren Thomas onto it for the Roos, gets the hand pass away to Simpkin, kicks into the middle of the ground. Low ball for Larkey, couldn't take the mark with Wiedering right there with him. Walsh onto the footy for the Blues, feeds the hand pass, out to DeConing, who kicks to half forward, and then Curnow takes the mark at left half forward. Veers into the middle of the ground and drives a long kick towards Owie, 1-on-1. McDonald gets back to provide good support to Boston Valagi, but a free kick for a hold. And it's going to go Carlton's way. So they had the 2-on-1. It's a bad free kick. And Owies will get the shot on goal from the left forward pocket.
Yeah, they had it covered, didn't they, Clinchy? Luke McDonald was there to support. Didn't need to give the free kick away. Oh, gee, I'm trying to... Oh, yeah, just maybe went over the shoulder with the left arm. Didn't look to be too much in it, but probably just there.
So Matt Owies, who's been the surprise packet of 2021, and he keeps the good times rolling as he puts through his first from the left forward pocket and Carlton's second. They're 2-1-13 to North Melbourne 1-1-7. 13 minutes gone opening term. Matt Owies came into the Carlton lineup with Harry Mackay laid out, making the most of his opportunities.
So just looking around the ground, so what Carlton are trying to do here is, whether it's Cripps who started at full forward, Kennedy changes, Owies on that occasion, the deepest forward. So they look like they want to play small, and I mean that in the nicest possible way to Paddy Cripps, because he's 195 centimetres, but it's got to be that changing sort of ruck rover role. Go onto the ball, then go and play deep forward. Eddie Betts is now at full forward. So they're going to try play this quicker forward line. You look now.
Tallest to be Kennedy right now, wouldn't it?
Kennedy or Jack Martin.
Jack Martin, maybe.
Yeah, so they very much want the ball at ground level going inside their forward 50.
Cottrell, Owies, Kennedy, Martin, Fisher and Betts, the forward 6 for Carlton as play restarts. Carlton by 6 points. We've got another stoppage in the middle. Crinchy touched on Matt Owies, dropped at selection, goalless in his last 2 games, earned the recall to ultimately hold his place, so 12 consecutive games now as Harry Mackay was scratched yesterday. There's a free kick in the middle here. And it's going to go against Petrevski-Seton for a hold. So Scott takes it. North are going to get the centre clearance. Kicks it deep to the hot spot. Jones went the spoil and then takes the mark. Punched it straight up in the air and Liam Jones chops it off for Carlton. Comes out to the back flank for Nunes. He had Fisher short and he goes longer to Petrevski-Seton, who great body work, got rid of Scott, can't complete the mark. North win it back. Scott away to Boston-Avalungi, back out wide to Scott. Gets onto his right boot, looks for Phillips. Read it beautifully as Walsh flew over the top. And Will Phillips, the 3rd pick in last year's national draft, marks 52 out. A little too far from home.
Great kick.
He hits up Larkey and Larkey takes it strong. 20 out right in front. Well read from Phillips and perfect delivery. Well, set shot coming up for Larkey.
Brody Mychek proved that last week against Jacob Wiedering. You hit up at the football. Yep. Wiedering loves sitting off. He's so good at it. One of the best in the competition intercept players. But you hit up at the football, you hit up at the kicker, you'll get opportunities against Wiedering.
So Nick Larkey, the 23-year-old from right in front in the opening term, he doubles up. 2 for Larkey already. We're only 15 minutes in. North Melbourne 2-1-13, all locked up. Carlton 2-1-13. Grandstand AFL, Cameron Ling, Adam Ramanauskas.
You look again for those little signs of the improvement in the young players for North. That is an outstanding kick from Phillips. The execution perfect, but the decision, he was looking, his eyes were darting the whole time, but just had the awareness to wait a fraction until Larkey had made his move and kicked it into a spot that only Larkey could mark. And it was perfect. And that's the little things that you go, okay, as a North supporter, we're maybe not going to see super consistent and unbelievable footy for another few years from this group and from someone like Phillips, but he's clearly got the reason why he was taken at pick 3 in the draft. That was a really clever kick.
Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. Tristan Sherry into the ruck for North Melbourne. Jack Silvani's going to have a run there as well for the Blues. Umpire bounces it back in the middle. Sherry, trademark taps to Davies Uniacke. He's locked up though. Got the hand pass to Thomas. Who's run down by Silvani. Great chase. And he wins a free kick for holding the footy. It's a great follow-up work. And with Thomas still down, Silvani played on. Almost had to get around Simpkin. Got it to Sard. Kicks to Cripps on the lead. Siebel sitting in front. Takes the mark. Claims it for North Melbourne in the right back pocket. As Jack Siebel advances it around the boundary line, and Ben Mackay takes the mark. My brother Harry this afternoon. So deja vu from last season. Mackay kicks up to the wing. Sherry in the pack, spoiled it down to Taylor. Got it to Davies Uniacke. He looks to send North into attack. Pulled his kick looking for Phillips, but turns it over. And Williams takes the mark for the Blues. Kicks inboard to Ed Curnow. Risky kick.
Had to thread the needle. He did so. Curnow links up with Dow to centre half forward. He's back with a flight tackle without it potentially. No free kick. Boston-Avalungi jumps up, hunts after the footy. Can't collect. Pack forms around him. He's gang tackled. Ump says, I'll have it. 40 out from the Carlton goal. Roof on at Docklands. No one in attendance. The lockdown continues in Melbourne into its 2nd straight weekend. Umpire chucks it in the air. Sherry wins the tap. Comes underneath Cripps. He's tackled. Again, gives them plenty of time to let it come out of that rolling maul, and now forced to throw it up again. 30 out from Carlton's goal at right half forward.
So scores level at 2-1, 13 apiece. The Blues in attack, thrown up. It comes down to Dumont, who clears the defensive 50, but Plowman's there for the Blues. He's going to kick backwards rather than going forwards. Into the middle of the ground for Newman. He moves it laterally, and Zach Williams takes the mark. Trying to sidestep his opponent and send Carlton into attack. It's going to clear. Paddy Dowan lands in the lap of Sam Petrevski-Seton. He wasn't the target, and he'll take it.
Oh, it's very lucky. It's just a scrubbing kick inside forward 50. But you look, so Zach Williams takes that mark right in the bullseye, in the middle of the ground. All the space is the other way, he comes back to where all the traffic is. And it's just a lucky kick at the end.
Complete luck. Yeah. That ended up in Petreski's seat. That was a horrible kick.
Horrible.
Floating.
He's hit 1 goal 3 this season, Sam Petreski-Seaton. How can the Blues get the best out of him? Gets a shot on goal here. It's right to the goal line. It doesn't go through. Sherry kept it alive as he brought it down, and he's tackled by Cripps. Taken across the boundary line. He might have been lucky the line was there.
Very lucky. Just take it through the behind, big fella.
It's most unusual. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues. They're getting a few looks at it here. Multiple stoppages from the boundary throw in. Sherry grabs it. He's tackled by Silvani.
Well, inside 50s now, Corb, 11-5 in Carlton's favour. So definitely the attacking options are there for the Blues, just converting now.
Sherry wins the tap. Petreski-Seaton extracts it. Hand pass away to Fisher. Onto his left peg. He snaps but misses. Jeez, usually that's his go in there. Snapping across the body. A miss for Fisher. Carlton back in front. 2-1. North 2-1. Carlton 2-2. Approaching time on opening quarter.
Zabel brings North Melbourne back into play. Straight down the middle finds Davies Uniac just inside the defensive 50. He's got Scott issuing instructions. He'll switch it to him at left half back. Takes the mark in front of Petreski-Seaton. Quick 1-2 with Dumont. And now half passes it forward to Thomas. Had to wait for the bounce. And then cut past Jones. Trying to get it back to Scott. He's trying to cut back in more with a half pass to Stevenson. Now a chance for North to go forward as he chips it back to Thomas. And he has it between wing and half forward on the dock side. Darren Thomas, who's been one of the shining lights for North Melbourne. He oozes talent. Veers out to the right. Pulls his kick. It's not a good kick in the end. And Jones can take an uncontested mark on his chest in the back pocket.
Well, the trouble was, all this fluffing around with these 5 or 6 handballs here. Oh, hang on.
Oh, dangerous ball to the top of the goal square for North. Invites Larkey in. His hand pass, though, picked off by Plowman. Trying to clear out to Curnow, who dives and marks at half-back for Carlton. Hand pass off his knees. Releases the run of Cottrell. Floats a hand pass to Douch. Trying to straighten up to Walsh. Overcooks the kick. Plowman mops it up, gives it back to Walsh. He's away. Cutting through the middle of Dockland Stadium. Has a bounce. Straightens up to Sard, who marks at centre-half forward, 70 out. Perfect placement. Pokes the pass into the leading lane of Jack Silvani, who skids in, takes the mark. He'll have a set shot, 45 out right in front.
Just come back here in this wing. 5 or 6 handballs. It was slow movement. Carlton were just able to get set perfectly. Had numbers set up beautifully as the way they wanted in their back half of the ground. As soon as there was the turnover, that wave of players who'd set up transition perfect. It's how you draw it up on the board if you're a coach. If they're slow with their movement, get back, set up, we win it back, let's all move together and get a shot at goal. Really well played by the Blues.
Walsh up to 6 disposals now after the early attention. Silvani on the set shot. It's just a little left.
It was too close.
Very close. Didn't need the man on the mark. Behind for Jack. Carlton 2-3. North 2-1. The shin guard on again today for Jack Silvani. So no Casbolt. Pitnet obviously injured at the moment as well. So carrying a little bit of a load in the ruck to support DeConey.
Coleman Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the action this afternoon. Cameron Ling and Adam Romanascus, your experts, as Aaron Hall with a long kick in out of defence. DeConing juggles the mark. Sherry would be disappointed with that. Has it between wing and half forward on the City side. Chips it over the top to Paddy Cripps, who taps it with one arm and claims it on the second grab. So it's a gently approach for Carlton into attack, with North having a lot of players inside their attacking 50. Into the middle of the ground for Williams. He tries to pierce the kick inside 50. Anderson couldn't take the mark. Dow onto it for the Blues. Hand pass towards Fisher on 50. Gives it to DeConey and then back to Cripps. So we're exactly back where we started in the middle of the ground. Chaos ball inside 50. Scott onto it for North. Hand pass to Anderson. Hand pass missed. Scott trying to link up with him. DeConey gathers for the Blues. Got it to Dow. Hand pass to Cripps to Fisher. Nice shimmy around Anderson. Tries to kick laterally across half forward to Silvani. He has enough time to gather. Then kicks into the pocket. Down low for Nunes, who takes the mark 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Took a bit of hard work, but they got there eventually.
Well, it's becoming a problem now for the Roos. 13 inside 50s to 6. They're going to start converting soon. You know, you can clearly see they're trying to hit up little targets, little 20, 30-metre kick. They don't want to bomb the ball at any stage, the Blues. Just little kicks, little hit-ups they want to get.
2 goals, 8 this season for Jack Nunes from right on 50. It's a not bad effort, but it just fades to the left late. When you kicked a goal after the siren, you're always going to be remembered for that goal as opposed to any other goal you kicked. But Carlton with a few chances lead by 3 points, 23 minutes gone opening term.
And Carlton are keeping the ball in motion. It takes away North's best aspect, which is its stoppage with Cunnington and Goldstein and the big players around the ball.
That kick to Trent Dumont was perfect, right up the middle of the ground on the 50. He's got to go. He can't come out wide. Just allows Carlton now to push back, set up again defensively.
Came wide to Atley. Atley back inboard to Davies Uniacke, and he retreats 30 metres back to Boston of Valungi.
And now they squeeze up, and they're still well set.
They switch to Ben Mackay and then to Hall. Short kick marking game, and then Hall goes long and wide, puts it out on the full, trying to hit up Scott. And so Carlton get it back. They lock it in their front half, Rammer.
Well, it's just, that's, from here it seems obvious. Obviously Dumont's under a little bit of pressure, but you've just got to go. You got to, when you're in the middle of the ground, you've got to take your opportunity.
Make the decision on the run,
correct.
On the move.
Here's Williamson. Some hesitation, then Dow's all alone at a 10-metre radius from anyone on the ground. Marks uncontested, half forward.
Short one.
Spears the kick to Owies, who hits up and takes the mark. Centre half forward. He'll kick from just inside the 50.
And this is the thing, Lee. Modern football defenders are used to just sitting back on their opponent because the ball gets bombed in a lot.
Yep.
Today, clearly Carlton can't do that because of the size of their forward line.
They're always thinking back shoulder,
correct.
I'll read it. We've got a formation.
So,
you're right.
Quarter time, they need to reset now. They've got to be starting in front of their direct opponent.
Kick 3 straight behinds Carlton. They lead by those behinds. Matt Owies, who hadn't kicked a goal in 2 weeks. He's got 1 already today, and they'll stay at 1 for the time being. They missed to the right here. The Coventry ends, just peppering Carlton. Should be further in front. Blues by 4. 2-5 to 2-1. 26 travelled opening term.
The breaking news earlier was that Scott Pendlebury's season is done for Collingwood, a hairline fracture in his lower leg. The Collingwood captain having predicted that last night on ABC Sport. Zeeble long out of defence, kicks towards Zerha, couldn't take the mark. Scott with a hand pass to McDonald, now to Cunnington. Often finds the right angle out of defence, although the hand pass to Davies Uniacke had to work it hard to get it back as it ricocheted off a Carlton hand. Kicks around the city wing. Simpkin takes the mark, turns and comes inboard straight away to Aaron Hall. He can look and kick into the corridor where Cunnington has space. But now where to for North? He looks up and there's not a lot of options, so he pokes the kick over the top, and Davies Uniacke is called play on. It's not 15. Gets the hand pass to Bossabalagi. Kicks to Stevenson. On the lead, he marks directly in front, 45 metres out.
I love that from Cunnington. He could have taken the easy option and went wide to Zeeble, but he wanted to keep the ball in that centre corridor. There's a little dinky kick over to Davies Uniacke, which was called play on, but the ball got in motion again.
I love the fact he's prepared to explore it.
Yeah.
Even just take the option, see what happens. Then you can always go wide as the next resort.
Jaden Stevenson from right on 50 against the odds gives North Melbourne back the lead. Carlton have had so many opportunities at the other end, booting 4 behinds. The Roos work it to half forward, and Jaden Stevenson does the rest, which was important given he's kicked 1 goal in his last 4 games. He's having career best stats in terms of disposals and inside 50s alongside clearances, but it's the goals that North Melbourne fans want to see. They lead by 2 points. 3-1-19 to the Blues, 2-5-17.
I love the way Stevenson has always hit up at the ball too. It's a weapon. He's a leading forward, even though he's not one of the really big forwards. But as he adds little other elements to his game, it just makes him less predictable to the opposition defender. And I think that's what David Noble will keep encouraging him. Don't just hit up at everything, find other ways, but when you can do that, go for it.
Alicia Muirling on the boundary.
We like the long sleeves under the roof at Docklands. It seems to be working for Steve-O.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're talking to Rammer here.
I've played a lot of football here, and when the roof, it's funny, when the roof gets closed here, this place gets colder.
It's not the only place that gets cold. Commentary boxes are pretty cold even with no one here.
No lies there. 2 points, North Melbourne's lead after that goal. 4th lead change of the game. Kennedy with the centre break though for Carlton. Drives it deep to Cripps, coming out to meet it from full forward. Spills underneath Atley. He's locked up straight away and a ball up centre half forward to Carlton.
Is that why you wore your long sleeve so much? You got a little chilly here.
Absolutely.
Just a bit fresh.
No, absolutely. I like, look, The North Melbourne long sleeve isn't the most attractive, though.
With the hoops on the sleeve.
Yeah.
From the stoppage, Carlton work it out. It's the look-away hand pass from Cripps. Got to Dow, taps it down to Martin, takes on two tacklers.
Dangerous tackle, mate.
Drilled into the
Hard
ground.
ball.
And penalised holding the ball. Boston of Valangi. The tackler is going to be rewarded. North will get possession back. Half-back flank. 2-point lead for the Roos.
Boston Valangi short to Hall, who chips into the middle of the ground. Goldstein has it at half-back. So a promising start for North Melbourne, who lead by 2 points as we're almost at quarter time. Goldstein, who broke the AFL record for hit-outs. The passing Aaron Sandilands kicks long towards the wing. Sherry in the pack had it spoiled away by Jones, who was there.
And he's going to smash that record.
Yep.
Because he's still got a bit of football to play. I think Todd Goldstein.
33.
Oh, he's moving as well as he has in previous years.
Had offers to go elsewhere and leave the Kangaroos. Was a loyal man. He saw himself as a one-club player. Goldstein on cue. Wins down the tap to Cunnington. He's tackled, and that'll close out the opening term. So despite the Blues having the majority of opportunities in front of goal, they had 15 to 7 inside 50s in that opening term. It's North Melbourne who lead by 2 points at the first break. 3-1-19 to the Blues 2-5-17. For North Melbourne, goals to Stevenson and Larkey with 2. For the Blues, goals to Kennedy and to Owies. So North Melbourne with a 2-point lead at quarter time on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sammy J.
Dan's in Barwon Heads.
Sammy, hi. Look, I'm just driving to work.
Yeah.
GIF is pronounced GIF.
What?
As in giraffe.
It's a GIF.
Well, actually, the gentleman who created them won an auspicious award, and his acceptance speech was simply, it's pronounced GIF.
Oh, I've got to revisit everything I even thought I knew, Jan. You drive safely.
Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you, Gan.
Breakfast with Sammy J. Weekdays from 5:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne. ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Sard slips in and takes the mark for Carlton. Players pushing back inside the attacking 50. Kennedy the deepest to that. Fires a kick to him and a beautiful pass. Kicked a big goal last week against the Magpies. Matthew Kennedy comes in, leans back on it, but puts it through. Scott takes the mark. He can advance it in the pocket, and Larkey, just a metre or so on Zach Williams, takes the mark in the right forward pocket for North. 27 goals, 10 so far this season. Larkey comes in. It's a good kick off the boot. So Matt Owies, who's been the surprise packet of 2021, and he keeps the good times rolling.
And Will Phillips, the third pick in last year's national draft, marks 52 out. He hits up Larkey, and Larkey takes it strong. 20 out right in front. So Nick Larkey, the 23-year-old from right in front, in the opening term, he doubles up.
Davies Uniac is called play on. It's not 15. Gets the half pass to Bossabelagi. Kicks to Stevenson. On the lead, he marks directly in front, 45 metres out. Jaden Stevenson from right on 50. Against the odds, gives North Melbourne back the lead.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. North Melbourne leading by 2 points against Carlton, 3-1-19 to the Blues, 2-5-17. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, unfortunately, a bit of a wasted quarter for Carlton there. They controlled possession. They had the right mindset and idea with the different forward line that they went with. Paddy Cripps playing deep and Kennedy playing deep at times to hit up those leads. But simply, Rammer, they wasted the opportunities in front of goal. 2 goals, 5 for what was a fairly dominant quarter compared to North Melbourne at 3 goals, 1 and having the lead. That's kind of all it was those wasted chances when they were completely controlling the game.
Yeah, that's no doubt, Lee. And so that's converting. They missed a couple of set shots. Silvani, Owies missed 2, I think, in the end. So really gettable opportunities. Now, I said it during that quarter, North Melbourne's defenders are really going to have to reassess their starting positions. It's blatantly obvious that all Carlton want to do is just hit up those short 20, 30 metre little options of their leading targets. So starting in front of your direct opponent, I think, now moving forward.
So is that, with the way that the coaches will be talking to them right now, is that every one of the North Melbourne defenders know that you've got to be in front and cut off that leading lane? Do you have a Ben Mackay as you're the last line anchor just in case they look for one over the back, or is it,
if it's a bomb kick, Ben Mackay's going to get back there and spoil.
They'll get there anyway, okay.
So also the defenders now, North's defenders are relying on the mids to push and block up those leading lanes that you talk about. So screaming at them, getting back into those dangerous positions. So if they're getting those short 20, 25 metre passes, they've got to be wide. They've got to be wide as they possibly can, because they'll start converting a Carlton eventually with those set shots.
And everything Carlton's doing is right.
Right, absolutely, and it's right. They're moving the ball. They're trying to get it from side to side. They're trying to open up those lanes that you talk about, Lingy. So their ball movement, I think, has been pretty good, Carlton. The interesting part, I look at Carlton's defenders. When Sherry's down there, it's fine, because that's a match-up there for Jones and Wiedering. Because one of Jones or Wiedering will play on Larkey or Sherry.
Yep.
But it's then the next match-up that I look at, because what happens is when Sherry's not there, it's Wiedering or Jones that goes to Zerha. Then Plowman has to go to Stevenson. Stevenson's just too quick for Plowman. I actually feel sorry at times for Plowman. Last week it was Jamie Elliott early in the game, and Elliott was getting those hit-up leads. That's not Plowman's matchup, Stevenson. He's too quick for him. He's too agile for him. So I look at that and go, well, is that the opportunity when that happens to take Liam Jones forward for 5 minutes and then allow Plowman to go back to Zerha, have Wiedering on Larkey?
Can I ask that then? Is there trouble with that? You've got Sard and Zach Williams down there who
you can talk about that.
Can't play on. They're brilliant attacking players, but they can't actually lock down a player as defenders.
Carlton defending of the first half of the season, isn't it?
Well, that's right.
Yours.
And it's Aidan Stevenson right now. It'll be Plowman again, exactly. Yeah. Or they might even push Liam Jones to him, which is not a bad idea, because Jones is lightning quick.
Deepest defender sort of stuff.
So players in position, and we're ready to get the second quarter underway. North Melbourne leading by 2 points, 3-1-19 to the Blues, 2-5-17. The bounce is going to be recalled, so it allows me to work in some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Jan, loving how consistent Ben Cunnington is, underrated. Well, he's certainly leading all getters with 10 disposals, so he's not unnoticed by us.
There he is, getting another one.
Got the hand pass out to Simpkin, who kicks laterally out onto the city wing. Demont picks it up for North, gets the hand pass to Attlee. He's corralled by Ed Curnow, kicks towards half forward, up Zerha, into the back of Newman. Gave away the free kick, so Nick Newman to take it at half back. Feeds the hand pass to the running Williams, drives the kick towards half forward. It bounces wide of Owies, but he should be able to run onto it. Gets the hand pass to Silvani at right half forward. Looks inside the 50, puts it on the head of Betts. Turner right there to spoil it away. Here's Cunnington in defence for the Roos. Hand pass to Scott to McDonald. Tucked the footy under his arm. Got through the traffic to Anderson and then works it back to Scott.
North a chance going downhill as Scott puts it in the Stevenson direction. Great use of the body as Stevenson just never lost sight of the footy. Jones ran past it. Stevenson, looking at the footy front on, jumps up, takes the mark right on the flank. He'll shoot from 45 out.
As soon as Stevenson stopped there, Jones has got a turning body. Like, he's trying to look over in the back of the audience. He's never going to find the ball that way. He's got a turning body at some stage when Stevenson stops.
They've been so efficient going forward. They had 4 scores from 7 entries in the opening term. Stevenson to pick up where they left off. The set shot misses out to the left, to behind. Let him off the hook. North 3-2, Carlton 2-5. 3-point lead for North. And that sort of hard tag that we saw earlier, Simpkin and Walsh, was really fell away as the quarter went on. And now that doesn't seem to be the role that it once was.
Wiedering kicks to Sam Petrescu. Seton, who takes the mark in front of Attlee at half back.
There's another one. Kicking off back foot.
Yeah, kicked it into Attlee. It ricochets to McDonald. North take it back at right half forward. Dribble the kick to Stevenson. It'll get there eventually, but he can't pick it up cleanly. Walsh with the hand pass to Newman. Into the path of Martin. Carlton now all sudden a chance to push forward. The hand pass to Nunes, who drives a long kick towards Cripps. 1-on-1 with Mackay. Mackay spoils it away from him. Turner knocks it into the path of Bossavalagi. Good clean pick up against Owies. Gets the hand pass to Phillips. The North are out of defence with a kick wide to Anderson, who marks it left half back.
Nice to see this guy back. Jed
here.
Anderson, he hits up Larky, marks it high half forward. They're on the overlap. He pokes the pass to Taron Thomas, and he marks back in the corridor. He'll shoot from 30 out, just left of centre.
And that was set up. Brilliant kick from Will Phillips coming out of the back line. Just kicked it to his teammate. Didn't break stride. And I know there's no family allowed in Dockland Stadium at the moment, but good that they put the Will Phillips fan club was allowed to come in.
Oh, hang on.
I think he's playing well because he got rid of his dirty mode last night, so he shaved that off. My nonna would be happy.
Here's Taron Thomas on the set shot. He misses out to the left. Behind.
So Alicia Mewling Cousins, is that right?
Cousins, very dear Cousins. Little Will.
No leaning over and having a chat to him down at the interchange bench, Alicia.
No. He's a very focused boy.
North Melbourne leading by 4 points as Wiedering brings the Blues back into play. Hand pass to Jones, who kicks up to Tom Zakoning, who takes the mark at left half back. Kick inboard looking for Williams, almost spoiled away by Stevenson. Williams has to win it back again for the Blues. Got it to Saad, to Zakoning, rode the tackler Scott and got it forward to Nunes. Off balance, he kicks a high ball towards 50. Bosivalagi slipped over, allowed Ed Kerno to knock it down to Savani. He tries to gather in front of Walker. Hand pass too sharp for Petreski-Seaton. And the ruse through Simpkin should gather. His hand pass, though, not all that clean, and Turner was taken high. North have it on half back as he kicks inboard. And here's Phillips again.
So Phillips into the middle of the ground for Goldstein. Marks back edge of the centre square. He had Zerha all alone in the corridor, ignores him. Goes back and across out to Zeeble on the back flank. He heads wider still. DeMont collects city boundary line, goes back to Zeeble. Now they're still on the back flank. Just outside Carlton's attacking 50. Zeeble hooks his kick down the wing. Zerha competing one-on-one, slips past him and Wiedering, and Newman mops it up for Carlton. Hand pass to Wiedering. Short kick finds Walsh. Walsh down the right half forward for Carlton, getting across. And Walker spoils it over the fence. 5 rows back, boundary throwing. Half forward for Carlton. Sam Walsh on 8 possessions, Jai Simpkin on 9. North by 4 points here, 5 minutes into the second term.
Unfortunately for Jai Simpkin, a lot of his 9 have missed the target, whereas Walsh pretty efficient with his.
He's going at 29% by foot, Jai Simpkin.
From the throw-in, Goldstein tried to go himself, lost it in the tackle. Petreski-Seaton in the pocket looking for Cripps. And a free kick going against Ben Mackay for front on contact, making contact to the face of Cripps. And now he'll take the free kick in the right forward pocket. So it's interesting, he hasn't had a lot of separation as a forward.
No, he's wanted to wrestle.
Once, yeah.
So he had that ankle injury that he missed last week with, so probably hasn't got that power to push off and really lead hard at the football. So wrestling with Mackay, I don't think he's going to win that battle. He's very strong, Ben Mackay.
So he starts up against the boundary here. He's going to go the banana from about 40 metres out, steps out, snaps it pretty well. Inspirational. Well, Sam Walsh was the man pulling off all trips last week. Patrick Cripps just reminding everyone of what he's capable of. And the Blues are back in front by 2 points. 6 minutes gone, second quarter. 3-5-23 to North Melbourne. 3-3-21. That was as good a banana as you'll see.
It's an interesting point you make, Ramo. Whenever Paddy Cripps is playing as a midfielder but then goes forward for a little burst, he usually gets a matchup that he's got the advantage, size and strength, and can wrestle. Now he's playing as the actual key forward, the focal point forward. Maybe just got to realise I'm not better off wrestling. I'm not as a monster compared to Ben Mackay. Move him around and really try and use his on-ball attributes, as in his versatility, his agility and everything, to get that separation on Ben Mackay rather than looking for wrestling all the time. But now, as we speak, centre bounce, Paddy Cripps is in there.
So that's modern footy, isn't it? They've had about 4 set shots right in front, missed the ball, and Cripps gets a look from the boundary line, and through it goes. Carlton back in front, 5th lead change of the game, but it's North out of the middle. Simpkin sends a very high drop punt out to half forward. Wanted Sherry, forced to spoil, slips out the back. Plowman trying to put his head over it. Stevenson keeps his feet, extracts it, gives it to Phillips. He's tackled out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for North.
Again, now, I don't want to be too critical of Simpkin because he's a very good young player, but he's out there. He's got space through that centre clearance. That's got to be a target. It has to hit a target going inside 50.
Takani wins the tap, but straight to Zerha. Gets a kick goal, and Fisher did well to get a hand on it. Smothers the kick and through for a minor score. So Carlton by a point now. 7 played second term. Alicia Muling on the boundary.
Carlton's doctors just having a look at Sam Petreski-Seaton's left shoulder. He's come off. Looks to be in a bit of discomfort.
Zach Williams looks to bring the Blues back into play. Kicks to Cripps. Great kick. Who marks it left half back. Taking the mark in front of Simpkin. Feeds the hand pass to Walsh, who kicks wide to Martin. Sam Walsh, possession number 8, so starting to work his way into the game. Trying to sneak around the back to receive the hand pass from Jack Martin. Goldstein was awake to that, blocking that avenue. So Martin has to poke a kick towards half forward. Big slide on the back of Paddy Cripps. Couldn't hang on. Lost it as he came down. Simpkin gathers for North. Quick 1-2 with Larkey. Now to Demont. Works it around Martin and into the path of Davies-Uniacke. Eddie Betts is coming from the field, so he's slow to rise. Davies-Uniacke with a hand pass to half forward. Stocker just shoved off it by Thomas. Larkey with a hand pass forward, but only as far as Cottrell, who kicks end over end towards the boundary line. Demont will gather just inside at right half forward. He's kicked to Thomas down low, bounces before he can claim it. And he's locked up with Stocker over the top. Alicia Muley on the boundary. Eddie Betts came from the field.
He came from the field and very, very frustrated. A few expletives, and he's being helped down the race as we speak, guys.
Carlton by 1 from the ball up. De Koning, long kick down the wing, socked by Hall in the other direction, but straight to Fisher. Of the Blues, they get it across half-back, shares it with Walsh. Fisher's kick, finds you. Great courage. Ben Mackay in the other direction. And
go, play on.
Falling down, he clatters into the legs of Ben Mackay. And Mackay a little slow to get up. Nunes takes the advantage, hands it to Cripps. Long kick goalward, vacant forward 50, but getting back Hall. First one there for North. Hand pass to Zeeble, short kick to Walker. Marks in the defensive 50 for North.
I just saw the replay of the Eddie Betts one. That's not a good replay at all.
No.
Looks really bad for Eddie.
So potentially an ankle concern there, and Ben Mackay also leaving the field, so we'll get Alicia to keep an eye on that. As Phillips from half-back kicks to Stevenson in the middle of the ground. Thought about going to Goldstein short at half forward. Instead, will continue wide to Taylor. He takes the mark at left half forward. He's got Zerha deep in the goal square. Can chip it inboard to Davies-Uniacke. No closer though, still at left half forward. With the Blues leading by a point. Davies-Uniacke goes short to Simpkin, barely 15. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. Just on the edge of the centre square. Simpkin inside the 50, goes with a laser pass that never got to Sherry, and Jones standing in front takes the mark as Goldstein crashed the pack.
So Jones out to Wiedering the long kick down the line to Cottrell, who takes the mark for Carlton. And they get a chain going quickly here from the back half up front. Cottrell, some indecision. Just on Mackay too, so he was hitting up at the ball hard, running straight down the line. Nunes cutting across to take the mark, and as he took it, he was falling to ground, and Mackay, who kept running in the straight line, clattered into him, and if anything, Nunes fell across the lower limbs or across the legs of Ben Mackay, who's now having that looked at. The ball ends up out on the full here off a North Melbourne kick, so Carlton free right on halfway. Alicia Muling on the boundary.
Corby, yeah, so Ben Mackay's boot is now off. It's his right ankle. He looks to be in a lot of pain, so the doctor's just manoeuvring that ankle as we speak.
Curnow from halfway inside 50. Jack Martin, nice use of the body, got rid of Zeeble and dives forward to take the mark right half forward for Carlton.
Well, that's what they've got to do, Carlton. Just keep finding those opportunities. The little lead-ups, spoken about it already, utilising that smaller forward line. But after the first quarter, they've got to convert. Paddy Cripps nailed one with the banana. This one's still a difficult kick, but a little bit easier.
So Mackay and Betts both banged up. We'll keep you updated with some high-profile injuries as Jack Martin slots his drop punt, the sharpshooter from out at right half forward, and Carlton go ahead by 7. Jack Martin with the neat finish, 4-5 to 3-4. They were wayward at the other end, and after quarter time, they can't miss the locket end of the ground. A 7-point lead for Carlton, 12 played second term.
So losing Eddie Betts now, it looks like, well, it's got to be very much touch and go if he's able to come back this for this game. That's their 2 leading goal kickers down. So we already knew it was going to be tricky. Now it gets trickier without him. But and why so that I know Eddie's right in the twilight of his career, but he's a leader of that forward line. He's able to set up the younger players where they should be positioning himself. Who needs to be here? Who needs to be pushing up? Who needs to be staying back? So now who does that responsibility fall to? That's the tricky part when you start to lose numbers within the game, within your forward line. How does your structure look?
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Sherry one down the tap for North. Got it to Davies. Uniac kicks inside the 50. Larkey came charging out. Couldn't take the mark. Thomas, quick as a flash, put it on the boot and bounces it through for a goal. The immediate response for North Melbourne. And Taron Thomas, so clever and creative. Didn't have too much opportunity, but managed to get it to his boot quick enough. And Carlton's lead is back to a point. 4-5-29 to North Melbourne, 4-4-28, 13 minutes gone, second term.
Gee, their centre bounce work has been good, North Melbourne. They're getting a real advantage there, and it's just class by Thomas. That's a fraction of a second. To get that one onto the boot and kick the goal, brilliant goal, but so much of it's coming from the centre bounce. And what I love about it is, and that one was with Sherry, it's not always Goldstein, but they're getting one of those mids, being really super proactive. So moving hard through the ball.
Centre bounce this quarter is 3-0 in North Melbourne's favour. For the game, it's 5-3. So this quarter really dominating out of that centre circle, the Kangaroos.
Roos have had 14 entries for the game and now 8 scores, so they're within a point, despite Carlton having the majority of the play in their front half. Again, they get it out the middle, though, North. Davies Uniac away to Sherry's. He gets a kick out to half forward. Punched away by the Carlton defender into the lap of McDonald. He pops it inside 50, and Stocker drops in front of Taron Thomas to take the intercept mark. He comes wide with a long kick to Fisher, who marks at half-back for Carlton. He wrong-foots his way around Dumont. Ugly kick down the wing, wanted Kennedy. Cunnington does well to spoil. North back onto it. Zerha sweeping hand pass to Sherry. Likewise in the middle of the ground, made it tough for Cunnington. Petrevski-Seton closes him down. Just got a kick away back into dispute. And there's a pack which forms around Simpkin in the middle of the ground. Carlton by a point. A ball up alongside the centre circles. Alicia Muelling on the boundary.
In what is perhaps some positive news, Ben Mackay has had his ankle restrapped. He's putting his socks and his boots back on, so hopefully preparing to come back on.
Sherry managed to get the hand pass to Cunnington, but couldn't get around Petrevski-Seton. And Walsh takes the advantage. Kicks to half forward where Martin marks.
Don't see that very often with Cunnington.
Sure don't. He's 55 metres out from goal. Martin looking for options inside 50. Waits for one to present to Silvani, not 15. He's ridden into the turf by Zeeble. And the umpire will ball it up.
Good decision by the umpire. We see some of those paid. So that was not the 15. Good call.
Tossed up, Silvani dusts himself off, competes in the ruck against Goldstein. Trying to get it down to Dow. Half after Petrevski-Seton snaps across his body towards Cripps. Couldn't take the mark. Bossavalagi gathers for North. Got the hand pass to Hall and a high kick out of defence towards Taylor and Sherry. And Zerha, the last in the pack, takes the mark. 3 North players competing against each other.
Can't go quick because Wiedering's just set up down the line. Just waiting for Larkey to get there to provide a contest. Or he's going to have to go the switch. No, he'll go the long one to Larkey.
Long contest kick down the wing. Sherry involved in the pack too. He spills it down to Thomas. Tries to fend off Dow. He's drilled into the turf by Silvani. And we'll have a ball up just in front of the interchange gates. Jack Silvani really showing the last couple of weeks. He's got that real blue-collar element to his game as well. He's moved into the right to lend a hand there. Stop it, Siebel with the coat hanger to Silvani, and quite rightfully he's not happy with that. As Jack Silvani just met across the shoulder with the loose tackle from Jack Zeeble. The second time he's got him in the last couple of minutes, Zeeble on Silvani, and Jack Silvani will get the free right against the boundary.
That's the definition of making you earn it. And rightly so, Jack Silvani wasn't happy with that from Jack Zeeble. So really poor technique by Zeeble there.
And some good umpiring as well, coming in and giving a stern warning to Jack Zeeble. Silvani kicks inside the 50, decoding, massive fly, right on the back of Walker. At full height.
Oh, yeah.
What a sight Tom de Koning was.
A nice
like
little
a phoenix
hang.
rising from the ashes with the long hair and the hair tied back.
Oh, he's another one Carlton fans can be very, very excited about for the future. In the ruck, but being able to do that forward. Oh, lovely little hanger.
It's actually Tristan Sherry who got the ride on. And now he has to complete the work. Tom De Koning, left forward pocket, pushes his kick across the face, and it's not going to score. Out of bounds on the full. So with Mark Pettinet out injured, Tom De Koning showing maybe there's a spot for him in the forward line if he can mark like that. Carlton by a point.
Mackay back on, and takes the free next to the behind post, hands it away to Atley. Kick out of the defensive 50 to Phillips. Some indecision, goes back to Atley, sloppy hand pass, and it's out of play. A throw in, 50 out from the Carlton goal. Alicia on the boundary.
As you mentioned, Corby, brilliant news for North Melbourne. Ben Mackay is back on the ground. We are yet to see Eddie Betts. He is still down the race.
Just getting a look on that replay too from big TDK, floating through with a nice hanger. He's involved in the ruck work here from the boundary throw-in. It's a little shallow, and Walsh, by the time he collects, he's ushered over the boundary line, a throw-in, 60 out from Carlton's goal. Now, Mark Murphy, the sub for Carlton today, so he's back from that calf injury. Hasn't played since round 15, game 297. So after this, he's got 4 games to play 3 to get to the 300-game milestone. Before the end of the regular season, there's a free kick. It's a ruck infringement, and it's going Carlton's way. De Koning to take it between wing and half forward. He goes out wide with the kick to Sard. Still 70 out in that launch pad. Couple of kicks from goal. Tries to measure his pass out to Curnow, hits up to meet it, spills it. Hall steals the footy and charges away up the back flank for North. 2 bounces through the middle.
He lost it though as he had the bounce. He may be able to regather it though. Swaps it forward to Scott's advantage. He cuts in more with a hand pass to Anderson. They've got all sorts of numbers on the other side. Kicks to Stevenson. He marks at 50, runs into 45, steadies and finishes. Stevenson with his second. Aaron Hall got the speed wobbles, but it does result in a goal. Jaden Stevenson able to sum up the options and finish the work himself. North by 5 points. 5-4-34 to the Blues. 4-5-29. 19 gone second term out of Ramanascus.
It actually worked in North Melbourne's favour that Aaron Hall got the speed wobbles because it allowed options because he was bouncing through the middle of the ground and there was just no options inside North Melbourne's forward line. So once that fumble did happen, it allowed players to get in front of the ball and give an option. Stevenson's been terrific today. That's his second goal. He's been involved. Most long sleeve players do get involved in plenty of games, so it doesn't surprise me too much.
And the other part of it is it allowed them to change the angle too, didn't it? Because they had the free numbers on the far side of the ground. If he kept going the same way, I think Carlton might have had it covered. But that's a couple of times now they've opened Carlton up.
So North back in front, 6th lead change of the game is to Koning and Goldstein in the middle. Goldstein down to Cunnington, that familiar combination. Back to Goldstein, kicks hurriedly forward. But Wiedering floats through to take the intercept mark. That's a horrific kick out to Plowman. Just mops it up. The low grubber kick across half back and goes wide to Williamson in the back flank.
That was unbelievable by Cunnington in the middle of the ground. Matt Kennedy was on his back and he just shrugged him off. Matt Kennedy went flying.
Short Williamson to Plowman.
And that's 190 centimetres, 90 kilo, Matt Kennedy.
Plowman kicks to Koning, who's bodied out of it by Goldstein, but Kennedy's onto it, almost tackled down by Turner. North regain it through Stevenson. He kicks to Scott. That's great hands. He marks in front of Plowman. He's able to hold his body despite Plowman coming to spoil late. Scott kicks to the lead up. Stevenson, who marks on the wing, gives it back to Scott with Plowman coming to the bench. Hand pass forward to Thomas. Thought about giving it back to Scott. Now kicks long towards Sherry. 1-on-1 with Jones. Jones spoils it down. Zach Williams tapping it towards the boundary line. Then hand passes back to Sard. Returns it to Williams, who kicks to Nunes. He takes it 30 metres out from his defensive goal. Spies the kick out to the right back pocket where Wiedering has it and now can work it up to Paddy Dow. He takes the mark at right half back. North Melbourne leading by 5 points.
Kicks wanting Newman on halfway. He's involved in a 1-on-1 which he loses. Boston of Valangi there for North. Intercepts, gives it to Stevenson. Kicks inside 50. Davies Uniacke flew early. He was outnumbered 2-1. And sitting on the shoulders of Wiedering, didn't touch the footy. Gives away the free. Alicia Muelling on the boundary.
Guys, in a sight for sore eyes, Eddie Betts is back on the boundary line. He's just doing a fitness test as we speak.
So Wiedering to shift to Williams, top of the defensive goal square to Williamson. Out of the defensive arc finds Stocker. Who marks at left half back for Carlton. A 5-point lead for North. Time on second quarter.
Hugs the boundary line with a low kick to Ed Kerno, who takes the mark in game 200. Lunging in front of Jack Zeeble to complete the mark. Veers out to the right and drives the Blues towards half forward. De Koning setting himself again. Goldstein was awake to it and with a definitive fist punches it out of play. A throw in at left half forward for the Blues, who trail by 5 points.
That's the difference of experience. Tristan Sherry's had 10 games, whereas Big Goldie, 268 games, was not going to let De Koning get a good run at that one. Took his body early.
Not going to stand in front of him.
Nah.
Goldstein wins down the track, trying to find Thomas. Ed Kerno in there for the Blues, couldn't clear it. Davies Uniacke onto it for North, gets the hand pass to Stevenson. Kicks up towards Zerha, who slipped over. Wiedering kept his feet, gets the hand pass to Walsh. Kicks inboard, just got it to Sard, over the fingertips of Anderson.
So Adam Sard, his 27th birthday yesterday. He gives it a real whack with his left boot in characteristic fashion. Martin flies, spills out the back of the pack North's way. Atlee to Zeeble. And Zeeble gets it out of the defensive 50. De Koning floats across, cuts it off for Carlton. Starting to get himself involved in the game, Tom De Koning. 60 out. Lays off the hand pass to Williams. Williams kicks towards the top of the goal square for Carlton. It beats everyone out the back, and in the end, Newens inadvertently soccers it out of play, so a throw in. Forward pocket for Carlton alongside the behind post of the Lockett end. Carlton a 4-5, North a 5-4, despite the inside 50 tally heavily lopsided in Carlton's favour.
Cripps doing the ruck work against Goldstein here. Goldstein taps it down to Zeeble. Gets the hand pass to Dumont. Clears defensive 50 out on the city wing. The foot race is on. Sherry offers chase to Jones, who gathers it first for Carlton. Hand pass to Newman. Turns and kicks inside the 50. Kerno, the target, couldn't take the mark. And in front of him, the footy's locked up with Luke McDonald laying the tackle. And Cottrell, who was onto the footy, had little room to move. The umpire will throw it up 50 metres out from the Blues goal, who trail by 5 points.
6 lead changes in the game. Goldstein goes up unopposed in the ruck, down to Thomas. Hand pass to Hall, away to McDonald, still on the back flank. Kicks down the city wing. Sard and Zerha in a one-on-one. Neither take the mark. Jones just soccers it towards half forward. Cottrell bounces off his shins as well. North back onto it. Still on the back flank for North. Thomas to Cunnington. Hand pass away to Atlee. Took on the tackle and lost it. Sard ushers it out the back door, but Atlee collects and he's gang tackled immediately. And we'll have a ball up, centre half forward for Carlton. North have kicked the last 2 goals in the game. The biggest margin either way was 7 points. It's now North who lead it by 5.
Tossed up at half forward for the Blues. De Koning trying to knock it forward. Goldstein crumbs it though. Hand pass to Aaron Hall on the defensive 50. Turns on his right-hand side and kicks out to the dock wing, where Williamson going back with a flight. Can't complete the mark, but does regain it against Taylor. Kicks towards half forward. Petreski-Seaton takes it. He chips it further still to Ed Kerno. 52, 53 out. Looks long towards the goal mouth. Sets it into the path of Newnes and McDonald. The 2 tangle. Newnes got a hand to it, but it's through for a minor score. North Melbourne lead by 4 points at the 25-minute mark of the second term.
Ed Kerno, 9 touches so far in his 200th game. Zeeble brings it in quick to Hall in the back pocket. North by 4. Short kick to Boston of Alangi. Had 3 games last year with Collingwood, part of the Stevenson deal. One of a number of players obviously offloaded by the Pies at the end of 2020. Kicks down the line. Larkey hits up, can't complete the mark, and Wiedering soccers it accidentally off his boot over the boundary line, just tried to paddle it over the line. He kicked it out on the full, so it'll be a North Melbourne free kick. Larkey's going to take it back flank. North by 4. 5-4 to 4-6. 26 played second quarter as we edge towards half-time. Long to a contest. Jones with some leverage jumping into the back of Sherry and Goldstein. And the free kick's going to go to De Koning in front of all of that. Jones made the dramatic leap over the pack, and yet the ump spotted a free kick for De Koning. Apparently Goldstein was hanging on to him.
Todd Goldstein just shaking his head. Ever the gentleman, just looking bewildered at the umpire.
If there's 2 free kicks, do they cancel each other out? Dow has it on the wing, kicks long inside the 50. Owi's the target for the Blues. Ricochets off Mackay's boot. Cottrell punches into the pocket. And Curnow deep against the boundary. What a finish! In game 200. And he's celebrating as he runs along the boundary behind the goals. Oh, what a moment for the milestone man. And didn't he celebrate like a soccer goal in the Euros?
Celebrating to the thousands in the stands there, Clinchy.
I didn't want to say it, Lee, but to the tarps behind the goals at the Lockett end, they would have loved it. It deserved a crowd. It would have got some response. And Carlton pinched back the lead late in the second quarter. 27 minutes gone. The Blues 5-6-36 to North Melbourne 5-4-34.
That was really smart play by Cottrell there, Lee. So the ball was really in congestion. We just needed a celebration there. Just pointing to the chairs.
Across his 200 games, he has been a man for the photo image. He's had all sorts of reactions to various scenarios at training, and when goals are scored, to the mouth open, to the tongue out. He's had some good celebrations, and that one will be right up alongside the, no doubt, gallery in which the Carlton fans have.
He's solid as ever in this first half. 10 disposals and a goal.
45th of his career, so he's just under 1 every 4 games. He certainly loves a goal. Free kick back in the middle. Simpkin to take it, lays it off to the running Hall, kicks to centre half forward. Sherry the target, slips out towards Williams' advantage. Sockers to the back flank. Zerha collects the footy in the air, fends off one, kicks into the pocket. That's chopped out. As Newman comes up with the smother for Carlton. Saab keeps it alive, hangs it inside the boundary line, City side. Shares it with Walsh, back to Sard. His hand pass dangerous for Cottrell. They've lost it again. Thomas kicks hurriedly into the pocket. Stevenson the target. It's out of play.
Yeah, dodged the bullet.
And a throw in forward pocket for the Roos.
That should have been hit. Thomas going inside forward 50 to Stevenson, but late in the quarter, I don't know what Carlton was thinking there.
That was Adam Sard looping up a handball, looking for the 1-2, and just put his teammate in all sorts of hot water.
Toss back into play. Goldstein tries to knock it to the front, but it rolls end over end and out of play. Still in the left forward pocket for North Melbourne. The Blues leading by 2 points as we're nudging towards half-time.
His tackling numbers really low in this quarter. 13 to Carlton, 7 only to North Melbourne.
To Koenig, one down the tap for the Blues to Walsh, who couldn't break the Cunnington tackle. Got it to Nunes, who kicks up to the wing, but straight to McDonald, who plays on, kicks North into attack, into the pocket. Sherry outnumbered, and Wiedering sees it out of play. Left forward pocket for the Roos, who trail by 2 points.
North have only led at halftime on 3 occasions this year. They have lost all 3 of those games. So despite having 3 wins and a draw, none of their premiership points have come in matches where they've been in front at half-time. They're running out of time here to take the lead. Goldstein into Stevenson, who snipes and misses everything for the pocket. Right on the bell to signal the end of the opening half of footy. He's been heavily involved with a couple of goals for Jaden Stevenson. And at half-time, it's Carlton who lead by a couple of points. Carlton 5-6-36, North Melbourne 5-4-34. As the first half comes to a close, it was North by 2 points at quarter time. It's now Carlton by 2 at the half. 7 lead changes in that half of footy. The goal kickers for Carlton, 1 each for Kennedy, Cripps, Martin, Curnow and Owies. While for North Melbourne, 2 each to Stevenson and Larkey, and Taran Thomas has the other.
So after North Melbourne led by 2 at quarter time, the Blues leading by 2 at half time. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, hard to know what to think of that second quarter, Rammer. I thought Carlton well and truly the better team in the first quarter. Didn't take their opportunities. That's why the Kangas had the lead. But that quarter, it was a little bit either way. I thought North Melbourne sliced through a couple of times. It looked really impressive when they were aggressive with their ball movement, got out the back of the Blues defenders and actually looked super dangerous. But then other times, I don't know, I just felt I believed more in Carlton around the ground. Centre clearance was dominated by North Melbourne, but Carlton around the ground held up really well. So I suppose a little bit of a, when you take that all into account, a little bit of a draw in that quarter because both teams had their moments and had their momentum shifts.
Look, I think this game will be won by the team who's willing to apply some sort of pressure. Because we're seeing the ball going from one end of the ground to the other pretty easily. Yep. And it was becoming more regular that quarter. So as the team's fatigue in the second half, you expect it to happen even more. Now, whether it's going from one end of the ground to the other clean, or whether it's going from one end of the ground to the other in a bit of a mess, it doesn't matter because it's opening up both teams' defences at the moment. Carlton, we saw with their smaller forward line, hit up targets, that smaller forward line, so we know what they're trying to do. North Melbourne, on the other hand, I think they're a little bit confused still going forward with the ball. They're not sure who their target is. Larky's getting himself really high up the ground at the moment. Stevenson looks like the most dangerous forward. Zerha hasn't really had an impact inside forward 50, but again, I just see this game. If you can apply pressure and stop those opportunities, you'll probably win the game today, Lingy.
I agree with you. The old saying, robbing Peter to pay Paul, evident here with Paddy Cripps playing as that deep forward more often than not. North Melbourne are dominating the centre clearance.
8-3.
And it's not just quick scrubby kick to get that 8-3 advantage. It is really dynamic movement, good clear hits, taking it on the move, handball out, and getting good deep entries from that. So Carlton are going to have to adjust and realise, okay, if we're not going to have Cripps in there, who else is going to take a little bit more responsibility? Maybe we don't try and wrestle Ben Cunnington because he's a beast. Maybe you're going to have to move into him late and make contact with him right when the ball's just hitting the ruckman's hands, so you've got him a little bit off balance. Whatever it is, they're going to have to change something. Otherwise, North will continue to get that big advantage.
So Simpkin 3 centre clearances, Cunnington 3 centre clearances, then Davies, Uniacke and Thomas 1 each.
And probably Goldstein would have had 1 or 2 perhaps.
So they're doing it quite comfortably in that part of the ground. Now, do Carlton have to readjust to play more of a defensive style in there, or they continue to back to Conning to at least halve that contest with Goldstein, because they're doing it pretty comfortably.
And I love seeing what North Melbourne are doing, because sometimes you get to the middle and you think, I'm not sure. I've got a pretty good ruckman. They've got a pretty good ruckman. I won't. Let's just play the odds a little bit, and where the ball lands, then the ball's on the ground, we'll go for it. North Melbourne are sending at least one of their mids nearly every time on the bolt. Yeah. And it's not always towards goal. Sometimes it's away from goal, really on the move, take and feed. You can see Carlton starting to react to that now. They're thinking, hang on, we're jumping on them, and they're away from what they want to do as a group now, so they're getting a huge advantage with that one. It's hard to then play when the ball's getting deep in your defence, to have to think, okay, nearly every single time we're going to transfer the ball the whole length of the ground.
So Carlton need to make a decision on Eddie Betts now at half-time, because they need a leader in their forward line. We're seeing Mark Murphy at the moment out on the ground warming up. If he comes into the game, no doubt he'll play as a forward. So at least you've got some real experience down there, because when you don't have your usual structure, you've got to have really disciplined players then. You can't just go and do what you want, go and run where you want. It's still structured in some description. So without Big Harry there's no key forward. We get that. They didn't pick Levi Casbolt, no key forward. When Cripps is down there, he's playing as that. But having leadership still to set up and make sure guys are in the right position is critical.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling at half-time. North Melbourne trailing Carlton by 2 points. The Blues 5-6-36 to North Melbourne 5-4-34. Some good news, Ling, coming through in the 21st Q clash involving the Brisbane Lions and the Suns. Cockatoo's finally going to play. It's going to be the sub. So Nakai Cockatoo, his first game since round 3 2018. Will Brodie to be the sub for the Gold Coast Suns. So we'll keep you across that later on this afternoon, but at halftime it's the Blues leading by 2 points, and Ned Hall on the other side of ABC News to bring us an Olympic update. But let's pause from Docklands and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Tim Shepherd with the latest news headlines. New South Wales has recorded 163 new locally acquired COVID cases today. That's the highest number of daily infections recorded during the outbreak. Meanwhile, 50,000 additional Pfizer doses will now be sent to the state from federal reserves to help try and bring that outbreak under control. But the doses will not be taken from allocations meant for other states and territories. Meanwhile, violence has broken out as anti-lockdown protesters march through Sydney CBD. Thousands of people have marched through the streets of Sydney shouting freedom in direct contravention of public health orders. Some protesters tried to attack mounted police, hitting horses as they tried to regain calm in some areas. Victorian health officials say it's still too early to make a call on whether the lockdown will end next week after the state recorded 12 new COVID cases today. 10 of those were in quarantine for their entire infectious period, and all are linked to the current outbreaks. WA's Premier Mark McGowan has announced that the Perth Casino Royal Commission's final report will now be handed down next March. It follows a request by those leading the inquiry for more time. Also making news, a new study of 2 million people in the UK suggests high levels of a certain type of cholesterol in middle age are linked to an increasing risk of developing dementia. And conservation groups have criticised UNESCO's decision not to add the Great Barrier Reef to its in danger list. Greenpeace says it missed an opportunity to highlight the Australian government's neglect of the reef.
How are you cheering yourself up? Robin in Croydon, I rely on nature. Spring and warmer weather is on the way. Nick in Kangaroo Ground.
Sifting through the old photos, it's been fantastic.
Raf Epstein.
Leo is in Listerfield South.
The family that kazoos together laughs together.
Go on, do Star Wars.
Raf Epstein, weekdays from 3:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
On the throw-in, Goldstein tried to go himself, lost it in the tackle. Petrescu sitting in the pocket looking for Cripps. And a free kick. So he starts up against the boundary here. He's going to go the banana from about 40 metres out. Steps out. Snaps it pretty well. Inspirational. Patrick Cripps just reminding everyone of what he's capable of.
Kerno from halfway inside 50. Jack Martin, nice use of the body. Got rid of Zeeble and dives forward to take the mark right half forward for Carlton. Jack Martin slots his drop punt, the sharpshooter from out at right half forward.
Davies Uniac kicks inside the 50. Larkey came charging out, couldn't take the mark. Thomas, quick as a flash, put it on the boot and bounces it through for a goal. Swaps it forward to Scott's advantage. He cuts in ball with a hand pass to Anderson. They've got all sorts of numbers on the other side. Kicks to Stevenson. He marks at 50, runs into 45, steadies and finishes. Now has it on the wing, kicks long inside the 50. Owi's the target for the Blues. Ricochets off Mackay's boot. Cottrell punches into the pocket. And Kerno deep against the boundary. What a finish in game 200. And he's celebrating as he runs along the boundary behind the goals.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Oh, how Carlton fans would have loved that goal from Ed Kerno in game 200. Instead, he had to create his own celebrations behind the goals at the locket end. Carlton leading by 2 points at half-time, 5-6-36 to North Melbourne, 5-4-34. So the Blues with 3 goals won in that term to North Melbourne's 2 goals 3. It's also the opening day of the Tokyo Olympics. Keeping us across all the action is Ned Hall.
Thanks, Clinchy. Yes, I might have put the kibosh on Australia's success on the water earlier on today. Very strong start to the rowers with the pairs and the fours all dominating in their heats earlier on today. Wasn't quite as successful for the men's and the women's eights, who'd had their heats brought forward due to expected bad weather early next week. The men finished 4th in their heat. They go into the repechage, as do the women, who came 3rd of 3 in their heat shortly afterwards. But it was very impressive stuff by the women's pairs, Morrison and McIntyre, winning their heat, fastest through to the semi-final. The men's pairs, Hardy and Hicks, also fastest into the semis. The women's fours, which also featured Morrison and McIntyre backing up after rowing in the pairs before, they were 5 seconds quicker than the Dutch four, who were expected to be favourites for that event, as they go straight through to the final. And the men's fours also direct straight through to the final after a very impressive row from them as well. Earlier on today, the Kookaburras made a strong start in the hockey. They're the world #1 ranked side, so a lot of people expecting big things from them. They were taking on the host nation, Japan. They were leading 2-1, then conceded 3 times in 5 minutes, but battled back well to win that one by 5 goals to 3. Not such so much success, though, for the softball team, beaten 7-1 by Canada. Can't win the gold medal now. Need to beat USA next time out to have a chance of staying alive and pushing on to play in the bronze medal match up there. Elsewhere, there has been success in table tennis with the women's singles. Jan Fang Lei beating Daniela Fonseca of Cuba 4-love. But in the mixed doubles, Hu and Tapper were beaten by their French opponents by the same scoreline, 4-zip there. on the road at the moment in the men's road cycling race. A long way to go yet. Still another 130 or so kilometres to go until the finish, but there's a breakaway of 5 riders. No Australians featured in that breakaway, and none of the really superstar riders who've travelled straight over from the Tour de France to take part in the Olympics involved in that break either, but they have got nearly 16 minutes on the rest of the chasing pack, but there's 2 big climbs to go yet, so fingers crossed for the likes of Richie Port and Luke Durbridge and Lucas Hamilton as well, who are flying the flag for Australia. They did stay clear of a crash earlier on today that did impact one of the British chances, Geraint Thomas. He's back on his bike, but looking like he's slightly dishevelled with a lot of rips down his shoulder and leg as well. In the tennis, John Millman, win for him. He beat Lorenzo Musetti 6-3, 6-4 in the men's singles, but Sam Stosur out against Elena Rybakina 4-6, 2-6. She went out in that match. Ash Barty and Storm Sanders are due on court shortly to play in the women's doubles. And plenty to come later on today as well. In the soccer, the Matildas take on Sweden. That's about 6:30 kickoff Australia Eastern time. And then the swimming gets underway about 8 p.m. Australian Eastern time. I'll keep you across all the latest from Tokyo. Clinchy.
Beautifully done, Ned. Thank you very much. Ned Hall there with all the latest from Tokyo. Don't forget the ABC website, abc.net.au/sport for all the other details. Here at halftime, it's the Blues leading by 2 points over North Melbourne. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling are your experts, with Alicia Muelling down on the boundary. So it's a massive Saturday of footy with 5 matches taking place today. Q Clash number 21 with the Brisbane Lions taking on the Gold Coast Suns. That's about 5 minutes from getting underway. Nakai Cockatoo, the sub for the Brisbane Lions, and Will Powell for the Gold Coast. West Coast and St Kilda to follow that. 1 versus 2, again in front of an empty stadium on Saturday night. Melbourne taking on the Western Bulldogs, and Adelaide and Hawthorn complete what's a massive day of footy. Action in the NRL this afternoon. Matches taking place. In the early match, no score yet between South Sydney and the Warriors. Manly and the West Tigers to follow ahead of Penrith and the Broncos. Tonight, a news coming through that after that COVID scare in the West Indies, the second one-day international will take place tomorrow. So they went through the formalities, had the toss. It was declared Australia was going to bat, and then one of the support staff tested positive for COVID. So such as the regulations the ICC had set up, the match had to be abandoned. Everyone evacuated the stadium, kept in their own bubbles, received negative COVID tests, and then the all clear that the series could continue. So good news there on a cricketing front. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne, hi team. Love to know what the difference is between North Melbourne under Noble as opposed to North Melbourne under Reece Scott. Go Kangas, giving the Blues a run for their money. Well, Lingy, how would you describe that?
A good question. A very good question. Difference. So early on this season, I think David Noble tried to teach them attacking football. Tried to teach the Kangaroos how to move the ball, how to take the game on, how to do all that, before he'd put in the elements of being able to have at least a solid defensive structure across the ground. And I reckon that's what led to the big blowouts and the massive losses, and we're all starting to get very, very worried about how they're going. I think he's been smart enough to say, okay, I want to encourage them to play footy and use their skills and everything like that, but I also need a foundation. They're not going to get blown apart by teams that are better than them, and it's going to get really ugly. So I think he's really cleverly adjusted during the season and said, okay, let's work on some foundation defensive work, be a little bit more circumspect with our ball use, and they're much more competitive, and then he'll add the other elements in. Brad Scott as a coach, I think Brad Scott was really technically, strategically minded about every single facet of the way that they defended structurally, their shape, their formation, around every time there's a ball, whatever they were doing behind the ball, how they moved the ball, a lot more methodical with the build-up of their play and their ball use, which was great when they had more mature teams, and those couple of preliminary finals they made worked well. I think David Noble's going to encourage this team to be more instinctive. Certainly you're going to have structure and a formation, a foundation. Everyone needs to have that. You need to know what each other's doing, but I think he's going to encourage a real instinct in some of these young players of when you go, make make the best decision you possibly can. Understand what's ahead of the ball. Are we outnumbered? Do the opposition have a spare? And is it just stupid to kick it in there quickly then because it's going to cause a turnover and we're not set up to defend it and we've got to be careful? Or is what we've got ahead of the ball exactly what we want? A good one-on-one, in space, inside forward 50, bang, get it in there. I think he's going to encourage that aspect of the game as well. But it is very, very early to be saying that. But I really like what David Noble's done so far. I love the fact he's been able to change during the season when he realised he was probably putting attacking play just a little bit of too early on in this team's development. He needed to add a little bit of a foundation of defence first, while still encourage some instinct as well. It's probably a long-winded answer.
No, I think you've done a pretty good job of trying to answer that for you, Fran. And Bill was also wondering, Rama, given both sides have missed opportunities, whether today was a good opportunity for the Carlton small forward contingent to show what they were capable of. But given the way the game's been played, there's not too many one-on-ones inside 50.
Still, a small forward is still reliant upon a key forward to bring the ball to ground. So that's where I think that's where the difficulty lies there. Yeah, I understand what a text message is saying, but you still need a key target going inside forward 50 to create the opportunities at ground level. Now, the best small forwards of a long time have lived off that. Eddie Betts here at Carlton, he's lived off ground level play. Stevie Milne, Phil Matera, those type of guys.
The very best of them can be a threat in the air and terrific one-on-one and can take a grab, but they still want to know, and you talk to a lot of them too, remember, they want to know when they turn and they know the kick's going in under some sort of pressure, it's easier when they pretty much know where it's going because of that key focal point. And they can go, well, even if I've caught myself out of position here, I understand this long kick's going to go to whichever player. For Geelong, it's going to Tom Hawkins. For Carlton, normally, it's going to Harry Mackay. It's going to Buddy Franklin. All that. So you know where to get to the foot of. You don't have to guess and run to all, try and cover 100 different positions.
Yep, and that's what the good small forwards do. They're able to reset really quickly.
Yep.
But the thing with a small forward is it only takes 3 or 4 opportunities in a game, and you can look really silly as a defender from them because they'll kick 2 or 3 goals in a couple of minutes, and it just completely turns the game.
Eddie Betts tried to take a hanger in the first half, landed awkwardly on his ankle, limped off, went down the race. We haven't seen him since.
On the ground. He's there. He's going into the key forward.
Well, now we've seen him, so he's out there. He's staying on the ground. We saw Mark Murphy do a warm-up at half-time, so he's not going to be used just yet as the medical sub for Carlton.
I will say Eddie is limping out to position. Not a massive limp, but really sore coming out of the half-time break. I wouldn't say he's looking perfect.
And just as I say that too, I think I've got this wrong on both fronts. Mark Murphy standing on the wing. So they have made their sub. Alicia Mullion on the... Well, we might be checking with Alicia shortly, but I'm pretty sure Carlton have made their sub. Alicia.
Yeah, they have, and Zach Williams has injured his hamstring in that closing, in the second quarter, so Mark Murphy, he's on.
DeConey wins the hit out to start the third term, down to Walsh, gives it to Cripps, kicks inside the forward 50, here's Betts, out to meet it, hand pass away to Dow, goes back to Murphy in game 297, his first kick to the goal square, gee, it slipped past Zeeble and Martin and through from behind, so Murphy hits the scoreboard immediately. How's that for a bit of live radio? So Betts out there and Murphy's on. Zach Williams out of the game with a hamstring complaint.
Zeeble brings North back into play. Couldn't find McDonald. Dow onto it. Kicks to the goal mouth. Zeeble almost claimed the mark, lunging back. Petreski-Seaton putting the pressure on Betts there as well. Free kick North Melbourne's way. Legged in the tackle was Zeeble. He's going to take the advantage and kick out to Damon, who marks in the left back pocket.
So that's part of the point I was trying to make at half-time. Zeeble breaking through the middle of the ground there. I reckon the first half of the year keeps trying to go to the middle of the ground and would have been turned over and a quick entry for Carlton. Instead, just set up a bit of a defensive kick and now they can launch their attack.
And half-back Lucky with the hand pass through traffic. Got it to Simpkin. They work it up towards Zerha at half forward. He gives it to Anderson. Back in the lineup. Squares the kick to Stevenson. They've got numbers aplenty in the right forward pocket. Has to get around Jones. Turns back on his left. He's going to put through his third.
That is far too easy.
Where was the Carlton defence there? As North had options aplenty inside their forward 50. And Jaden Stevenson able to cash in at the other end. North take back the lead to start the third quarter. It's only 90 seconds old. The Roos by 3 points. 6-4-40 to the Blues, 5-7-37.
That's ridiculously easy. Lingy there. They're just being completely opened up in the first minute of the game. Zerha fumbled the ball 3 or 4 times, and he still had the opportunity to regather it. Stevenson was able to balk through 2 players and had a player in the goal square. He could have handballed too. That's very, very lazy start by the Blues. Terrific enterprising play by North Melbourne.
So he's up to 16 goals for the year, Jaden Stevenson. Of course, the standout game was against West Coast on that Monday night a couple of weeks ago with 38 and a goal. Bit more time up front. 3 snags for him already today. Goldstein in the middle. Gets it. Hands it out towards Thomas. Kicks wide to Anderson. Cottrell forces the ball back in Sard's grasp. So Carlton come away with it. Cripps goes darting up over halfway with a bounce. Hands it wide to Walsh. Walsh, as he's tackled by Thomas, kicks inside 50. Boston Valangi spoils away from Curnow and out of play, and a throw in, 40 out from the Carlton goal.
So Cripps is bursting through the middle of the ground there, and that's the cause of not having a key forward. There's just nobody to kick to. Those smaller forwards weren't leading at him. They were leading back to goal, so had to go sideways.
Toss back into play. Goldstein one down the tap to DeMont. Gets it to Aaron Hall. Feeds the hand pass wide to Cunnington. Kicks up to the wing. Davey Junior with side with a massive fly. Couldn't complete the mark as he landed. Onto it, Plowman feeds it back to Nick Newman for the Blues. And now Cottrell with a bit more space. Takes a bounce as he runs the boundary line. Kicks inside 50 towards Martin. Great kick. Can't juggle the mark as Zeeble pinched it right at the last bite of the apple. Had 3 goes at it. Cunnington from half back. Got the hand pass to North. Kicks towards Anderson. He can't break clear as he scraps against Nick Newman. Wiedering dives in. He's tackled by Thomas. And the umpire will throw it up just below our broadcast position here at Docklands. North Melbourne leading by 3 points.
8 lead changes in the game already. The widest margin, 7 points Carlton's way. It's currently North by 3. And the ball up. We're going nowhere in a hurry. And a ball up again in the middle as Cottrell locked up by Simpkin. Ball up right on halfway. Logo, a broadcast wing or dock side of the ground. Hand pass from DeMont out to Thomas. Gives it to Cunnington. Thomas runs straight at Petrovski-Seton trying to take on the tackler. Lost it. Walsh had it likewise. Hands it back to Cunnington. Gets it to DeMont. Floats a hand pass to Anderson and the Roos are out. Kicks deep to a one-on-one. He wants Larkey trying to reel it in. Can't take the juggled mark. He hits the deck. Larkey knocks it out. Still no clean pickup. Williamson bowled over without the footy. Says play on. Head over it from Sard. Pack forms around him. Now we'll have a ball up. 30 out from North Melbourne's goal at the Lockett end.
Gee, Ben Cunnington's starting to have a huge influence on this game.
He's up to 20 possessions, Lingy now. So 8 kicks, 12 handballs, 4 clearances.
Setting up his teammates too. He's just so clever. He's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, free kick in the ruck going North Melbourne's way. Goldstein shepherded out of it in the eyes of the umpire. So the free kick against Koning. And Todd Goldstein directly in front, 25 metres out, has been given a gift.
See the replay there. He's just protecting space, and he actually Koning tapped the ball. I don't agree with that one.
In his 14th AFL season, Todd Goldstein comes in and rams it home. North Melbourne skip out to a 9-point advantage early in the third quarter. We've elapsed 5 minutes. The Roos 7-4-46. They've got the Blues napping. 5-7-37.
Rammer, it's different if in that body work that you get rid of the other ruckman and you don't make it back to the ball. You just completely get out of the way. For me, De Koning, that's in the side,
fine,
protects space and still wins the hit out.
It's absolutely, it's good ruck play by De Koning. That's not in the back. So he's playing Shepherd.
He called him for a block.
You're allowed to protect the space where the ball's going to go.
Exactly.
It's like a marking contest as such.
I was going to say, what's shepherding and tangling in the ruck? It's not a lot, is it?
No.
Well, if you get so far off your line that you can't get back to actually win the hit out yourself, no worries, because you're just too worried about the opposition. But he won the hit out. It was clever work.
is a game-high margin, North by 9. Goldstein wins the tap. Guess who? First possession, Cunnington hands it back to Goldstein across the half-forward line to Demont. He shakes Williamson. Demont loads up, shanks the kick outside of the right boot. Still a chance for Taylor in the pocket. It rolls away from him, and Murphy it over the boundary line to throw in forward pocket for North. Again, they're deep inside their forward 50. 2 goals already to start this third term for North after trailing at the half. From the boundary throw-in, Goldstein hooks it down, but straight to Plowman. Hand pass away to Murphy under pressure. And gives it to Kennedy, who's also helped over by Phillips. The boundary throw-in a little further around. 25 out from North Melbourne's goal at the locket end.
Ben Cunnington with 5 disposals already in this third quarter as the ball's tossed back into play. Goldstein into Koning. Goldstein beautifully down to Demont, who's ridden into the turf by Jones. A chance for Nunes to try and clear it for the Blues. He just hacks a long kick up to the centre of the city wing, which will be coming back as Turner takes the mark for North Melbourne. Turns and kicks into the corridor to Hall. Call to play on. Works it all the way back to centre half back where Ben Mackay takes the mark. Chips the ball over the top to Hall and then can work to the dock side here at Docklands where Demont takes the mark. Still has it between wing and half back though for North Melbourne. The opening 2 goals of this third quarter through 7 minutes. Demont goes for Scott. Down low, can't complete the mark, and Walsh swoops. Gathers for the Blues. Half pass to Petreski-Seaton. Back to Walsh. Looks to right half forward. Williamson's free. Marks and gives the hand pass to Nunes. Inside 50. Well, he found the intended target in Jack Martin. Always was also leading out, so they could have raffled it between the two of them. Martin ends up with the footy in his hands in the right forward pocket.
Sam Walsh is just such a good decision maker with ball in hand. When to kick, when to handball. And sometimes it's kicks that are only just 15 metres, but they get there quick. And his vision everywhere is just outstanding. I know we were pumping up before the game, but just continue to marvel at a bloke who's so early on in his career.
Jack Martin starts on the angle, 1 step out and snaps on his left. He didn't quite have the angle right as he missed to the right-hand side and he just carried the distance.
Just kick it at the goal.
It was an interesting decision.
Yeah, opposite foot snap. Like, you're not going to have the penetration.
Oh, Zeeble plays on from the kick out. Not a great kick to Phillips. Made it tough as he has to pick it up around his ankles. Does so. Hands it back to Atley. He goes wide to Walker. Across the back flank. Now big Josh Walker will go long down the line. Zurha, the target. Wiedering spoils at the back. Zurha picks it up at ground level. Newman tackles into the ground. Ball up.
That's where someone's got to be aware of Cunnington around these stoppages. Doesn't have to be a hard tag, but just initially.
He's doing what as he pleases around contest.
Roos by 8 points. Ball up on the city wing. Murphy had it, lost it. His hand pass collected by De Koning. He loses it as he goes to ground. Simpkin gives it away to Cunnington. Fends off one. Kicks to half forward. Anderson the target. Stocker spoils. Into the lap of Wiedering. Back with Carlton. Long kick down the line. Betts again flying in the air. Can't complete the mark. Spills to McDonald to the Roos. 1-2 hand pass without lead. McDonald goes to Davies Uniacke and he hands it back to Ben Mackay.
He looks for options across half back and then decides the best way is forward. Takes a bounce. Hand pass to Hall. He can work it to half forward. Phillips all on his own. He gets to 50. Can he go himself? No, he squares it up to Anderson. He gathers on the volley. Snaps on the left of the goal square. Lucky takes the mark. Jones couldn't do much. Caught behind him and Larkey standing vertically in front was able to pull down the mark.
Well, what's Lockie Plowman doing? He's just standing inside defensive 50, having no impact whatsoever.
Larkey able to extend North Melbourne's lead with a third straight goal in this third quarter. His third for the match. All of a sudden, the Kangas are out by 14 points. 8-4-52 to the Blues, 5-8-38. They played 10 minutes in the third term at Docklands. Here's Adam Romanascus and Cameron Lee.
I just wonder if Carlton right now are pretty happy that Sellers isn't sitting in his usual seat here right now.
No.
He'd be pretty strong on what you're saying.
I'm the opposite. I wish he was sitting there right now. It would be fantastic.
Oh, because you're right, that Carlton defence.
What are they doing?
That was as simple as you like. Phillips pretty much, and I think his next evolution as he gets older is he just kicks that goal himself.
Yeah.
Instead shares it, and they were still able to share it as easy as you like. The Carlton defenders are standing there just watching the game going around them.
The defensive element, they've been praised in recent weeks, so since the bye they're conceding just 67 points a game. after conceding 92 in the first 14 rounds of the season. Well, they've conceded 52 against the bottom side here. And we're only 11 minutes into the third term. Back in the middle, Phillips for North. Hand pass wanted to get it to Simpkin. Ends up with Walsh. He's gang tackled and dispossessed, holding the ball. Simpkin and Thomas. The tackler's rewarded. Simpkin to take it. Kicks to centre half forward for Taran Thomas. Downfield free kick. It's going North Melbourne's way. No, it's getting reversed. Gee, the umpire out of zone has reversed the kick. So Thomas was going to take it at centre half forward. Sard gets it, centre half back for Carlton.
Stay through the middle of the ground, Carlton.
Goes short to Walsh.
It's all wide now. You know, there was options to give the handball from Walsh there. Now they're really wide on a half-back flank. This is where opposition teams want to get. They set up the ground now, and it's going to be a long kick down the line.
Yeah, Cripps v. Phillips is the long one, though. Not going to get it there. Not quite. No, not well enough. Cripps wanted it a bit higher with the advantage on Phillips. But, yeah, you're right. Just go in the middle of the ground. Try and keep it there. Run it from behind. Yeah. Break things up.
So Wiedering is kicked short of Cripps and sent out of play in North Melbourne by 14 points. 3 goals to none in this third term. Goldstein up against Silvani. Gets to the back. Curnow chips it backwards towards Stevenson. He gathers. Bosavilungi onto it. At right half forward. Kicks inside a vacant 50. Lucky the target takes the mark. Had a couple of metres on Wiedering, who couldn't close the space as North springed into attack. And Lucky with a chance to kick his fourth.
But again, from the initial contest, gee, North Melbourne are quick to spread one forward, and they're starting to use it, and they're realising they can get through this Carlton, not just the Carlton defence, but the Carlton midfield initially. There's opportunities to slice through them. They're feeling it.
Deep in the right forward pocket, only about 15 metres out. Nick Larkey puts through his fourth, and they're throwing down the challenge to Carlton, now out by 20 points. 13 minutes gone in this third term. 9-4-58 to the Blues, stagnant on 5-8-38. 4 goals to none in this third quarter.
Well, clearances, Lingy, in this quarter is 7-3 in North Melbourne's favour. But what's more important, in my opinion, is tackles are 10-4. They've really dominated. Disposals are 51-31, but to have 10 tackles, so 31 times that Carlton have had the ball, they're getting tackled. Someone's right near them, and that's albeit North Melbourne's ball movement has been terrific. It's been that aspect, that side of the contest game, that they've really dominated, and the reason why they've kicked the opening 4 goals this quarter.
On the Gold Coast, the Suns have started brightly there. Ben King with the opening goal, and then a second goal, so they're 2-2-14 to the Lions, one behind.
Goldstein wins it down to Simpkin. He was tackled without it by Curnow. Dow's trying to run away with a footy, but it's going North's way again in the middle, so another centre break. They've dominated the middle of the ground, North Melbourne. He hands it away to Hall off the back edge of the square, and there's Larkey again, who's caught fire in this third term, and Nick Larkey is shooting for 5.
There's a lot of finger pointing right now, saying, why weren't you there? Who was spreading there? There's complete confusion and questions getting asked amongst the Carlton players.
Now running on top of the ground here, North Melbourne. Carlton looking very stagnant. Nick Larkey on the set shot. Their spearhead misses. To the right and behind. He's kicked the last 2 in the game. North are all over Carlton here. 9-5 to 5-8. It's a 21-point lead for North.
Set up straight down Walker's throat. That one. Good spoil by Jack Martin to get it out of bounds, but it was a nothing kick. Walker was set there. North Melbourne pretty comfortable with the way they're set up, not really threatened in this third quarter by Carlton's ball use at all.
That's the 4th occasion that Larkey's been able to hit up on Wiedering. And Mychek did it so well last week. No doubt Nick Larkey looked at that.
Sherry into the ruck for North Melbourne. One down the tap against Silvani. McDonald over the top of Cripps. And the umpire will throw it up just in front of the 2 benches. North Melbourne by 21 points. Silvani wrestles with Sherry, who taps it down to Davies-Uniacke. No room for him to move. We'll do it all once more. Umpire not wasting time and quickly throwing into the air. Sherry had a second tap at it, trying to knock it clear. Cripps onto it. Hand pass sharp by Thomas. A push in the back. It's going to go Carlton's way, so Paddy Cripps was fouled into after releasing the footy, and he'll take it centre wing on the dock side.
Started at full forward today, switching with Matt Kennedy at full forward in the absence of Mackay.
Give that handball.
Cripps goes short to Silvani, who goes back to take the kick, and another short kick and a mark, and Owies hits up to take it on the wing.
They're not even looking.
They're not even looking to give the handball to their runners. So what happens? They'll just stop.
And then a long high kick to the contest. Zeeble in the box seat. Fisher makes a contest, brings it to ground, but it spits out to Atley. And North again can work it out of defence. Away to Davies-Uniacke. Long kick in hope in the middle of the ground. Newman was in the box seat, couldn't complete the mark, follows up. And Carlton win it back right on halfway. Hands it to Wiedering. Short kick to Silvani. Still inside the centre square. North by 21. They've kicked the last 4 in the game. Silvani looking for Owies on the lead. No mark. And Mackay mops it up for North Melbourne. Hand pass to McDonald. Away to Taylor, who we haven't caught his name a heap. He goes to the back pocket. And Turner marks for North Melbourne.
Hemmed in the right back pocket. Kicks. Oh, a risky kick to McDonald at half-back, who took the mark and opens up all the field in front of him. Kicks the left half-back where Atley can charge forward. Feeds the hand pass around Mark Murphy to Walker, who takes a bounce. Options are plenty inside 50. Over the head of Stevenson to Anderson. Stevenson put the block on. Anderson gathered, got the hand pass to Zerha, snaps on his right and puts it through. The Kangaroos are waltzing into the Blues' defence and doing as they please. It's out to 27 points. 10-5-65 to Carlton 5-8-38. Cam Zerha joining the party with his first goal.
Well, the kick from Kane Turner had everyone raising their eyebrows. It was a brave kick, but what a kick it was. And it opened up everything from there. And North, just take your pick.
You know what, Lee? You've got to encourage that, though. In a young team, they've got the lead, they've got the momentum in this game. You've got to continue to encourage that kick, because in big games, you know this, you've got to pull the trigger on those. And, you know, it might be 60-40, but some guys will look at 60-40 and go, no, I'm just going to go down the line.
Yep.
That's a brilliant kick. Just opens the whole game up.
And then trust, even if it gets spoiled a little bit, we'll clean it up again.
Get the ground level.
Get the ground level. Yep.
Amazing quarter so far. 5 unanswered goals for North Melbourne. They've caught fire here in the third term. Back in the middle, it's Curnow and his 200th to get the clearance for Carlton out to half forward. Zeeble hits up to meet it, can't complete the mark. Spills to Cottrell. Hurried kick out wide. Curnow involved again against the boundary line, 60 from home. Hurried kick inside the forward 50 for Carlton. Ugly bouncing ball for Owies. Went without it. Here's Davies-Uniacke, just fends off Owies. The 1-2 with Turner. And on the last line, Davies-Uniacke switches to the opposite pocket and Dumont marks.
That's class by Davies-Uniacke. Not one that's going to make the highlight reel. Wasn't a goal or anything, but that was composed and class.
Dumont long to Larkey. Can't complete the mark at half-back. Some nice soccer skills from Saab trying to set up Kennedy. Picked up by Zerha, though, charging through in the other direction. He's dispossessed in the tackle. Whacked further forward by Atley, socket away by Zerha. Still no clean possession. Eventually, Petrevsky-Seaton on the wing grabs it. Hands it to Kennedy. Hand pass away to DeConey. High up and under to half forward. Silvani and Zeeble out wrestles in to take the mark for North.
North are playing with spirit. Kicks it into the middle of the ground to Stevenson, who takes on Cottrell. Trying to feed the hand pass to McDonald. Didn't realise it was his to win. Gives it back to Anderson and then back to McDonald, who kicks laterally wide to Sherry, who should be able to gather on the attacking 50. Brushed the tackle of Newman, got the hand pass to Phillips. He's looking for options. He's going to chip it back to Dumont, not 15, so called to play on. Back onto the right. High ball inside the 50. Taylor flew. Couldn't come down with a footy, but he's first over at a ground level. Hand pass to Stevenson. Feeds the hand pass to Phillips in the left forward pocket. He's still uncertain what to do. Scissor kicks it back over his shoulder to Anderson. All the tricks on display. Couldn't complete the mark. Larkey gathers to Thomas, to LDU. Firing shot on goal. He misses to the left-hand side. Took a while to get the hands in the right man to finish, and in the end, Luke Davies-Uniacke had a pretty good crack at it. North by 28 points.
Just one-way traffic here in this third term. Big alarm bells ringing for Carlton. Wiedering to Murphy. Murphy out wide to Sard. Still on the back flank. Short kicking game finds Williamson. It's a game-high 28-point lead for North Melbourne. Williamson goes back to Wiedering, who drops the mark.
He's another goal.
Under the pump. Caught by Taylor. Hands it straight to Scott. Back to Taylor for North, to Larkey, who runs it in for his 5th. It's all one-way traffic for North Melbourne in this third term. They have caught fire collectively, and Carlton have no answers for them. That is 6 unanswered goals in the third term alone. Larkey with 5 for the game.
Oh, Jacob Wiedering just had spent it and dropped it. Oh, that's an awful feeling, and his opponent gets the goal. I'm worried that Sellers might call in, Rammer.
No,
I hope he's
ring.
not watching.
But Wiedering there, he's almost better off just handballing it to the boundary and getting to deliver it.
Yeah, true.
Because, difficult shot from the boundary rather than handballing it straight up in the air. North Melbourne had 2 players there. It's a raffle in the end. Who wants it? Larky, here you go. You kick your 5th, son.
Alicia Millie on the boundary.
Cam Zerha has just gone down the race. Left shoulder seems to be the problem. We'll keep you updated.
At the Gold Coast, at the Gabba, the Gold Coast Suns 3-2-20, leading the Brisbane Lions 1-2-8. So approaching quarter time there. A chance for North once more as they kick inside 50. Plowman in front. Takes the intercepting mark from the Demont kick. Looks to switch across half-back to Petreski-Seaton. The Blues need some of their leaders to stand up here. Petreski-Seaton kicks to Nunes. He marks between wing and half-back. Thought about the half-pass back to Petreski-Seaton. Was trying to get 50 for Scott Croaching on the mark. Instead kicks inboard, and now Silvani takes the mark. North Melbourne by 34 points. As Jack Silvani looks to half forward. Cottrell offers a lead, nudged underneath it by Zeeble. A push. Cottrell will take it at right half forward for the Blues. A rare...
We saw last night that if a forward was doing that, that'd be let go.
Rare foray inside there, attacking 50 in the last 5 minutes or so. Martin crumbed it well at the front, got it to Fisher, squeezed it onto the boot. His shot on goal misses to the left. A minor score, so 3 behinds Carlton's way in this third term. North have put on 6-2 at the other end, and it's a 33-point ball game.
They also had their last 4 scoring shots of the opening quarter to the Coventry and were all behinds as well. So that's 7 straight looks to what is the right of screen for those of you watching at home. The Coventry end of the ground that they've missed Carlton. Who would have thought at an indoor stadium you can have those kind of numbers? As Plowman hands it away towards Curnow, gets a kick inside 50 again for Carlton. Martin collects, hands it to Silvani, straightens up, chips to the pocket and finds Fisher, who takes the mark 25 out.
Outstanding gather by Jack Martin on the lead. Speed, just one grab. That's what set this one up. Just good, clean pickup. Of course, it is an understatement to say they need this one just to settle them all back down.
There were 8 lead changes in the game up until the 2-minute mark of this quarter. And the last 20 minutes have been all North Melbourne. 6 unanswered goals. Zach Fisher, left peg closest to the boundary line. He moves in to stop the avalanche. He can't. Another behind.
I wonder if, just with the complete destruction in the middle of the ground, particularly centre clearances going to North Melbourne, where they're Cripps, you just got to play him in there now. It hasn't quite worked as a full forward. He kicked that one goal, but just go back to where he does his best work.
Zeeble brings the ball back into McDonald, long up to the wing. Tom Zakoning in the pack, couldn't complete the mark. Davies Uniac, quick 1-2 for North with Anderson, trying to brush off the Newman tackle. He persisted and he won a free kick holding the ball. Good fight from Nick Newman. They need a bit more of that, Carlton. He looks into the middle of the ground. Risky kick for Williamson. Great mark. Zamon in from the side. Full 360s. He spun to complete the mark. Out centre half back, but they're winning all the one-on-ones. Kicks to Atley, who can advance it up the city wing to Scott. He marks just short of right half forward.
They're going to keep pushing here, North. Go for the kill.
He's got Larkey deep. Sends it in that direction. A one-on-one with Plowman. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Wiedering at the back. Fires the hand pass to Sard. Under enormous pressure. He's lucky he'll get a free kick in the back against Taylor. Otherwise, North are into attack once more. The Roos by 32 points.
It's been a joy to watch from a North Melbourne point of view when a team collectively takes over a game in the manner they have. Obviously, Carlton been disappointing as well, but North's best quarter of the season in terms of the numbers as well. The only quarter they've kicked 6 goals in, and they're not done yet. Carlton work it up the dockside as Walsh Surge kicked a half forward. Oh, he's outnumbered. The boundary line's not a bad outcome, so a throw in, 60 out from the Carlton goal.
What it also does, Corb, it gives your supporters hope that what David Noble and his coaching team are doing is working. Like Carlton are an emerging team trying to play in the finals. North Melbourne are a developing team, so it should give you great confidence as a supporter. Yep, this is working. We're going to be okay in the future, potentially.
North have crushed them at the stoppages, and they work it out again here. Cunnington to Scott, kicks down the line, and Taylor with courage marks in front of Jones.
Well, clearances this quarter 10-5, Corbs in North Melbourne's favour.
And you feel like if Carlton don't do something differently, this game's going to be, well, really an avalanche in the final term of the way in which it's trajectorying. Atley on half-back, can kick it along the half-back line. Bossamalungi has it, and he works it wider still. And Trent Dumont can take the mark. There's just not a lot of pressure on North Melbourne as they control the tempo of the game. Kicks it wide to Walker, who hand passes it back to Dumont, who's tackled over the boundary line by Jack Martin, one of the few forays where North just haven't been able to control the footy. Kangaroos by 32 points, 11-6-72 to the Blues 5-10-40. Toss back into play. Sherry in the ruck up against Tom De Koning. Sherry tries to back tap it, but Dow's awake to that for the Blues. He wins the footy, fires a hand pass back to Stocker, who's locked up by Stevenson, and the umpire will ball it up.
They're only a game in percentage outside the 8 coming in, Carlton, with 5 to play. They couldn't afford to leave the points behind if finals was still their hope, as Dow to Walsh. A 1-2 there with Nunes. Walsh involved again, gives it to Sard. Hand pass in the middle for Williamson. Sard keeps going. Sockers it as he gets a hand pass back from Williamson, but Anderson there on the wing for North. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Goes back to Taylor. Back flank, kicks down the wing, and Anderson marks under the pressure from Walsh. Nice to see Jed Anderson back. First game since round 3.
Sorry, Corbs. A couple of excellent moments for him too there. He just outbodied Sard, going with him to stop the attack, and then joined in straight away to set this up for his team.
Oh, here's a goal.
Threads the needle to Simpkin. Hand pass through to Taran Thomas. Unguarded goal square. That's number 7 for the term. All North Melbourne in the third quarter. Down at the half. 7 unanswered goals in this third quarter. 38 points is North Melbourne's lead. The second for Thomas. 28 travelled third term.
Well, we spoke before the game, and I said this, that if you're Carlton, you're still playing against a team that's bottom of the ladder. You've got a faint finals hope there. You just have to win. You just go and go bang against a team. As much as they've improved, they're still the bottom team. This is a terrible quarter from Carlton. I mean, they have let North Melbourne walk into the goal on numerous occasions, and 7 goals for the quarter. That's a smashing.
So I said at half-time, the team that's willing to apply pressure will go on and win this game. Carlton have applied 9 tackles in this quarter, and North Melbourne have had 40 more possessions.
Wow.
So North Melbourne have had 16 tackles. Carlton have had only 9 for the quarter.
Of course, if North are successful this afternoon, eyes will turn to Hawthorn and Adelaide tonight from Docklands. The Roos could still avoid the spoon, even though a team in rebuild would probably want the number 1
no
draft pick.
See, I'm different. I think you want the win. You want to teach a winning culture for your football club.
Correct.
That number 1 draft pick's probably going to Collingwood, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I understand what you're saying, but winning is more, just so much more in development for players.
Goldstein wins a free kick in the middle of the ground, kicks long inside the 50. Wiedering cleans things up at the back for Carlton and kicks out wide to Petreski-Seaton, who marks at right half back for the Blues.
And the long sleeves on. Sid Jackson's famous number 5. Petreski-Seaton long down the line. Martin the target, and off hands it's out of play.
And just to back Rammer up, one player doesn't guarantee success and winning future, but a truly great winning culture can almost guarantee success.
No doubt.
You know you're going to be there time and time again.
Goldstein wins the tap to Coney. Kicks it out on the full. And the last action sums up the quarter. It has all been North Melbourne. What a devastating quarter of footy. North's best of the season. A 3-win team that has just lit up Carlton in a quarter. Down by 2 at the half. They kicked 7 unanswered goals in that term. Nick Larkey kicked 3 in the quarter. He's got 5 for the match. 3 for Stevenson, 2 for Taran Thomas, 1 for Goldstein and Zurha. While for Carlton, the goal kickers haven't changed since half-time. 1 each to Kennedy, Cripps, Martin, Curnow and Matt Owies. They'd only had 5 5-goal quarters previously this year, Clinchy. They bettered that. 7 in the term for North Melbourne. What a quarter of footy.
There was a blistering quarter of footy. So the Roos by 38 points at 3-quarter time on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Do you like Sammy J? Would you like to hear more of Sammy J? What about a podcast featuring Sammy J?
Sorry, are you talking about me?
Quiet, you're not allowed to talk yet.
But you're promoting my new podcast.
Yes, and the last thing we need is you ruining it for everyone.
Sorry.
The Sammy J Snack Pack.
Can I just say one thing?
No, we're out of time.
The Sammy J Snack Pack Podcast. Exclusively on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Zerha at half forward. He gives it to Anderson. Back in the lineup. Squares the kick to Stevenson. They've got numbers aplenty in the right forward pocket. Has to get around Jones. Turns back on his left. He's going to put through his third. In his 14th AFL season, Todd Goldstein comes in and rams it home. Phillips all on his own. He gets to 50. Can he go himself? No, he squares it up to Anderson. He gathers on the volley. Snaps on the left to the goal square. Lucky takes the mark. Lucky able to extend North Melbourne's lead with a third straight goal in this third quarter. Stevenson, he gathers. Bossavalungi onto it. At right half forward, kicks inside a vacant 50. Lucky the target takes the mark. Deep in the right forward pocket, only about 15 metres out. Nick Larkey puts through his fourth. Walker who takes a bounce. Options are plenty inside 50. Over the head of Stevenson to Anderson. Stevenson put the block on. Anderson gathered, got the hand pass to Zerha. Snaps on his right and puts it through.
Williamson goes back to Weeder and he drops the mark.
Here's another
He's
goal.
under the pump, caught by Taylor, hands it straight to Scott, back to Taylor for North, to Larkey, who runs it in for his fifth.
Here's the goal.
Treads the needle to Simpkin, hand pass through to Taran Thomas, unguarded goal square. That's number 7 for the term.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
North Melbourne with 7 goals, 2 in that third quarter. To the Blues, 4 behinds. They trail by 2 points at half-time. The Roos lead by 38 at three-quarter time. Meanwhile, at the Gabba, quarter time there, and it's the Gold Coast Suns 3-3-21 leading the Brisbane Lions 2-4-16. And the sub has taken place with Olof Markov out of the action and Will Brodie in for the Gold Coast Suns. The next match for us in our broadcast schedule takes place from Western Australia, the West Coast Eagles taking on St Kilda. Clint Wheeldon to preview that clash.
Good on you, Matt. Yes, St Kilda looking to break an 11-year drought, eyeing off their first win over the Eagles in WA since 2010. They're going to have to come off the back of a week-long quarantine period up in Joondalup in the city's north, and of course they do lose Rowan Marshall, who's had to isolate because of COVID protocols. Number of changes being made. Caulfield does return. He's missed the past 4 with a hamstring injury. While for the West Coast Eagles, they get Josh Kennedy back, one of 4 inclusions, but they do lose their captain again, Luke Shuey. It is a genuine 8-point game. Have a look at it with West Coast in 7th on 36 points at the start of the round. St Kilda in 11th on 32 points. There's an awful lot at stake at the moment. Skies are grey, but no rain. Hopefully that continues. And no late changes here for our broadcast game. Joining me, Ben Cameron, alongside Michael Braun and Shane Woden. Clinchy?
Thanks very much, Clint. Looking forward to that. The West Coast Eagles taking on St Kilda on what's a massive Saturday of footy in round 19 of the AFL. The Roos by 38 points. Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
Well, pretty simple. You look at this: tackles 17-9 in North Melbourne's favour. Clearances 11-7 in North Melbourne's favour. Disposals 112-80 in North Melbourne's favour. 7 goals, 2-4 behinds.
It's pretty simple, isn't it? Sometimes stats don't lie.
No.
And it was the ease of the goals too that was shocking. For if you're a Carlton supporter watching that, you're thinking, oh no, this team might be doing something. We might be getting somewhere. To see North Melbourne, the bottom team on the ladder, slice through so easily at times, that must be alarming.
Well, you talk about the ease of goals. 3 of them were just running into open goal.
Yeah.
2 of them were on the goal line. It was simple. It was very simple. It's enormously disappointing for Carlton, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on the growth of North Melbourne. Yep. We've all mentioned it. Since the bye, they've been a really hard team to play against. Since the bye, they've wanted to attack through the centre corridor.
And they've got a terrific blend of those young guys that you've been highlighting throughout the game, together with Ben Cunnington's been enormous in this game. Todd Goldstein's still massive in the ruck. Yep. Simpkin really battles well. He's one of the younger brigade. they are complementing each other really well. What Cunnington's good at, great, but what he's not so good at, well, he's got the complements of Thomas and Phillips and these sorts of players on the outside.
You know that level of performance from those senior guys. It's can you continue to get lifts from your younger guys?
So can the Blues find a way to fight back, or will the Roos continue on? Into the final term we go. Koning wins down the tap, got it to Dow, who gets the hand pass to Cripps, just got the kick away, so he's tackled by Thomas, inside the 50, charging out, Wiedering's gone forward, worked underneath it by Mackay. Silvani picks it up for the Blues, hand pass back to Wiedering, to Murphy, hard against the pocket, kicks it into the corridor, Newnes somehow claimed the mark. Down low to his right, he was quite happy that he was able to pluck it.
That's nice. Steve Smith in the gully.
Yep.
Outstanding.
So only about 25 metres out, slightly left, but pretty much straight in front. Do you like the move of Wiedering forward?
Try something.
Anything.
Anything. Oh.
Anything. It's better than what we're seeing.
It's got to be around the ball. They've got to get it done.
Jack Newnes looking to start the climb back for Carlton. Comes in and puts through the opening goal of the final term. Inside a minute. As the margins cut back to 32 points North Melbourne's way. 12-6-78 to the Blues, 6-10-46 on ABC Sport.
If through the middle of the ground, Carlton get their hands on it up and get the old cliche, get the knees dirty, actually put some pressure on the opposition, create some turnovers, win some good hard footy, can link up and really join in together as a midfield group, well, they'll give their forward line enough looks. And, okay, so the Wiedering move might be a good one if that's the case. But if the midfield gets obliterated like it did in that third quarter, well, then no move is going to work. You could put Steve Kernahan down there in his prime and he's still not going to get a look at the footy.
First goal since the 28-minute mark of the second quarter when Ed Kerno kicked that beauty.
Blues would take sticks at the moment, even at his age, with a crown in his hand as well.
He wouldn't give up, would he? He'd fight for every mark.
And every crownie.
He wouldn't kick across the body, I can guarantee you that.
North by 32 points. Free kick in the middle for a hold.
Cunnington.
It's going Cunnington's way. So another centre break coming up for North Melbourne. What a day he's had. He goes short to Simpkin. Simpkin chips further wide out to Goldstein. Marks forward of the City wing. He can load up and kick inside the forward 50. Drops his vision. Finds Anderson. And Anderson hitting up takes the mark on the lead at left half forward. He'll kick from 45 out.
Been very good, Anderson, today. Been asked to play that role as a forward and at times has taken care of Adam Sard. And just in crucial little moments has used
12 possessions. He's had 8 score involvements, which is more than any... second. Larky's had 9. He's had 8, so second most of any player in the ground.
Skips in, kicks goalward.
Got it.
Nurses it through. They're giving nothing away, North. They get that goal straight back to start the final term. And Jed Anderson, with his first of the year in just his third game, heavily interrupted through injury. A 27-year-old kicks North Melbourne's 13th. 13-6-84, Carlton 6-10-46.
And as often as he can, he's found the Sard matchup.
Yeah.
And Adam Sard's had, 16 disposals and no real influence at all on this one. But is always putting himself in a position to either, on that occasion, he kicks the goal himself or be involved in the scores.
Make Sard accountable for him. So Sard can't drop off and go, well, the ball's going there, I'll get there because I'll get the handball. So Anderson gets in dangerous spot, gets a reward there with the goal.
Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. Had 14 tackles in round 2 against the Gold Coast Suns before that ankle surgery. So often in his career does the unglamorous work alongside his work in the middle of the ground. Bounce back in the middle. Goldstein one down the tap. Demont trying to get underneath it. Thomas trying to fight away clear, who's taken high by Dow. North will take the free kick in the middle of the ground. Taran Thomas looks towards half forward. Puts it in that direction of Anderson and Sard. Sard spoils it down. Scott front and centre. Half pass picked off by Newnes of the Blues. Feeds it back to Sard. Archie in the back trying to get away from Anderson. Retreats back. And the kick from Williamson up towards Newman. Couldn't take the mark. Ed Kerno, his hand pass not really all that effective to Fisher. It's pinched by Vosabalangi, who kicks inside the 50. Larky, Zerhar it was, who was up, couldn't complete the mark. Anderson dives on the footy, gets it to Stevenson. He squares the ball into the corridor, flying. Taylor couldn't complete the mark. A chance for Mark Murphy, he's dragged off it. And the umpire deems a push in the back, and the Blues will take it. Murphy into the match, the medical sub with Zach Williams out. He'll take the free kick 25 metres out from his defensive goal.
Jared Pollock back today as well. He's the medical sub for North, unused. First game since the hamstring injury way back in round 3. At senior level, as Silvani cuts back inboard to Williamson. Dangerous ball into the centre corridor. Got its way to Curnow eventually. Links up with Murphy. Hand pass to the running man in Walsh. Kicks to centre half forward. Nunes the target. Underneath it, no mark. McDonald spoils Nunes Sockers to an unguarded goal square. The kick's offline and in the end taken over the boundary line by Ben Mackay. Will have a throw in.
Better off taking that through the point.
That's what I would have thought. You rush them behind and get it back. Instead, we got a neutral ball deep forward for Carlton.
The Blues kick the first of the final term, only for North Melbourne to answer immediately back. Shallow throw in. Goldstein just tapped it down to Cunnington. They've done that all afternoon. Kicks a high ball to half back. to Koenig underneath. Couldn't complete the mark. Good pressure from Scott. Davies-Uniacke wins it at half back. Hand pass to Scott and feeds it back to Taylor. Through half back to Rusco. To Scott and then to Davies-Uniacke. And now Simpkin takes the mark just outside the defensive 50.
See, Bailey Scott's another player we haven't mentioned.
Yeah.
He's up to 19 possessions today.
Chips it to Todd Goldstein, all on his own. He gives the hand pass to Thomas. Drives inside 50, looking for Zerha. Spoiled away by Jones. A chance for Saad, who doesn't bend down. Just a little toe poke to Jones, who's trying to hand pass it through the legs of Stevenson. It's creative but not effective. Larkey takes it back for North. Hand pass to Taylor, who kicks towards the corridor, but there's 3 Blues to 1 North. That's Luke McDonald, and Nunes takes the mark for the Blues. Kicks out to Ed Curnow in the left back pocket.
So Curnow in his 200th game played his 150th against North as well, and unfortunately that was a defeat for Curnow as well as he goes wide to Silvani. Marks at half back, and again they're slow back over the mark, Carlton. Chasing the game down by 38 points.
They don't have time to play slow.
No.
Silvani goes short to Nunes, short to Williamson at centre half back. You just turn the radio
kick.
As Williamson kicks in the middle of the ground for DeConing. If you just turn the radio back on, North kicks 7 unanswered goals in the third term. DeConing hands it to Nunes, kicks to full forward, Betts in a one-on-one, spills to Fisher, taps it to Betts' advantage, has to try and get around Boston of Alungi, can't. North win it in the back pocket. Taylor goes back to Mackay. Mackay's tackled, dispossessed, caught holding the ball, and Nick Newman's got him. And Newman takes the free hurriedly, retreats to Fisher, goes back 15 metres, and Fisher marks 20 from goal, right half forward.
It was good pressure. Mackay just slow. He had the boundaries, his friend there. It wouldn't have been deliberate. He could have just done the old pretend fumble or try to step around and just get it out of bounds, but
just rush it through.
Yeah, just panicked a little bit, but good pressure.
Carlton needs something dramatic. Fisher trying to start a run, pops it through, and Carlton have kicked their 7th. Their second of this final term after going goalless in the third. 7-10-52, North Melbourne 13-6-84. 8 played in the final quarter. Zach Fisher with his first of the day.
1 goal, 3 for Fisher. Yeah, I'm just twice now, Ben Mackay. Just have his time over again. He would have rushed the one where they got a stoppage, but there again, he's under pressure. Just take the ball through. Do the simple, do the disciplined thing as a defender.
Yep. A couple of differing opinions on the SMS. Brian says people speak of North as a team that will be good in a year or two. Maybe North are a good team now. And Rob in Mount Morency, as if lockdown wasn't bad enough, this Blues performance has driven me to drink. Might be the only Carlton fan, Rob, doing it tough. Alicia Muley on the boundary.
Zach Williams, as we know, out with that hamstring. Now just trying to get around the Blues on the bench, who are looking pretty despondent here down at ground level.
Thanks, Alicia. Back in the middle. Goldstein one down the tap, but Cripps onto it for Carlton. Hand pass to Tom DeConing, who stepped around the tackler. Got it to Cripps. Kicks inside 50. Wiedering on the lead. Couldn't complete the mark. Mackay right there with him. Walker gathers. He's tackled by Ed Curnow and Kennedy. And the umpire will throw it up 45 metres out from Carlton's goal. The Blues with 2 goals to 1 in this final term, trailing by 32 points after North kicked 7-0 in this third quarter. Aaron Hall wins it from the stoppage, gets the hand pass to Dumont, drives a kick up to the wing. Sherry caught behind against Jones. Jones fell to his feet and now has to scrap with Cherry at ground level, who lunges over the top and rips the footy clear. Got it to Stevenson and then back to Dumont, trying to get around Williamson, spun a full 360 before he got rid of it. And then Sherry just tries to kick it over his shoulder. It might work still. Simpkin gets it to Thomas. Contact below the knees. Advantage.
You've got to let that go.
Going to go North's way as Larkey takes them off, but it's going to come back. That's an anticlimax.
Oh, big Sherry there.
Oh, that's one of those things where I'm sure he feels like it's smoother than what it actually looks. When he watches the replay, I think that felt really good at the time.
That had to be advantage, though, didn't
Absolutely it did.
it? It was the controlling umpire, not the out-of-zone umpire. Strange.
It's allowed everyone to reset. So Simpkin kicks into the pocket. Anderson's got about 3 to compete against. Newman gathers at the back for the Blues. Hand pass to Cottrell. Then out to Williamson. He kick a long ball out of defence.
Just a high up and under, almost hits the roof, down the wing. And it beat everyone out the back. Fisher's got it and races away with the footy inside the centre square. Hand pass to Martin. Wants to link up again. Finally gets a runner in Kennedy. Out further wide by hand to Walsh. An uncharacteristic fumble with the awkward half volley. And they've lost at Carlton. Demond away to Zeeble. He gives it to Thomas. Up over halfway North Melbourne to Larkey. Back in back. One out with Plowman. Plowman goes to ground. Larkey strolls into the open goal and thumps it very high up into the second deck. A 6th for Nick Larkey. A day out of as North Melbourne have run all over the top of Carlton. Back to 38 points. 14-6 to 7-10. 11 minutes played final term. Alicia Mueling on the boundary.
Too serious, my auntie will have conniptions.
Rami, you need to help me with this. Why Nick Larkey's kicked 6 goals? He's their number 1 key target. Why is it every time that it's kicked there, it's Plowman who ends up on it? I know Wiedering's gone forward, so just grab that one for a sec. But why isn't Jones? Why is Jones taking Sherry? Who, no offence to him, is the resting ruckman. He's playing in his 11th game.
Yeah, you can put anybody on him.
Yeah.
A career high for Nick Larkey. 6 goals, kicked 5 a couple of times back in 2019. North invested in him for the future, and he's delivering it today. Back in the middle of the ground, Cunnington couldn't break clear. Cripps rips it from him, gets it to Kennedy, kicks inside the 50. Wiedering the target, spoiled away by Mackay. Martin crumbs it front and centre, looking to square it up to Cripps. Down low, he takes the mark.
Good running.
In front of Simpkin, it was great follow-up work from the middle of the ground.
Yeah, he came obviously from that centre bounce there, Cripps, to now deep inside forward 50. That's terrific work rate.
Kicked an excellent banana in the second quarter. Gets a chance here for the more traditional drop punt, slightly right of centre, only about 35 metres out. The Carlton co-captain with a chance to answer back following Larkey's goal at the other end. Cripps starts his approach, comes in, strikes it pretty well and puts through his second. So a good return from Paddy Cripps, having missed last week through injury. He boots 2, including his work in the middle of the ground, but North's lead is 32 points. 12 minutes gone, final term. North Melbourne 14-6-90 to the Blues 8-10-58.
You know what, just looking at body language, sometimes it's hard to read, but what I wouldn't mind seeing, Rama, it might be false hope, and you could just tell me I'm kidding myself. There's 12 minutes to go. You're playing the bottom team in the competition. If I'm Carlton, just a bit of urgency, a bit of excitement, a bit of just geeing each other up to let's pile 2 quick goals on now to make them nervous, to make them think, to who knows what. You're probably not going to win the game, but
that's what a crowd does.
Yeah, true, but they could play finals.
I know.
Finals are alive this year. I want to see it come from within.
So back in the middle and back to 32 points, and Ben Cunnington first possession in the middle. Hand pass to Simpkin, the big heavy fend off to Cripps. Comes out wide to McDonald, kicks to Sherry. And Tristan Sherry marks 60 out right half forward. Forward 50 fills up. He just pokes it in the Larkey direction. Thomas climbs at the back. Zerha at the drop. Or North Melbourne, he's tackled out of play. As Plowman helps him over the line, a throw in forward pocket for the Roos. Alicia Mewing.
So North Melbourne are going to activate their medical sub. Will Phillips is off with a possible broken nose. Pollock is coming on.
Thanks, Alicia. Thrown back into play. Sherry doing the ruck work against Silvani. Falls to the front where Stocker tries to rip it clear. Whistle for high contact. And it's going to go the Carlton way. That of Paddy Dow. Feeds the hand pass back to Sam Walsh. Gets the hand pass to Stocker and now to Sard. Through the defensive 50 into the middle of the ground to Cripps. Waiting for players running past. Thought about the hand pass for Sard. He's going to get 50. I think Ben Cunnington knew it straight away as he sheepishly backpedaled and the umpire blew his whistle. It encroached on the mount, gave away the 50-metre penalty, trying to restrict the hand pass forward. That takes Cripps within scoring range. He's now 45 metres out, directly in front.
There was movement on the mark after the stand was called because of Sard running from behind. He knew that Cripps was going to give to Sard running, so Cunnington trying to stop that run moved. And you're right, Clinchy. As soon as he did it and the umpire blew the whistle, he knew exactly what he'd done, Ben Cunnington.
And straight to the bench as well. Cripps looking for his third from right on 50. Got pretty close to the man on the mark and just missed to the left-hand side. A minor score. A 31-point lead North Melbourne's way at the 15-minute mark of the final term.
So Zeeble on the kick-out. Wide to Zerhart, leaping up Sard, got a hand on the footy, no mark. Slips down to Martin, who's locked up. We'll have a ball up between wing and half forward for Carlton. Up it goes. Both rucks miss it. A wrestle between Sherry and Silvani's going to get a free. There's a fair bit going on in the hold between both rucks. Davies-Uniacke lucky not to give away 50. The high ball toss back to Silvani. Kicks inside the forward 50, honouring the lead of Kennedy, who was taken high. The pressure from Boston of Alungi, and Kennedy will get it left half forward. Man on the mark, 40 out from goal. The game coming up. No late change. Brander and Sharman, the two subs for West Coast and St Kilda. And next stop on Grandstand AFL, a big game in the context of the season. 7v11 on the premiership table. That's next. Here's Kennedy. Tight angle, boundary line 5 away on his left-hand side. That's a superb finish. Late in the piece for Carlton. Matt Kennedy just threads it. 16 and a half travel final term. Carlton 9-11-65. North Melbourne 14-6-90. Matt Kennedy with his second of the day.
So you look at that, Lee. So probably free kick, yeah, there. Kennedy and Cripps have been swapping forward all day. Both kicked 2 goals each. So it's not a bad return there, but they've got nothing else out of their forward line. North, I think, just want one more here. At 25 points of margin. There's still 10 minutes remaining in this game.
Could still get interesting.
Just one. Are you saying it's not done yet, Rammer?
I just think they need one more here, the Roos.
Jeez. But I'm looking for body language. But I want to see that from Carlton, that excitement. On this centre bounce, get on the move, get on the fly, try one. Maybe it's Paddy Dow, maybe it's Sam Walsh. One of the two. Just fly through, use Ed Curnow as cover here. Just test them. A quick goal here has to make North Melbourne a little nervous.
At the gab of the Gold Coast by 17 over the Brisbane Lions. TDU one down the tap, but it's LDU who gets the clearance. Gets the hand pass away to Dumont. Kicks north towards half forward. Cottrell had it spoiled away. Stocker with a fumble now under pressure from Pollock into the action. Swung as he got boots a ball. Zerha flies, kept his footing as Williamson slipped over, gets the hand pass to Goldstein, short to Taylor, not 15 and spoiled away. Williamson tried to swoop in with one arm, couldn't gather. Walsh with a hand pass to Ed Curnow. Hand pass intercepted by Goldstein, trying to charge through. He didn't get a hand pass away, but the footy was locked in and the umpire will ball it up. 45 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal, leading by 25 points.
He got out to 38 points twice in his final term. Carlton with the last two. North by 25 points, approaching time on final term. Dumont at half forward. Hand pass away to Scott. Kicks inside 50, but Plowman there for Carlton. Hand pass releases Dow. A chance for Carlton downhill in transition. 2 bounces. Gets around Scott. Kicks on the outside of the right boot. Picked out the North Melbourne player. There were 3 Blues closing in on it. And Walker takes the intercept mark. City wing for North.
Kicks inboard to Cunnington. Possession number 27 coming up for him. Into the middle of the ground, kicks to Turner. He's got the short options on offer. Honours that and kicks to Luke Davies-Uniacke, who marks just attacking side of the centre circles. Kicks to Taylor through his fingertips, dropped the mark. And Cottrell takes it back for the Blues. Adventurously fires a kick through the middle of the ground. A bouncing ball. Nunes can't gather. Bossavalungi runs onto it for North. Feeds the hand pass to Atley at halfback. Into Mines as he cuts around Owies and back into the corridor. He found the right option in the end, and Walker takes the mark. Advances it up to the City wing, where Dumont takes the mark.
19 travelled final term, North by 25. Dumont misses his target. Wanted Goldstein, kicks it over his head. Cunnington and Dow there. Cunnington goes to ground. Dow wins the footy for the Navy Blues. Kicks down the wing and getting back and across. Turner cuts it off. What a year he's having, part of North's leadership group, with the role on many small forwards, the lockdown job down back. He shifts it across the ground to Thomas, and now Artu. Defensive edge of the centre square. Boston of Valangi across the back flank to Atley. And some game and clock management here for North. 7.5 minutes of game time remaining. Up 25. They go short to Hall, then to Simpkin, and then out wide to McDonald in front of the bench.
Good mature play by North.
Yeah.
No, Carlton were coming just a little bit. They were throwing everything at them for that one last little bit of effort, and
suck a minute or two off the clock.
Yep.
Short to Davies Uniac. Now he can load up with a contest kick down the line. In from the side, Zerha got a hand on it. Still alive. Scott wants to keep it in play for North. Hand pass to Larkey. Back to Scott. Closes to 40 out on the run against the boundary line to Thomas in the goal square. Leaps up and he's got it. Yep. Taron Thomas marks a metre out right in front.
Gee, Bailey Scott's been a big positive again today as he's continued his improvement all season. Just watching him today.
Now,
yeah, and that was great awareness. Gave the 1-2 when it was the right time to do it. Released himself, and a nice kick to Thomas's advantage. And on the replay, yeah, Thomas had enough of that down to the ground.
From the top of the goal square, a no-doubter for Taron Thomas as he closes the show. A 31-point lead for North as we tick into time on in the final term. And North Melbourne moves to 15-6-96. Carlton 9-11-65, the margin to 31 points. And that is their highest score for the year.
Big game now from Taron Thomas. 21 possessions, 3 goals, 1, 5 clearances, 5 tackles, 7 inside 50. So
many times he broke them open at times with his movement with ball in hand. Swerving type movement. See, that was mature play for a young team.
Just suck some time off, find a loose target, zigzag the ball down,
and score a goal.
And then when you're in some sort of attacking position, then you get a bit more attacking, a bit more enterprising with your ball movement. Bailey Scott and Larkey there on the boundary, very good.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. So Koenig one down the tap to Cripps, can't break clear. Rolls out to Stevenson, who gets the hand pass for North to McDonald. Now the clearance to Hall, who off half-back came charging forward, kicks up to the wing. Taylor takes the mark against Sard, turns and kicks towards 50. Sherry forced behind to Spoil, brought it down to the front where Cripps trying to spin through traffic. He's now tackled, has to knock the hand pass clear. He's pinged holding the footy. Taylor's going to take the free kick for North Melbourne. It's been a good afternoon for the Roos forward line. Larkey with 6, Stevenson, Thomas with 3. Heading towards their 4th win under David Noble. Taylor kicks inside the 50. Shoved out of it, Sherry in the marking contest. Polek got it to Thomas, who might kick a 4th. Bounces it through. And there's a wrestle after the ball bounces through with Tom Williamson right over the back. The goal stands. Thomas with back-to-back goals and 4 for the match. And North lead by 37 points, 16-6, 102 to the Blues, 9-11-65.
Oh, he just keeps getting better and better, doesn't he? Just smart and little half opportunities, skill under pressure. They were excited about him when they first drafted him, North Melbourne.
Well, what has he got now, Lee? This is his 38th game? No, 44th game.
4th game.
So, yeah, he's starting to...
22 goals for the season.
It's still so young,
yeah,
so early.
He's nearly got that 50-game apprenticeship up now, so...
Yeah. And you're seeing that composure come into his game.
You're starting to see consistency.
Yeah.
This is the 8th time this year Carlton have conceded 100 points. Next most is Essendon with 5. North Melbourne, ranked 18th on the table, have put 100 points past them today, and they're going forward again. Goldstein out of the middle, kicks to centre half forward. Sherry a hand on it, spills down to Scott, hands it to Taylor. Short kick reaches its way to Zerha. He's tackled, it wasn't 15. Hump says play on. Now a pack forms 40 out from North Melbourne's goal and a ball up. They were praised in the lead-up in the last couple of weeks, Carlton, for their work defensively. Well, there's been holes in their defence all afternoon. 16 goals conceded from the ball up. Curnow, first touch, hand pass away to Walsh, gives it to Murphy, then Sard kicks to the wing, and Fisher Out of position against Turner, and Turner takes the intercept mark on the wing.
Mind you, Corbs, when the centre bounce clearances are 20-8, good luck to the defenders.
You're going to be seeing it a lot. Turner kicks inside the 50, spoiled away from Sherry by Jones, and out of play in the right forward pocket for North Melbourne.
And that's all part of it, isn't it? I mean, when they're going well, they're putting pressure on up the field, and it's a whole system as opposed to the back six.
Yeah, exactly right. You rely on all your teammates so often to be really effective at what you do, and all the defenders ask is for it to come in a bit slower, a bit higher, under pressure, but it hasn't today.
Holleck, the medical sub into the action, kicks towards the goal square. Thomas had it spoiled away. Good pressure from Taylor. Got it to Sherry, back to Taylor. Just denied by Williamson, who pushes it through for a minor score North Melbourne's way. 38 points, the margin at the 25-minute mark of the final term.
Oh, that's an ugly kick out from Williamson. Turns it straight over. DeMont at half forward. Hands it to Anderson to make him pay. Anderson with his second of the quarter. A costly turnover from Williamson, and Anderson cashes in on the gift. North Melbourne extend that game-high margin to 44 points. 17-7-109. Carlton 9-11-65. A dark day for the Blues.
There is no worse feeling, Lee, where you play on, you try to be attacking, you muck the kick up, and then you stand in the goal square, just watch the ball just sail straight over your head. It's just, if there's fans in the ground, there's nowhere to hide.
Nah, and when you're doing that and it's the opposition's cheer squad right down there, and they are letting you know all about it.
You can often hear that pretty clearly over the fence.
Yeah, very clearly.
Some nice, gentle feedback.
So North Melbourne by 44 points. They take on the Cats next week. They've got Richmond, Sydney and Adelaide in their run home. The Blues to take on the Saints next week. Zaccone back in the middle of the ground, one down the tap. Anderson and Paddy Cripps scrap at the bottom of the pack. Simpkin gathers, gets the hand pass to Stevenson, kicks inside 50. Larkey behind, had to spoil against Plowman. Zerha couldn't gather the loose footy. A chance for the Blues through Murphy. His hand pass missed the target. Dow races back after it. Gets it to Plowman inside the defensive 50. Kicks up to the city wing where Jack Silvani takes the mark.
That's it. It just stops there because there's no options forward.
He had nothing at half forwards, had to wait his full allotment of time till options presented. Owies takes the mark leading into that space. Gets the hand pass to Silvani. Kicks along inside the 50. Martin slipped over for the Blues, allowed Hall to take it uncontested. He chips it to Stevenson, still inside the defensive 50.
A number of North players just telling Stevenson, just stop, take your time. We've got this game. Play just some sensible kick mark footy. Burn the clock. It's been a really impressive last quarter. So Carlton throwing a little bit at North. Should have perhaps thrown some more just to try and make them nervous. But North Melbourne have just handled it all beautifully.
Short kicking game in the back half ends up with Luke McDonald on the back flank, the reigning B&F winner. Goes long down the wing. Zerha tracking the footy. Jones jumps on top of it. Off his knees, hands it to Newman. Shoots a hand pass 10 metres forward to Murphy. Short kick to Silvani. Marks that launch pad at half forward. Looks inside the forward arc. Nunes reaching for it over his head. And Turner takes the intercept mark at centre half back.
Pushing the back's been played here. It's going to go to Carlton. Nunes, I think.
Yeah, Jack Nunes is going to get the kick for a shove. Except the kick went over his head. It would have been a reason why he was underneath the footy.
To respond to this as a football club, you drop players and, hard conversations are had. Carlton got too many injuries. There's not much they can really do next week.
So Jack Nunes to try and pad the scoreboard a little bit. He moves in from 48 metres out, and his drop punt is pure. Through it goes. A late one for Jack Nunes. Carlton's 10th. They move to 10-11-71. North Melbourne 17-7-109. The Roo Boys by 38 points, 29 travelled final term.
And going back to earlier on in the year, David Teague wasn't prepared to make the big statement and actually drop Mark Murphy completely. Kept him as a medical sub to get him to 300 games. And really that's what it is now, getting him to 300 games. So there's not a lot of big statements he can make through selection to put a rocket up this group. So they're going to have to recapture the form another way.
Alicia Muley on the boundary.
You just speak about Carlton injuries. Eddie Betts looks really, really proppy. He spent the last probably 7 or 8 minutes on the bench, so he won't be coming back, and who knows what will happen in round 20.
Got 12 on the injury list already, and Zach Williams out today with a suspected hamstring.
That's the season for Zach. If it's a normal hamstring, it's 4 weeks.
Almost half-time at the Gabba. The Gold Coast Suns leading by 27 points against the Brisbane Lions. I know there was a big watch on the Lions this weekend. Davies-Uniacke gets the clearance for North Melbourne, feeds the hand pass to Stevenson. He kicks along inside 50. Larkey in front, couldn't complete the mark. Plowman races back onto it. Hand pass to Cottrell, who turns it straight over to McDonald. And right half forward. He's pushing right behind the man on the mark, but he's a good 55 metres out from goal, Luke McDonald. He just sets it into the path of Larkey. He's shoved out of it. Sherry at the back. Thomas isn't done. Spins out of traffic. Could have kicked his fifth. Gives it to Larkey, who gives it to Polek, who snaps across his body and misses to the right. Just the amount of time North Melbourne have when Taron Thomas is involved. I know there's been comparisons to Daniel Wells and maybe even the great Sean Burgoyne. North by 39 points.
Jared Pollock with a look at the sticks. It's his 4th game for the year. Still 2 years to run on his deal at North Melbourne as Silvani at halfback kicks down the wing. Spills to Stevenson. Hand pass away to Hall. He gives it to Ben Mackay. And his hand pass back with Jaden Stevenson. He's retreating. He goes 50 metres back the other way to Zeeble in the defensive arc, and the switch out to the dock side comes to Davies-Uniacke. 9th game in Victoria this year for North Melbourne. Their first win in their home state. 2 in Tasmania, 1 in WA so far. They'll get to 4.5 wins and equal with Hawthorn on the premiership table. And the kick from McDonald finds Sherry. Just threw it back to McDonald, who kept on moving. Kicks inside 50. Juggled effort from Scott. Can't take the mark. Newman to Nunes. Kicks out of the defensive 50 for Carlton.
A chance for Damon, who couldn't pick it up, but Goldstein can. Kicks inside the 50. Flying with Scott against Nunes. Couldn't gather, but front and centre now does pick up the footy. Gets the hand pass to Larkey. Here's 7. Snaps across his body, and he's got both fingers in the air. An absolute day out for Nick Larkey. North Melbourne had invested so much in him, seeing him as the future forward of the competition. He's rewarded them today as they've run riot over the Blues. 7 goals. 18-8, 116 to the Blues. 10-11, 71. North back out by 45.
Interesting talking to Luke McDonald before the game, saying that Nick Larkey, very clever boy, plays about 6 musical instruments and
bit of an artist as well.
Very pumping up his artwork as well. Well, he's very good at football. I guess he's been magnificent today.
Needs another musical instrument to add to his goals.
Well, you look, they're terrific by like 7 goals, well deserved, but Bailey Scott involved again. That's his 9th disposal this quarter. He's had 3 score involvements. But just composure to step out of traffic and get the ball free.
Gee, it's been a big couple of weeks. A win in Perth against the Eagles. And now they pull apart Carlton today. So 45 points approaching the final siren as DeConey away to Sard. He chips to centre-half forward for Curnow. Hand pass away to Cripps. On the run from centre-half forward. Kicks goalward. Dobs it. Patrick Cripps comes up with his 3rd. Approaching the full-time siren. And gets the score back under the 40 mark. 59 points North Melbourne's way. The Roos 18-8, 116. Carlton 11-11, 77. 33 minutes travelled final quarter.
Well, piling on the goals in the last quarter. Nice finish there from Paddy Cripps. And, I mean, you look at that and you think, OK, he's kicked 3 goals. Maybe it sort of worked as a forward, but it didn't really. It just... I think it robbed them too much in the middle of the ground. You go back to those centre bounce clearance numbers. What are they at the moment? It was 20-8 not that long ago.
22-9.
22-9. I think taking him out of there for too much of the game just robbed them. They've just smashed them through the middle of the ground, North Melbourne. And Cripps, 3 goals, probably doesn't offset how dominant they've been through the middle and given the North forwards a chance.
So just the final right here at Docklands as the umpire bounces the ball. A big afternoon for the rebuild as they storm Carlton by 39 points as 18th beats 13th to knock the Blues back on their heels. Melbourne led by 2 points at quarter time, the Blues by 2 at half time, and then a 7-goal-to-none third term allowed North Melbourne to open up a 38-point advantage. Despite Carlton kicking the first goal of the final term, North were able to comfortably run home winners by 39 points. North Melbourne 18-8, 116, down the Blues 11-11, 77. So David Noble's first win in Victoria, North Melbourne's fourth win of the season. And for Carlton, they've been putting in some good recent form, having won 3 of their past 5 since the bye. Today, they put in a stinker, conceding over 100 points, as Corbin mentioned, for the 8th time this season. The Roos off the back of a dominant performance from Nick Larkey, who booted 7. 4 goals to Taron Thomas, 3 to Stevenson, 2 to Anderson, individuals to Goldstein and to Zerha. Meanwhile, for the Blues, 3 goals to Paddy Cripps, 2 in the final term, 2 goals to Nunes, individuals, 2 as well to Matt Kenny, individuals to Martin, Fisher and Owies. North Melbourne winners by 39 points. Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, you look at the second half. In isolation, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 goals. 13 goals North Melbourne were able to kick in that last half. So terrific set up in the third quarter. 7 goals to nil.
Yep.
I think I look at this 2 ways. So the development of North Melbourne there, Larkey, Taron Thomas, Stevenson, younger players playing critical roles, Bailey Scott, critical roles. But then you get your veterans in Goldstein, in Cunnington, Jed Anderson having really good games as well. They were the team that were willing to take more of the risk today, North Melbourne. They wanted to move the ball. They structurally they looked better behind the ball. Carlton, on the other hand, they tried to trick you in a way. They tried to play. There was a little bit of trickery today. We'll start with a small forward line. We'll start Cripps down there. We'll bring him in the middle of the ground. But when you do that, you need to apply an enormous amount of pressure in your front half.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to lock the ball in for long periods of time. Repeat inside 50 entries.
Exactly.
And you look at the inside 50s. Carlton 49, North Melbourne 54. But at times, and at a number of times, North Melbourne are able to take the ball from deep in Carlton's forward line and go from one end of the ground to the other.
And easy.
That was,
yep.
And that became more evident as this game wore on, particularly in the second half, where it wasn't a Carlton player chasing. It wasn't a Carlton player trying to put pressure on. It wasn't a Carlton player getting across from his man to stop the run. It was just North Melbourne flowing through with numbers and options. And then, that's the difference. That's the difference in the game, Lee.
And the positive reinforcement for David Noble, the North Melbourne coaches, the North Melbourne players, and the fans out there listening and watching right now is, okay, I can see what we're doing. Righto, early on in the year, it was looking a little bit nasty, but okay, I can see the evolution of the team. I can see the improvement of these guys as they understand the game more. I see what they're doing defensively. I see what they're trying to do around the ball. I can see what they are doing moving the ball, and every single one of those players out there can see it and feel it as well. They go, this is what David Noble's been working on us with. It just gives them that really deep strength of, this is something we can take into next pre-season, into next year, into the year after. We're on the right path, because that belief of the path is important. Because if you don't believe your coach, you don't believe that what he's telling you, what he's asking you to do is going to end in success, well, then you don't buy into it completely. So those North players now are thinking, I'm right behind this bloke. He knows what he's on about, and we're going to have some fun in the couple of years to come.
So North Melbourne had 408 possessions in that game. Carlton have had 342, so a big difference, but Carlton went at 64% by 40. They gave the ball back time and time again, so really, really ordinary day for the Blues, particularly that second half. I'd love to hear how David Teague is going to try and wrap that up, because that was just hopeless. It was
ugly.
In the second half. Hopeless.
Lost the tackle count too, despite having 60-odd more disposals.
Like 45 tackles in the game. That's not getting you far.
No. particularly when the other team's got the ball flying at times.
Well, and particularly when you're coming in with a team that isn't going to be reliant on your big players taking a heap of marks and dominating the air.
You've got to lock it in.
Yeah, you've built a team, or you've picked a team, on pressure, ground balls, swarming around the contest, winning enough of that. And if you pick a team that way and you don't deliver on it, well, good luck. And they weren't anywhere near it after half time.
So I mentioned Lingy before at the start of the game. You know, you're looking for North Melbourne's younger players and what they do today. Simpkins had 31. Davies Uniacke has had 28. Bailey Scott's had 26. I think in his best game. Larky's kicked 7.
Thomas has kicked 4. And
Will Phillips broke a nose, but he had 13 and was pretty good before that.
Yeah.
You walk away from that game going, we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, you also look back to last week against Essendon. They had 19 shots on goal from 49 inside 50, so they were able to turn that trend around a bit today and capitalise on their dominance inside 50 with their forwards prevailing, and Carlton were without Harry Mackay and without options. We need the 3, 2 and 1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year as we're heading west in a couple of minutes' time.
That's me again, is it, Rama?
Absolutely. Just a nod of the head,
okay.
Rama.
I'm going to give one vote to Ben Cunnington. I thought just when the game was there to be won, he was huge, especially through the middle of the ground. Tarrant Thomas gets the 2 votes, 4 goals, superb game. He just did everything. 3 votes, though, has to go to the key forward, the man who kicks 7 goals. You bag 7, you're going to get the 3 votes. Yeah. Nick Larkey.
So Larkey gets the 3 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year from Cameron Ling. A quick thought on 1 versus 2 tonight, the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne.
I think it's got more meaning for the Western Bulldogs tonight. Melbourne have been able to beat those teams right around them for the majority of the year. So I want to see the Western Bulldogs on the MC. It's going to be cold there tonight, no doubt. Bit slippery. Can they get the job done?
Ripping midfield battle.
Yeah.
You think of Bont and Libba versus Petrarca, Oliver.
Interesting selection by the Dogs. They're very tall in that forward line.
Very tall.
For Shaki coming in.
Harms back in. Expect him probably to go to Liberatore. So it's going to be one to watch tonight. In the match taking place from the Gabba, it's the Gold Coast Suns leading by 27 points against the Brisbane Lions. 9-6-60 to the Lions, 4-9-33. So Suns looking the goods so far at half-time. Ben King with 3 goals, Corbett with 2, and Link McCarthy with a couple of goals for the Brisbane Lions.
How's my man Took Miller go?
Took Miller, he has had 18 disposals leading the way.
Brisbane like Wiley Cody, just
he's a sneaky for an All-Australian jumper, I think, that young man.
If only we had selectors who could hear us. Sitting alongside Rama, North Melbourne prevailing by 39 points over the Blues this afternoon. 18-8, 116 to Carlton, 11-11, 77. Thanks to Rama, to Cameron Ling, to Rog, to Alicia Muling, to Corby, to Stu Baker, and to Aaron and Adam back in the studio. Our AFL coverage round 19 continues. It's as we head west. Looking forward to this afternoon's match. The West Coast Eagles taking on St Kilda. Stay with us. A massive afternoon on ABC Sport.